by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 21, Social Anxiety. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and our Principals List awardee, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing, Maddie?
Pretty good.
So you are a Principals List awardee. You had your moving up ceremony from 6th grade, right?
Yep.
So before we get into all the social anxiety stuff and the topics of today, tell us a little bit about some of the prestigious awards that you won at your moving up ceremony.
So I hope not to brag to those who are watching, but I was awarded 2 plaques. One plaque for getting all A's in 6th grade, and another plaque for getting all A's in while I was at Good Intent, my school.
Right, and that was for every year that you were in school, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
So you basically ran the board with straight A's the entire time you were there.
I was also given the highest science average in my class, which surprised both me and my parents, because I actually am in the advanced math program, yet my my math grades are actually lower than most of my other grades.
That's because it's more difficult.
True point.
And to be honest with you, I wasn't surprised that you got the highest grade in science. I was very impressed that you got it.
Well, Mommy was surprised and impressed.
Well, you know, Daddy's a big science buff himself, so I was very proud that you scored that high in science.
I was also given the golden... What was the one award?
The Gold Star Award for getting a grade point average above 3.5 in your grade.
I was also given 2 participation awards for art club and band.
Yes, you were.
And that's pretty much all the awards I got. There were, of course, other awards that I didn't get that I was happy that other people got, but...
Yeah, so you cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Just wanted to make sure you got your proper credit for that, because you definitely deserved it. It was a huge accomplishment.
Thank you.
So, anyway, back on topic. Today we're talking about social anxiety. So, just run down real quick what we're going to talk about. We'll define what social anxiety is.
Like we always do.
We'll talk about what are the signs of social anxiety. Mm-hmm. We'll talk about where people generally experience social anxiety, or the conditions, situations in which they experience it.
Yep.
We'll talk about how social anxiety affects your life. Then we'll talk about prevention and treatment options. We'll look at some small steps to curb social anxiety that, you don't have to go to a therapist for or anything like that. And then we'll give some hints on how to prepare if you know you're going to be in a situation where you expect to experience social anxiety. We'll give you some tips on how to prepare yourself for that to make it a little bit easier. So that's what we've got today. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right, let's go. So social anxiety, as defined by the National Institutes of Mental Health, is a person with social anxiety disorder feels symptoms of anxiety or fear in certain or all social situations, such as meeting new people, dating, being on a job interview, answering questions in class, or having to talk to a cashier in a store. Doing everyday things in front of people, such as eating or drinking in front of others, or using a public restroom, also causes anxiety or fear. The person is afraid that he or she will be humiliated, judged, or rejected. Social anxiety disorder usually starts during youth in people who are extremely shy. Social anxiety disorder is not uncommon. Research suggests that about 7% of Americans are affected. Without treatment, social anxiety disorder can last for many years or a lifetime and prevent a person from reaching his or her full potential. So that's what our definition is right now. Under, clear understanding of what we're talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
So based just on that definition, without talking about the signs or anything, do you think you are afflicted with social anxiety disorder?
Well, you said before we were doing the podcast there are different ratings. You said I don't fully have a bad social anxiety, but I think based on the definition, it sounds as though I do have a bit of problems talking to people and being around others.
Okay, well, let's get into it. Let's see what the symptoms are, and we'll see if you suffer from some of these symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a list of symptoms here, and I think some of these are pretty self-explanatory. And let me put them out there, and then you tell me if you feel any of these in social situations. So the first one that we have are rapid heartbeat. So do you find yourself having a rapid heartbeat in a social situation?
Well, I've never actually felt my chest, but I don't think I've ever really felt my heart rapidly beating like that. I mean, it could have happened, but I might not have noticed. But anytime I'm talking to people, I haven't actually noticed it.
Okay. What about muscle tension? Do you feel your muscles tense up and, get very stiff when you're faced in a social situation?
I think very rarely. I mean, sometimes I might do it, but I don't think I've done it. I do it often.
Okay. How about dizziness or lightheadedness? Do you ever experience that?
Nope.
So you don't have that either.
I don't think so.
Stomach trouble or diarrhea?
No.
No, you don't have that either. Okay. How about an inability to catch your breath? Do you feel out of breath or anxious?
I do feel anxious.
Okay. What about being out of breath?
Not exactly out of breath, just I might have a little trouble with breathing. Like, probably don't feel like I'm breathing normally, but yeah, I think sometimes I might lose my breath a little.
Okay, so that's not bad. That's 6 symptoms, and you might have one so far. The other one that's here that I'm not really sure how really to best describe it, but they say an out-of-body experience or an out-of-body sensation.
Okay.
And when I think of that, I think of almost like a dream-like state where you're sort of watching things go on, but you don't feel like you're a part of it. Do you ever get that sensation?
I think so, yes.
Okay. The next one is you blush, sweat, tremble, or feel that your mind is going blank.
I think I might have had a couple of times where I've sometimes had a little sweat when talking to people.
Okay. And that happens. I mean, that even happens to me, especially in situations where, for me, it's always where I have to speak in front of a crowd. There's a certain amount of tension that I undergo, and like my palms will sweat, my mouth will go dry. So I think to a certain extent, everyone experiences a certain amount of anxiety when you're put in a situation like that. How about making little eye contact, or you speak in an overly soft voice?
Yeah, I think I have that. I mean, I noticed, when I went into my teacher's classroom, since she would always stand by the door, I noticed I would always try to avoid eye contact just because I thought it would be awkward and she'd think I was weird staring at her, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you definitely speak in a soft voice when you're out in public, too.
I also hate when people actually stare at me because I think it's kind of creepy and I don't like it.
And you always wonder what they're thinking at that point, too.
Pretty much.
What's this one? This one is you find it scary and difficult to be with other people, especially those you don't already know, and you have a hard time talking to them even though you wish you could.
Relatable.
Yeah. Now, is that something that happens at school, or is that something that happens, outside of like a restaurant or something with strangers?
Well, I just want to say for an example, today at camp, I just wanted to sit alone and draw, but people kept sitting at the table, and for some reason I'm like, I want to sit alone. And I just got nervous and I didn't want to sit near them, so I just tried to wait a little bit and then walk away, but I just kept getting nervous. But when I'm out in restaurants, I really don't like telling the waiter my order, and I normally look to Mommy for her to tell
Right.
it, so.
Well, let me ask about the incident with today. Did they try to engage with you or talk to you or anything? They were just sitting at the same table?
The first time the girl was talking to me and she didn't really, and that's kind of what got me into the situation where I don't want to sit next to anyone, because she was talking and mumbling, and she seemed to be talking to me, but I didn't know if she was mumbling in her head or a couple times she would look at me.
Sweetie, if she's mumbling in her head, you can't hear it.
No, she was mumbling, and I don't know if she was talking to herself or to me. Honestly, I didn't really like it. It made me uncomfortable, so I just wanted to walk away. And then I realized I wanted to be alone, but then when other people came, I realized.
It's kind of funny that you mention this, because I know during the school year you had a number of situations where you described yourself as being invisible, where people either aren't paying attention to you or engaging with you. And now you find yourself potentially in a situation where somebody wants to engage with you and you just want to be left alone now. So it's kind of a
Weird.
Yeah, it's kind of a reversal of what you had during the school year. Now, you didn't know this person?
Nope, I didn't know them at all.
Okay. And this was another student then? It wasn't a counselor?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it might be a good opportunity to make a new friend. They might be looking for a friend because they may not have any friends there. There's nothing wrong with making friends, sweetheart. Moving right along. You're very conscious in front of other people and feel embarrassed and awkward.
Yep, relatable.
Okay. And you're afraid that other people will judge you.
Yep.
Okay, but you adhere to the philosophy of Daddy that you're not worrying about what other people think of you, though. So why would you worry about them judging you?
I don't know. It's what if they think I don't know, I can't describe it. I know that I shouldn't worry about what people think about me, but I'm always what if they secretly hate me and want to punch me in the face? I don't know.
As long as they don't punch you in the face, they can think anything they want of you.
I know. I really don't know. At
least if you know that they hate you and want to punch you in the face, at least you know when to duck.
Yeah, but for some reason, I just feel like people hate me, and I don't like that. I'm sure no one wants to be hated, even though you don't want to. You shouldn't you shouldn't worry about what people think about you. It's just.
What do you think of yourself, sweetie? Let me ask that.
I think I'm a straight A student and a nerd who's somewhat selectively socially awkward.
Okay. So, do you hate yourself?
No.
So then why would other people hate you?
I don't know. I mean, people have their own opinions, and I might not abide by them.
But people are people. So people are going to come to their own opinions using the same input methods that you have. So
plus,
as long as you don't go around being mean or poking sticks in people's cages, chances are they're not going to hate you.
I know, but I think that's just the one problem with being a teenager. You're insecure, mainly with puberty. Once you get in puberty you become insecure.
That is true.
I think I'm insecure.
And I think
in some cases.
that's, if anything, that's what we probably need to address, is those insecurities. And there's another podcast coming up that's designed specifically for that. So I think, like, remember when we went back and we did our podcast on depression and you thought you were depressed, and we kind of figured you weren't depressed. And when we did our podcast on stress after that, we came to the conclusion you're stressed. You're not depressed. So some of the symptoms are similar, and I think we're going to find the same thing here. You're not suffering from social anxiety, probably. You are suffering from self-confidence issues. And if we can solve that, it'll solve the other. So the last thing that we have here, let me just throw that out there real quick, is you stay away from places where there are other people. And I think you pretty much already answered that.
Yeah.
So you definitely have some of the symptoms on here, but I think it's a 50-50 split, really. You don't suffer from all of them, and you might suffer from maybe half of them, but I think you suffer from them for other reasons. So, did you have any other questions or anything on what the signs of social anxiety were?
Nope, I don't.
Okay, let's move right along. So, we're going to talk about when people experience social anxiety, and there's a lot of different situations where you can experience it. Yours was a very good example. You're sitting at a table at camp and you just want to draw and be left alone, and somebody sits down at the table with you. So that can definitely generate social anxiety. So here's about 6 or 8 other ones. Let me throw them out there, see if you experience social anxiety at these. The first one on the list is one that you probably shouldn't really be doing, and that's talking to strangers. How well do you talk to strangers?
Absolutely awfully. Well,
give me an example.
Let's just say someone at camp wanted to say hi to me. I would probably just wave, and if they wanted to start a conversation, I'd probably let them do most of the talking, and I wouldn't, say much.
Okay. Speaking in public. I know there was a competition at the tail end of school this year where you had to write an essay, and whoever won the essay contest had to read it in front of the class, in front of the graduation group. And I know you were anxious, we'll say, about that. How do you feel about speaking in public? Ignoring the fact that you have, as of right now, 2,200 people that watch this podcast. No pressure.
Yeah. Honestly, I definitely get nervous. I think that's when most of the time I actually start to sweat.
Okay.
And I get sweaty. My palms get sweaty most of the time, and I just get a little nervous, and I might stutter a couple of times.
Okay, but you can manage to speak in public, though.
Yeah, when I was doing my presentation for our multicultural project, I was nervous because I realized people were watching me, and I didn't like it because I don't like having eyes on me. Like I said before, having my teacher look at me, I just think people might think I'm weird, and I don't like eye contact.
So who was the audience for that? Well, that was just your class at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And again, public speaking is something that a lot of people have phobias about. The next one, as a father, I'm grateful that you really can offer a perspective on, and that's dating. But there are members of the audience out there that I'm sure are of dating age or who are dating, so it's worthwhile to talk about this. Now, granted, it's been a long time since Daddy was dating, so things have probably changed significantly since I was dating. But even in dating situations, depending on what you do with your date, you could have social anxiety with your date, which hopefully you wouldn't, but, in the early stages you probably will. But you may be faced with situations where you have to interact with other people during the date too, whether it's wait staff at a restaurant, concessions people at a sporting event, or vendors at some kind of show. So there's various opportunities, and a lot of times you're trying to impress the person that you're with, so you may tend to act differently while interacting with other people that puts additional pressure on you. So just an FYI, when it comes to dating, there are additional external factors that cause social anxiety. One we've talked about briefly already is making eye contact. Clearly, you don't have a problem. You're comfortable enough with me where you can make eye contact with me. Tell me about a situation where you're having difficulty making eye contact, say in school, for instance, if the teacher's talking to you.
Well, I really don't like to make eye contact, but I try to make contact, but I just feel uncomfortable if I do. It just, for some reason, I have this uneasy feeling if I ever look into their eyes.
They'll steal your soul. Or it'll turn into a blinking contest.
Oh my God, Daddy.
No, none of that? Okay.
If I was talking to a student who wasn't really my friend, eye contact I try to avoid.
Okay. Well, one good trick for eye contact issues like that is to look at their mouth, don't look at their eyes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
So that's a safe way of doing it. Entering rooms. So if you enter a crowded room, you immediately become the center of attention. So that tends to cause a lot of social anxiety because all the eyes are on you at that point, right?
Yeah, I don't like crowds.
Yeah. So like when you maybe you excuse yourself to go to the restroom at school and you walk back in and the kids were doing work, all of a sudden you're the focus of attention at that point in time, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Hate that.
Some people thrive on it, but, I think most people it kind of makes them feel uncomfortable. Using public restrooms. Do you ever have anxiety issues using restrooms?
Well, kind of. I mean, when I'm on my period,
right?
I just, for some reason, like, since I'm at school, and if I'm at school and I'm on my period, I feel nervous if there's anyone else in the bathroom. Like, if they hear me, like, changing my pad, I'm gonna be like...
Yeah, I could see how that could be embarrassing.
I know it's not... I know we already talked about it and how it's nothing to be ashamed of, but I just can't help it. Like, if people... Like, I don't think I need some random person just walking into the bathroom, trying to do their business, knowing I'm on my period.
No, and I understand. It's privacy is what it is. Mm-hmm. That lack of privacy tends to make people uncomfortable, and I think that's totally understandable. I have that same issue if I'm in a public restroom and I have to go number 2. I hate going number 2 in a public restroom. 1, because the men's bathrooms are usually absolutely disgusting. But, 2, I don't want to be sitting in a stall there and have someone, in there in the urinal using a urinal and all of a sudden I'm stinking up the place, It's kind of embarrassing. Mm-hmm. So I get that. How about going to parties? You don't go to a lot of parties, some birthday parties and stuff like that. Do you feel social anxiety showing up at a birthday party?
Not really, no. I mean, I actually enjoy the party because it's mainly with one of my friends. Because some of my friends are normally there, and of course one of my friends is at the birthday party. I don't really feel social anxiety there. But if Mommy was invited to one of her friends' birthday parties and they didn't have any kids who were my friends, I'd probably not feel, and it was just a bunch of adults and I had to come along, I'd probably feel socially awkward.
Gotcha.
And I'd try to avoid eye contact with anyone.
Yeah. So they're stacking up, see? How about eating in front of other people? How do you feel about eating in front of other people?
Well, normally I just eat in front of you guys, and it's totally fine, even though I'm a big mess. And honestly, if I was a huge mess in front of someone, I wouldn't really like it that much.
Yeah, I notice you really don't have any issues eating in public, like if we go to restaurants and stuff.
Yeah, but like, if someone literally just saw me having a big mess, I wouldn't really feel too comfortable with that.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody would, so I don't think that's necessarily social anxiety. That's just, wanting not to embarrass yourself. Mm-hmm. How about going to school? You don't go to work, so we can't talk about that. Going to school. Does going to school cause you social anxiety?
Occasionally.
Give me an example.
In certain situations, I mean, like, let's take my class. Just saying how I was invisible, and of course being somewhat insecure, worrying about what they think. Unfortunately, I can't stop that. And that's kind of how I feel, because even though I'm invisible, I'm like, why do I feel invisible? Do these kids not like me? What am I doing wrong?
Right. Yeah, I totally see that. And the last one that we have here is starting conversations. How good are you of a conversation starter?
Absolutely awful.
Really?
Honestly, I don't even try to start conversations. I let other people try to start conversations. And I really try to avoid starting conversations. Well, let's go back to how I'm selective. Like, if like, most of my friends I meet, I kind of start the conversation, like, with my friend Natalia. But that's when I'm being selective, and, like, I notice they have similar interests in me, and, like, I'm able to talk to them.
Well, and that's the key. I think when you have something that interests you, you don't have any problems at all starting the conversation.
Unfortunately, I really don't start any more conversations anymore.
But my point is that when there's something that you want to talk about, you can talk about it. When it's someone that you don't know what their interests are, you tend to be a little bit more reserved because you don't want to talk about something that, they don't want to talk about because you're afraid it's going to embarrass you. I totally understand that. A lot of people aren't conversation starters.
Can I also add in another one that also makes me nervous?
Sure.
Answering questions wrong in class.
Ah, yes.
I hate that.
Now, do you raise your hand a lot to answer questions, or does that prevent you from answering them?
I don't really raise my hand that often because I'm either worried I get the question wrong or...
So despite the fact that you are a straight A student, you were in advanced math, and you had the highest grade point average in science in your class, you still lack the confidence to answer questions because you think you're going to get them wrong.
I'm also afraid to ask questions.
Okay. That's important. And again, I think all that goes back to our self-confidence discussion we have to have. Okay, that was all I had on where and when people experience social anxiety. Any questions or anything else to add?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So, how does social anxiety affect your life? There's a couple of things here, all of which obviously are negative. I don't think there's any positive effects of social anxiety, aside from maybe you don't talk to strangers. So let me just run down all these real quick, and then we'll summarize your thoughts on it. So the first thing they say is it causes low self-esteem. And I think some of the things that we've talked about already would certainly lead to that. It causes negative thoughts. It could lead to depression. Of course, low self-esteem and negative thoughts could lead to depression too. It causes sensitivity to criticism. And it results in poor social skills that don't improve. So how of those that we talked about, do you think you suffer from any of those effects of social anxiety?
Well, low self-esteem might be one that I suffer from, getting low self-esteem. Also negative thoughts. I think that's also a problem with me.
Okay.
Causing depression. I'm not depressed, so can't really do anything about that. What's the one after depression?
Sensitivity to criticism.
Do you think that affected me?
You tend to take criticism well from Mommy and I, but I don't know how you take criticism from your teachers, for instance.
They don't really criticize me.
Well, and criticism might not be... It sounds too negative. There's such a thing as constructive criticism. When you write a paper and the teacher marks it up and says, oh, you could have used this word instead of this word, or you could have phrased it differently, that's constructive criticism. It's criticism of your work in a manner designed to help you improve and get better.
Honestly, I don't take that offensively.
Good. You shouldn't, because that's really what helps you improve. Mm-hmm. And the other one was poor social skills that don't improve.
I'm not good at starting conversations in certain cases.
And that's the thing. And I think your selective socializing skills, I think you're misinterpreting those as social anxiety. When you're with your friends and you're with the people that you know and that you like, your social skills are top notch. In fact, your social skills are so good that a lot of the other kids look up to you. You can't ask for much more of a compliment than that. I think you're reluctant to allow other people into that circle, which is not unusual. I am too. But I think at your age and what you're going through now, it's probably detrimental to you to not do that. Because, at this stage in your life, you need friends. You need people you can socialize with. And like I said about camp, it would behoove you to make friends with people at camp that are going to be in your school next year, because you're going to have a lot of new kids in your school, and you're probably going to feel pretty isolated because a lot of your friends are underclassmen and won't be there. So it would be very advantageous for you to make friends now.
Unfortunately, that's not exactly how I can work.
But it can, sweetheart. You're just not allowing it. And we're only second day of camp here. So you've got several weeks of camp left to loosen up, unwind, let that person sit down next to you and say something to them. It's going to be difficult. And we'll talk about some of the things that you can do. But part of what it is that you have to do is you have to confront some of these anxieties if you ever want to overcome them. So, but we'll talk about those in a little bit. Any questions on how it affects your life?
Nope.
Okay. So we have several things that will help you to prevent or treat social anxiety. Some of these are clinical. Some of these don't apply to you. And some of these are kind of common sense. So the first one we have is learn stress reduction skills, because one of the things of social anxiety is a stress effect. So a lot of the things that we talked about during our stress podcast work, counting backwards, pushing against the, all the various meditation things to focus your energies will help you with stress, will help you with anxiety stress. Getting physical exercise or being physically active on a regular basis. Social anxiety, a lot of the social anxiety is pent up energy that you have. So the more socially active, we go out and we have a catch with a football, or, maybe we'll lightsaber duel or something like that. Stuff to get that energy out, get that energy flowing and focusing away from the negative things that you think about. Getting enough sleep. If you get up on a Monday morning and you didn't get enough sleep and you're cranky, that's seriously going to impact the ability to socialize. So we know we have to get that. Mm-hmm. And with that, what goes in hand in hand with a good night's sleep is eating healthy. We talked about this the other day. You need to have a well-balanced diet that feeds into the healthy sleep. With a healthy body, healthy mind, you're more capable of dealing with anxiety of any kind, whether it's social or otherwise. Avoid alcohol. You have to stop drinking, sweetheart. This just isn't working out.
Daddy! Oh my God! I've never had a sip of alcohol before. I'm too young to even drink or smoke. This is not a problem that I need to worry about right now.
Okay.
So quit making jokes about it. I try to avoid it at all costs. I even get crazy about Mommy for just drinking a small glass.
Calm down. Maybe I should pencil in here, get a sense of humor as part of the treatment. Jeez.
You get a sense of humor.
Limit or avoid caffeine, which we talked about as well.
Of course.
So caffeine has a chemical effect on the body that can cause anxiety. Just caffeine itself can cause feelings of anxiety. They can cause symptoms of these, your heart beating fast, your inability to breathe right. So caffeine is a cause for that. And the other one is participate in social situations by reaching out to people to whom you feel comfortable. So more socializing, we already established the fact that you're okay socializing with your friends, right? So the idea is, well, if you socialize more with them, it'll help to improve those skills and help you make you more comfortable socializing. So you need to spend more time with your friends. And that'll help, because you don't get to spend that much time with your friends outside of school.
I think that's one of my favorite ways to
Yeah,
deal with it.
and I think that's great. I think we need to do more of that. And again, if you go to a friend's house and you hang out at a friend's house, they might have other friends in their neighborhood that you may wind up hanging out with that you don't normally know, and that helps with that as well. It's just like if you want to get stronger, if you want your upper body strength to be stronger, you have to exercise those muscles. If you want your social skills to get better, you have to exercise those skills. If you want your brain, if you want to get better at math, you have to exercise those brain skills. So the easiest way to do that is to get into situations where you're already comfortable and expand from there. Just like fears. Remember when we talked about our fears, where if you're afraid of spiders, the first thing that you want to do is maybe get a book and look at a book of spiders where you know they can't hurt you, and you slowly expose yourself to that fear and you start to get over it. Same thing with social anxiety. That's another fear that you have. So there's ways to get around that. Questions?
Nope.
So we talked about a couple of steps there that we could improve. So here are some small steps that are everyday things that you can do, okay? So one is eat with a close relative or friend or acquaintance in a public setting. So here's another situation where you can be social with your friends. You guys go out to a restaurant or, a food court or something like that, and you're sitting around other people. So that person that sat at your table at camp who freaked you out, well, if you're sitting with your best friend there, might not be as freaky, and it helps you to expose yourself to that a little more. Purposefully make eye contact and return greetings from others, or be the first to say hello. Now, this one's kind of a stretch, a little hard to do, but a lot of times what you'll find is when you engage the person first and they respond back, it immediately diffuses that tension that artificial tension that you put in the room.
I think the reason why I don't start conversations is that I'm afraid the person won't actually respond, in a nice response, or they won't even respond at all, so...
Well, and if you just say hello, very few people are going to jump down your throat for saying hello. And that's the first step to a conversation. And then find something that is, insignificant that you can continue that conversation. How's the weather? Beautiful day out today. Oh, it's crowded in here, isn't it? Meaningless banter back and forth, but it helps to break the ice and get the conversation going. Then they might notice, oh, you're wearing a superhero shirt. Oh, you like Marvel, or you're wearing you're not today. Obviously, you don't have to look, but you could be wearing your Goose shirt. Oh, did you see Captain Marvel? Yeah, I did. What'd you think of the movie? Oh, I thought it was pretty. Stuff like that. Observation. All right. So you start with the small stuff that anybody can talk about, and then through observation, you can expand.
And the reason why I think I found another reason why I don't like conversations, if I mistake something, if I think they watched the movie when they actually didn't, but they want to.
Well, you ask. Especially when it comes to movies, because you don't want to give out spoilers, right?
Exactly.
Say, oh, you didn't happen to see Avengers yet, did you? No? Well, it's an all right movie. And you can give, your opinion of the movie without giving spoilers, and it's still a conversation. And it doesn't have to be a long conversation either. Or you can give someone a compliment. Oh, I love your shirt. That's a nice looking shirt you have on. And even though you might not like it, it's not necessarily a lie. Your hair looks very nice in that color. Or you've got beautiful eyes. You don't want to get too creepy.
Yeah, I'm not saying beautiful eyes.
Right. You get the point. But, compliment someone. Oh, it was really nice of you to come out to the art show today. Or thanks for coming out to look at the art show, or, something like that. It's little things. People love to hear compliments about themselves. And you're almost guaranteed to get a positive response when you do that. So again, that diffuses that anxiety you have about getting a negative response. If you're out shopping, the next one is ask a retail clerk to help you find an item. You might know where the item is, but by engaging them and asking them to help you, it helps you to get over that anxiety. You go to box lunch, all right?
Okay.
And you're looking for a particular vinyl, a pop vinyl. You guys don't happen to have just the Goose pop vinyl here, do you? You may have already looked and seen that they don't have it, but that allows you to engage people. And it allows you to engage them in a safe way because it's that person's job to help you out at that point. Mm-hmm. So they're not going to jump all over you. They're not going to be angry. They're not going to be mean. I mean, most people aren't. But when you engage in a controlled manner like this, you're kind of guiding that conversation already into a direction that it's controlled and comfortable. Get directions from a stranger. As a guy, I never ask for directions, so I can't vouch for that one.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't talk to strangers.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Here is another key one, and this is important in any kind of social environment, and that is to show an interest in others. Ask about their homes or their children or their grandchildren, their hobbies or travels or anything like that.
I mean, I try to smile and act like I'm interested, even though sometimes I'm not. It's a little hard. Like, I don't really smile too much in front of strangers.
And it is. I mean, socializing can be difficult, especially if you have anxiety about it. But these are techniques of engagement, of how can you talk to someone without that seeming danger of them judging you.
Yeah.
So complimenting, saying hello first, appearing to be outgoing will help to diffuse any tension that might be there right off the bat. And the last thing is call a friend to make plans. You be the one to make plans. You be the one to call Susie or Sally and say, hey, let's get together this weekend. You be the initiator. If you're the initiator, that helps to build that confidence level up of, all right, I'm in charge. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to reach out to you to do it. So they're just little enabling things to help you get over some of these anxieties. Okay?
Yep.
We've got one segment left to come back to, and then we can finish with our closing remarks. So there's a number of things you can do to prepare if you know you're going to be in a social situation. If you're going to school or going to camp or whatever the situation is that you're going into. If you're going to go see a friend, you can prepare for the conversation by reading a newspaper or watching the news and having something to talk about. Oh, hey, did you see about that refinery fire that happened this morning over there? That was pretty bad, wasn't it? Either they did or they didn't. If they did, then they'll respond with what they thought. If they didn't, they're like, yeah, I saw it on the news this morning when I was getting ready for camp. Focus on personal qualities you like about yourself. Talk about some of your hobbies. Ask other people what are their hobbies. Practice relaxation exercises. Breathing. Like, when you get excited or you get upset, the first thing that Daddy says is, breathe. Just breathe. That's the first step to everything. So before you walk into that room, Pause outside, take a couple of deep cleansing breaths, and then walk into the room. Calm yourself beforehand. Learn stress management techniques. We already talked about that. Set realistic goals. If you're going into a restaurant and you're going to order, expect that it's going to be noisy. Expect that they're not going to be able to hear you. So when that's the case, you need to speak up, or understand what's on the menu, what you're going to order. Something like that. If you're going out with friends, understand that other people may come up to you and want to talk to you or say something to you, and just be ready for that. Pay attention to how often the embarrassing situations that you're afraid of actually take place, because you may notice that the scenarios you fear usually don't come to pass, or they don't happen as often as you think. Keep a note of that. Did someone judge me when I said hi to them? Well, no, the last 4 times they really didn't. And when you go back and you look at that in a calm manner, your mind will start to rationalize it. And when embarrassing situations do happen, remind yourself that your feelings will pass, and you can handle them until they do. If you feel embarrassed, okay, all right, this is going to pass. I'm not going to be standing in front of these people for too long. Most people around you either don't notice or don't care as much as you think about these things that you focus on, and they're more forgiving than you probably give them credit for. The average human being is not going to persecute you for a little bit of anxiety. Everybody has it at some level. And I think that's the important thing. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with you. It doesn't mean that there's anything broken about you. It means you're a pretty normal person. Everybody has it. So I think that's the takeaway here. I don't think you suffer from social anxiety. I think the issues that you have are more self-confidence related. And if we can learn to deal with that and improve that, these problems will go away or be minimized. Okay? Mm-hmm. Any comments on that?
Nope. I just agree with all of the ways to have your mind think.
Okay. So we will come back, and I will turn it over to you for closing remarks and shout-outs. And to you, my dear.
So, for my closing remarks today, I would like to talk about to the people directly who have social anxiety and all the symptoms that we have talked about. If you are suffering from social anxiety, I do recommend trying your best to find people who have your interests, and I get that it's hard to go up to friends, because I've actually experienced that before. When my dad told me I should at least get one new friend by the end of the summer, I knew it wasn't really going to be possible, and I don't really think for me it's possible, but I would try to recommend doing the small steps going forward and having your mind think that, hey, who cares what these people think? Why should I care? And I know it's confusing. It's confusing for me. But I would recommend trying to talk to someone and try to talk to your friends who you care about, who you are okay with talking to, and eventually taking the small steps forward to eventually solving your social anxiety.
Okay. That's very good advice, sweetheart. Any shout-outs this week?
I guess I'll give a shout-out to all my friends who I met, who I eventually went up and talked to, because you have helped me with those moments. You've helped me realize that I don't have social anxiety. I'm just selectively social.
There you go. Very good. I did want to offer a programming note. Last week we did have some technical difficulties in getting the episodes posted, and that resulted in us posting late. We typically record sometime during the weekend, and we schedule our our releases for Monday mornings at 8 for both the video and the audio. And unfortunately, we couldn't meet that deadline last week. And the technical difficulties also prevented us from streaming the episodes on Sunday night like we do. So I just wanted to apologize for that, and hopefully we won't have that problem this week.
Let's hope so.
So I think that's all we had. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll be back next week with another great podcast.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 21, Mad About Disney. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my lovely and talented co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hello, my love.
How are you today, dear?
Yeah. I'm okay.
Yeah, one of those days. I know you're not feeling so well.
Yeah, I had some sort of weird illness that's still kind of lingering, so I'm kind of in a fog, so.
Well, I appreciate you mustering up the energy to join us today for this.
Why, thank you.
Just wouldn't be the same without you.
Since I pretty much wrote it all.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. So, good job patting yourself on the back there.
Okay. I can kind of do that.
So, in our Disney Detective, we have some Little Mermaid casting news. We have some box office information on Aladdin. And then we will move on to our entertainment news. Some sad news about a magazine I think both of us were fond of
Yep.
in our earlier years. Some casting news on Doctor Strange. The Michael Jackson leaving Neverland controversy that just doesn't seem to want to go away.
Doesn't want to go away.
Then we have a brief in memorial. And then we'll move on to our insightful picks of the week. And I don't think we have afterthoughts unless they actually turn out to be truly afterthoughts by the time we get there.
Because sometimes that does happen.
That does happen.
We go on the fly.
So, shall we get into it, dear?
Let's do it.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So, more Little Mermaid news has been popping up. Just the other day, it was announced that R&B singer Halle Bailey, not Halle Berry, has been tapped to
Total
play.
disclosure, that's what I thought it was when I first saw
Has
it.
been tapped to play Ariel in the live action. And what's actually kind of funny about that is that you're not the only one. There were many, many people. There were actually many people on Twitter that had actually congratulated Halle Berry.
Right.
And she hadn't heard the news yet and was like, wait, what? And she actually sent out tons of congratulations to
So now
Halle
what
Bailey.
Disney needs to do is have a cameo role for Halle Berry.
Right,
now.
like to play the mom or
Right,
something, in the movie. That would actually be kind of cool. So, although Rob Marshall, who we mentioned before, who's going to be the director of it, He spent many months, meeting with various people. She obviously got the nod. She and her sister are actually part of an R&B group. It's Chloe X Haley, I guess is the name of the group. And they've actually been together since 2015 as a group. They actually started out as YouTube performers covering Beyonce songs, and they actually got discovered through that. And actually, at one point in time, opened for Beyonce on her Lemonade tour. So that was kind of cool how her and her sister kind of came up. She's currently stars in the Freeform series Grown-ish, which is a spin-off of Blackish. So she's, been up and coming. So she obviously just got cast. They've also, there's Jacob Tremblay, I believe is his last name, who has been tagged to play Flounder. And rapper Aquafina is going to be playing Scuttle. Obviously, last week we talked about Melissa McCartney. It seems it's still in talks. She hasn't 100% been picked for Ursula, but it's obviously very, very close to being finalized. So obviously there's a lot of back and forth about this being her being picked. There are some people that are like, this is awesome, this is great. There are some people that are like, how can a black woman be the Little Mermaid? And a lot of people are like, it's a fish.
Right.
What does it matter what color?
Doesn't matter what color you are.
It's one thing, Jasmine, Mulan, Merida. Yes, those are, ethnic stories.
Ethnocentric stories.
Right. You wouldn't have, certain other characters playing those. But we're talking about a fish here.
Right.
She can be whatever she wants to be. And actually what's been really cool, too, is there's a whole bunch of fan art that has actually popped up now with her as, the Little Mermaid.
Right.
Beautiful, renditions of her with like purpley red hair and things like that. There was actually another quote I saw that was basically from a fan who, hey, when I was growing up, I was a little redhead girl that didn't have anybody, to look up to. And when The Little Mermaid came out, I was able to say, hey, look, I'm just like The Little Mermaid. Now there's going to be a whole generation of little, black girls who are going to be able to say, hey, look, I'm just like The Little Mermaid.
Well, and on that same note, Disney does tend to have a disparity of minorities when it comes to their princess lineup.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of nice to see them diversifying the princess lineup now.
Because not every little girl out there is a Caucasian girl.
Absolutely.
And you have, these other little girls that want to be able to say, I'm just like, whoever. And here's a great opportunity. Ariel is kind of a feisty little girl who, grows up very quickly. So,
and again, it's the role itself is an ethnically agnostic role.
Exactly. It could have been.
So it doesn't matter. You could have had
an Asian girl.
And that doesn't matter. Could have been a Native American.
Could have been Native American. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, kudos to Disney for diversifying for this. And the other thing is now you've got two Little Mermaids that you can look up to.
Absolutely.
What is wrong with that?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. So good for them.
Yeah.
So, definitely looking forward to that. So in other Disney news, talking about a current live action, which is Aladdin. Disney's Aladdin is becoming one of Disney's most successful live action remakes of an animated feature film. The movie crossed the 900 million mark at the global box office. On Friday, Disney announced that the film had already pulled in $897.3 million globally and would be joining 6 other live-action movies to cross the $900 million mark.
Ready, everybody?
So today, we are on set filming Aladdin, and it's just so magical. This live-action Aladdin took my breath away. Growing up with this character, and I always remember Jasmine as strong and knows her own mind. When I think of when I was a little girl, she was the character that I would always play because I could relate in some way. What we're trying to do is reimagine with a modern twist to it.
What Naomi has done with Jasmine is powerful and really unique.
She brings that sense of empowerment to the character.
As a character that you know, but it's a refreshing incarnation.
Princess Jasmine wants the best for Agrabah, and what's best for them is if she leads. But rather than say that she wanted to lead, she shows the skills and the qualities of a leader.
She has big aspirations, and she sees a future that's greater for the kingdom and the city of Agrabah.
The story is a progression of how she finally speaks out and becomes the leader that she's destined to be. Today, we are filming one of the new songs, Speechless. She says, enough is enough. I have a choice here and I'm going to stand up for what I believe in. It's such a strong song. It's going to be really special.
Very cool.
So at some point we'll actually get around to see. Summer is always busy for us. We always have lots of things going on the weekend, so we need to definitely make time for it. So this puts the film in the categories like Beauty and the Beast, Jungle Book, Alice in Wonderland, and the 3 Pirates of the Caribbean movies in that $900 million live action. So in total, there are 55 films that have reached this mark for the Walt Disney Company. Aladdin is currently the 3rd biggest movie of the year, following Marvel Studios' Avengers Endgame and Captain Marvel. But this is actually the number 1 movie for the Disney Studios, not under, Marvel, even though that's part of the group. And Disney's Aladdin, has been a pleasant surprise. It was projected to make 75 to 85 million during its opening weekend back during Memorial Day, and it actually made 117. So it obviously did a lot better than most people were thinking.
It's all good news for Disney stockholders, right?
Sure is. We happen to be them. One of many. So it obviously, it gives Disney validation that remaking, animated classics is working out for them. And obviously we see that with them going forward with, The Little Mermaid.
So every live action that they've made so far has been successful. They've not had issues with
They haven't had any issues. And it's nice that even though they're remaking them, there is something different about it, and so that's kind of nice for the people, for the fans who, remember the movies from when they were a kid, and now they get to go and there's at least something, I kind of know the story, but I don't know the whole story. And that was kind of the same thing with Beauty and the Beast. It was an interesting twist, you kind of knew this was this, and then all of a sudden you were like, oh, that's a nice little twist that I didn't see coming,
The nice thing is it doesn't obsolete the old movies. The old movies still stand on their own as their own story, and these are, an addition to those stories.
Right. And again, there's usually always some new songs like we just saw, from the clip here. You have some original songs, some of the original songs from the original animated movie, and then something new to throw in. And, again, the characters have a different twist or something. So it's nice that it's a familiar, but yet it's still kind of new as well.
Right, and they complement the original movies, I think is what the important thing is.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that is it for Disney Detectives.
All righty. So on to our entertainment news. We have the discontinuation of publishing of a magazine that I think you and I both read in our youth.
Yeah, this was actually kind of sad news. And actually, I saw it through a tweet from Weird Al.
Oh, wow.
And so Mad Magazine has decided that it is going to cease new publications more so on their regular basis. So Mad Magazine, which has been famous for, What Me Worry, and the mascot of Alfred E. Newman, is going to be coming off the newsstands. The owner, DC, sent out a email on Wednesday night talking about it. It said that after issue 10, there would be no new content except for end-of-year specials, which would still be all new. And that anything else that came out would kind of be best of stuff. So, it's been in publication for 67 years, so that's a pretty long time for that type of thing. Obviously, the magazine was sold mostly in comic shops, and, you had subscribers that got it in the mail. DC did not explain why, the stopping of this. The magazine was founded in 1952 by editor Harvey Kurtzman and publisher William Gaines. It actually debuted as a comic book in 1952 and then switched to a magazine format 3 years later. The long-running comics featured included The Spy vs. Spy and a back page fold. There was always a back page that you'd have to fold to get some sort of secret message. Like I said, Weird Al was among those lamenting about the news on Twitter on Wednesday night, saying that he was profoundly sad to hear about the developments. He said, "I can't begin to describe the impact that it had on me as a young kid. It's pretty much the reason why I turned out weird. Goodbye to one of the all-time greatest American institutions." And yeah, I remember, reading Mad Magazine, as a kid. I don't think I read it every issue that it came out, but it was definitely one of those things when I went to a store and saw it and I had, allowance money.
Yeah. See, I never bought them or had the subscription. My best friend did.
Okay.
And I remember going over his house every time a new subscription came out, and we'd sit there and page through the whole thing.
That's awesome.
Used to love reading the Spy vs. Spy comics. That was always my favorite part.
Yeah, I always liked the parodies of the movies, or, I seem to remember there was like a Back to the Future one, and, it was all the pop culture-y things. Obviously, a lot of the political stuff I didn't understand back then, so It would actually kind of be interesting to go back and read it now.
And that's why I think starting with episode 11, issue 11, when they start doing some of the best ofs,
right,
it'll be interesting to go back and see some
definitely.
of them.
I would definitely be interested in going back and seeing, some of the stuff that, I didn't, see as a kid.
I have to wonder if the push towards digital publishing is
that
what
could be
because
we've seen, you've seen that with a lot of publications that, they realize that people aren't getting things in print anymore.
Yeah.
You even see it when you look online at certain magazines or newspapers where you're allowed so many free ones, and
they
now
put everything behind a paywall.
Now you have to pay because they need to make some sort of money. So, I could see.
And I was, looking at this and looking at some of the clearinghouse services like Apple's News Plus now, where you pay a flat subscription and you get access to all of this content. I have to wonder if moving towards that model would be what a magazine like Mad Magazine would have to do in order to
maybe.
To
and maybe that's something, maybe, they'll have so many people start, buying it again that maybe they'll realize, hey, you know what, maybe we can put out, more content, maybe not do, because I think they were, it was every other month that a new issue was coming out.
And that's the interesting thing about the path that they're going here is they're not killing the magazine.
Right.
They're just not putting it in a certain
Right. There's still going to be
outlet.
Right. There's still going to be a year-end special, which, maybe it'll be thicker than the other ones.
They're still publishing it for subscribers, for instance.
Right.
And it's still going to be available in comic books. So this might be one of those, wake-up calls of, okay, guys, the industry is really not moving in a direction that we can sustain things here. Here's your first warning. Here's your shot across the bow.
Right.
That if we don't continue some traditional media outlets here, this magazine is going to go away, and here's the first outlet that you're losing. So it might just be a marketing ploy.
Could be.
To try and get people interested in the magazine.
So we shall see.
Cool.
So in sort of Disney-ish, not Disney-ish moves, it looks like Matt Smith might be playing the main villain in Doctor Strange 2. While Marvel hasn't officially released...
Doctor Who 2?
Doctor Strange.
Oh, Doctor Strange 2. I'm sorry.
Very funny. While Marvel hasn't revealed where they are for Phase 4 yet, speculation is that during Comic-Con that's supposed to be occurring next month, that's where more news will be coming out. But obviously Doctor Strange was a very beloved character, so the fact that, him getting a second movie was already on the horizon. It sounded like that they were actually looking to do the character Baron Mordo. Baron Mordo. That was the character that they were thinking that they were going with, and I guess now they're thinking about Nightmare.
Okay.
And that's who Matt Smith is going to be playing.
So it's Doctor Strange versus Doctor Who.
Right. And basically that was one of the things that, that the news coming out was going to be kind of exciting for fans of Doctor Who / Sherlock, because for years they wanted some kind of crossover between the two, and hey, this is how you're going to get it in a completely different
Well, it is worth
way.
noting that the Infinity Stone that Doctor Strange possesses is the Time Stone.
Right. So it does make sense.
So the villain here, here's the plot line. Okay, so the villain here steals the Time Stone.
Okay.
Puts it in an old police box and turns it into a TARDIS, right?
Right. That would be awesome. And it's your biggest nightmare or something like that. Yeah. So, and this was kind of funny, was that they said, that in the article that they were already able to bring two Sherlocks together in Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, because you had, obviously, Benedict Cumberbatch, who played Sherlock in the BBC, and then you have Robert Downey Jr., who played Sherlock in the movies, the more recent movies, and there was the funny meme, that, great, you brought these two Sherlocks together, they should have had some sort of line, no shit, Sherlock, between the two of them. So it'll be nice to have Sherlock and Doctor Who together in some way. So obviously we'll probably hear more about this, after San Diego Comic-Con happens. So the last story that we have today in our entertainment section is kind of a follow-up to one of our original stories when we first started our podcast.
The zombie story that won't die.
The zombie story. So obviously there was the documentary that was on HBO called Leaving Neverland, which was basically following some of the accusers of Michael Jackson and, where they were now and whatnot. So now it seems that there is a group from various fan clubs who are suing Wade Robson and James Safechuck, who are the two subjects of the HBO documentary Leaving Neverland. As Rutgers reports, the three organizations, which are the Michael Jackson Community, the MJ Street, and On the Line, allege that the documentary is sullying Jackson's image and are seeking a symbolic damages of €1 each, which is $1.13. Not really sure why, but why you would.
Yeah, it's the documentary that's selling his images, not the actions that Jackson
the
took while he was alive.
Yeah, so it was very odd. So the 3 fan clubs are suing in France due to the country's more strict defamation laws, which extend beyond a person's lifetime. The group's lawyer, Emmanuel Ludeau, won a similar case in 2014 against Jackson's doctor, Conrad Murray, who had been supplying the pop star with drugs in the days before his death. Regarding the fan club's case, the lawyer compared Robson and Safechuck's allegations to a genuine lynching of Jackson. Okay, well,
All right. This is another case of everyone's entitled to be offended by something, and we're going to be offended by this.
Right. So,
how did you even get a lawyer to take this case with no money involved?
I don't know. So the lawyer basically said, in France, you cannot sully the images of the dead, which is why he decided to take the case. There are moral and emotional suffering, and when there's suffering, there's compensation. It's very simple. So a court's judgment is supposed to be delivered around October 4th on this. So,
well, and I think the problem you run into with this is they have to prove that the statements said in the documentary are false.
Right. And how do you do that?
Right.
You can't because you have he said, and the one person is no longer around to defend themselves. So, and again, because they're only doing it to get $1 out of it.
Right. $1.13.
$1.13. Well, €1.
€1.
So, I don't know. I guess, just let it be already.
This is some fan clubs that are just screaming for attention.
Well, and kind of an interesting thing was a different article that I saw kind of going back to Weird Al, is I saw that he had actually made a statement that in his upcoming concert tour, which we're actually going to be seeing this coming Friday.
Which I don't know how that didn't make it in the afterthoughts.
Well, because it's actually sold out, so I didn't want anybody going, and that was kind of...
But is the whole tour sold out?
No, I don't believe the whole tour is sold out. All right, fine, we can throw it in the afterthoughts. Anyway, he actually had made a comment that he wasn't going to be performing any of his Michael Jackson parodies.
Like 70% of his act is all Michael Jackson parodies. Michael Jackson proved to be such a target-rich environment for him.
That's the thing is, Eat It and Fat were really the big two, for him. But yeah, he kind of was backing away because that there's so much controversy right now going on.
Oh, I think that's silly that he would back away from that.
Well, I guess we'll find out on Friday when we go to the concert if he changes his mind. So that is it in entertainment news.
Alrighty, I think we have fortunately, a brief in memoriam this week. We do. Who have we lost this week?
So this week we actually lost a comedian, Artie Johnson. He was one of the stars on Laugh-In. That's probably where most people would recognize him. He was an Emmy-winning star of the 60s and 70s, the sketch comedy show Laugh-In. He actually died on July 3rd in Los Angeles of heart failure. He was 90 and had been battling bladder and prostate cancer. Again, he was most known for starring on Laugh-In. One of his famous characters was Wolfgang, who had a very heavy German accent, and his catchphrase was very interesting. So if you don't know who he was, you know some of his characters. He was born in Michigan, and he actually started out performing in New York nightclubs, was cast in The Gentlemen Prefer Blondes on stage. He ended up moving to television, starring in, various episodes of different shows like The Twilight Zone, Hennessy and Sally. Then he actually went on to do episodes of Bewitched, Lost in Space, The Partridge Family, The Donna Reed Show. He ended up making a couple of movies or co-stars, where I actually remembered him from was playing Renfield in Love at First Bite.
Oh, yeah.
So that's where I always remembered him from. But then later on, he went through the game show phase, the celebrity game shows of The Match Game and Wheel of Fortune and Gong Show. And then he even did, stuff in the 80s with Murder, She Wrote, Night Court, General Hospital. And actually, he ended up doing extensive voiceover work for Justice League Unlimited, The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, DuckTales, and Animaniacs.
Wow, that is a distinguished career.
Yeah, so, not so bad. He is survived by his wife of 51 years and an older brother. So, sad news, but a good life and a good legacy to leave behind.
Living to 90 with a career like that, that's impressive.
That sure is.
Alrighty. So, are we ready for insightful picks of the week?
I believe we are.
And to you, my dear.
Why, thank you, my love. So, my show this week is from the CW. It's called The 100. It's actually in its 6th season right now, and actually, this past April has been renewed for a 7th season. So basically, the premise behind the show is when nuclear Armageddon destroys the civilization on Earth, the only survivors are those on 12 international space stations that are in orbit at the time. 3 generations later, the 4,000 survivors living on this space ark of linked stations see that their resources are dwindling and are facing draconian measures established to ensure humanity's future. So they're desperately looking for a solution. The ARC leaders decide to send 100, hence the
so that's where that comes from.
That's where it comes from. Juvenile prisoners back to the planet to test if it's habitable.
So Earth becomes Australia then.
Basically. So having always lived in space, the exiles find the planet fascinating and terrifying, but the fate of the human race is in their hands, and they must forge a path into the unknown. So basically it starts off 97 years after there's been this nuclear apocalypse. And when the first 100 kids basically go down, they end up finding out that they're not alone, that there's a couple of races that have been on Earth ever since and have kind of mutated. So you have one group of people called the Mountain People who basically had locked themselves in a bunker when, before things had started. Then you had, the other group of people who were left out in the open and basically learned how to deal with the radiation that had occurred to them and, this fight between all of them. This current season actually jumped like 125 years because stuff had happened on Earth. They basically had to leave because Earth was basically destroyed. And now they're on this other planet where they found people from when Earth was actually still around. And the start of this apocalypse happened, and you had a group of scientists that kind of went off Earth to kind of recreate our civilization someplace else. So now they're dealing with those, people. So it's it started out really good, and then I kind of lost interest for a little while, and then I kind of came back to it. So that's where I am with it right now. So giving it another try.
Okay. Interesting. Good pick.
Thank you.
So, my pick of the week here, should come as no surprise, is a documentary.
Oh my goodness, I would have never realized it.
Not a science one or a history one.
Really?
This time. This is actually a music documentary.
Very different for you.
Yes, this is number 8 in an 8-part documentary series called Remastered, produced by Netflix. It's a 2018 documentary. This one is The Lion's Share. In this 8th and final installment, of the remastered music documentary series. Director Sam Coleman and showrunners Jeff and Mike Zimbalist pick up on the trails of three converging parties. South African writer and documentarian Ryan Milan, Zulu musician Solomon Linda, and a two-time Billboard Top 10 hit. The result is a well-crafted and sophisticated account of bitterness, longing, and the all-too-common exploitation of black talent for white gain. So in this one, they actually dig into the origins of the song "The Lion Sleeps Tonight."
Interesting.
It was originally a South African song from an artist who didn't understand the idea of even licensing, music and stuff. They did it for pure social and enjoyment by the name of Solomon Linda back in the 1920s and 30s. And it eventually was adopted by an American folk singer, Pete Seeger, who acknowledged the fact that it wasn't his original, and he sort of insisted that royalties be paid back to the descendants of the original artist, and the recording company basically ignored that, and there was a long, drawn-out legal battle, ultimately culminating in a legal fight with Disney for the 1994 version of Lion King, in which the song featured prominently. And as much as I would have liked to have used this as an example to say how evil Disney is, Disney did initially fight it. And I, after watching the entire documentary, I could understand why, because they were really trying to use this obscure British copyright law that South Africa had adopted. Okay. And, Disney basically said, we're not buying it, and they tried to appeal to the court system in South Africa, but when the lawsuit turned out to be valid or validated in the court system, they immediately attempted to settle for a reasonable sum of money for back royalties, and they agreed to pay royalties moving forward under the law. All right. So Disney even went a step further and suggested that the money itself, instead of being paid out to a lump sum to the three surviving daughters of Solomon Linda, who at the time were basically living in abject poverty. And the settlement, if you do the math, the settlement was about $2.5 million, somewhere in there.
Okay, nothing to sneeze at.
No, and Disney's point was, well, if you drop $2.5 million on these people, they're not going to know what to do with it. They're not going to know how to spend it, and it's going to get wasted. Right. So Disney had actually suggested but didn't insist on having it put into a trust fund and have the trust fund managed for them so it could be delved out, and managed. And that's exactly what happened, and it turns out that, they still managed to waste the money. And,
shame.
But very good documentary. The thing that I found, the story itself of the origins of the song and the trials and tribulations it went through to get to the point where it was at and how it was stolen and so forth, was fascinating. What I really found interesting was this journalist, this South African journalist, Ryan Milan. It was almost as much a journey for him and his soul as it was for the song. Because he's the grandnephew of Daniel Francois Milan, who was the first South African prime minister who basically implemented apartheid. And he, Ryan, had this overwhelming sense of guilt at what his family had imposed on the black South Africans, that he was desperately trying to find some way to work towards forgiveness. And he latched onto this story here, knowing how important this song, which initially the song was called Mumbe, which is the lion. And that eventually became anglicized into Awimbawe,
Okay.
which became a song on its own in the 50s. And then eventually in the 60s, the song itself was given anglicized lyrics and became The Lion King. And he knew how important it was from a cultural standpoint. You know, we talk about cultural appropriation today on a regular basis. Well, back then, you know, it happened all the time.
It happened
no
all
one
the time, and
acknowledged
nobody thought differently about it.
So Ryan wanted to perform some kind of penance for the South Africans at recompense for what his family had caused. And this was the crusade that he took up. And this was like a 30-year crusade for this man to finally get some kind of restitution given to the sisters. And the sisters ultimately wound up more well off than they were for it. Mm-hmm. And it was touching to see his side of the story, because the documentary follows the sisters, it follows the song, but there's subtle undertones to Ryan Malan and his story. And that touched me more than anything else, was that this guy was really trying to save, not his family name, but his own sense of guilt at something he didn't do. It was something that his family had done. So it's a very good documentary, and I'm actually inspired now to go back and look at the other 7 documentaries in the series now. But Remastered, The Lion's Share is a 2018 documentary on Netflix, and I recommend it.
Very good pick.
So we'll come back with an afterthought, right?
Yes, we will.
All right. Let's get weird.
How did you know that was going to be it? So as we mentioned, this Friday we are going to be seeing Weird Al Yankovic with his Strings Attached tour. We're actually going to be seeing it in Philadelphia at the Met, which is a new venue that just opened recently. I believe they renovated it, so I'm actually looking forward to seeing what it looks like. If you look at pictures of it, it looks like that old classic type, theater from, the turn of the century type.
Oh, like when Lincoln got shot in.
So yes, it is actually sold out. So if you are from the Philadelphia area, you might be able to find tickets.
The Philly show is sold out.
Right, the Philly show is sold out. He's actually playing in Cleveland, Ohio tonight, which is sold out. Pittsburgh the next night, which is sold out. Then he's going to Ontario, Canada. That one actually looks like there's tickets available. Syracuse, which will be Thursday, the 11th, there are tickets available for. Then he plays Philadelphia. Then he goes down to North Carolina, Virginia, then up to New Hampshire, Connecticut, New York on July 20th.
So I'm guessing there's a website people can look this up.
Yes, if you actually go to weirdal.com/tour, you can find all of his tour dates. It looks like right now the tour goes until September 1st, ending right now at Little Rock, Arkansas at the Verizon Arena, and there are tickets available for that. So it looks like there's a couple of shows here and there that are sold out, but for the most part, if you happen to be in an area, definitely go and see it. This is when he did his tour last year. It was we never got tickets for it because I think maybe he was in Atlantic City last year. It was much smaller venues, and it was a much more obscure concert. He was playing basically a lot of his quote unquote B-side songs,
right.
More like fan favorites. Like if you've collected his albums throughout the years, you knew the songs, but if you were a casual listener of him, you probably didn't know the songs. So this year, the concert, it's basically he's playing his hits and his classics, doing his big productions with costumes and props and a video wall, and actually having his original band is all with him, background singers, and a full symphonic orchestra,
Nice.
which will definitely be interesting to see.
It'll be a big sound for Weird Al.
Yes, it definitely will. I've seen him a couple of times throughout the years. Always one of my favorite concerts to go see. I don't think you've ever...
I've never seen him in concert.
We've kind of turned our daughter on to him, so I think she's looking forward to it. Yeah. So it'll be a fun evening for sure.
Well, and we'll be back next week, hopefully with
reviews.
Reviews of it.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
So, and I think that's all we have for this week.
I believe it is.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you, dear, for your time.
Always.
And we'll be back next week with another fresh podcast.
All right. Have a good week, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 6, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay, all things considered.
Okay, I think it looks like I caught you off guard with that comment there.
You never see it coming.
So today we're going to be talking about artificial intelligence, which seems to be invading every aspect of our lives. In fact, we had to unplug our piece of artificial technology so that we didn't get bothered by anyone showing up today. So let's just start off by talking about what is artificial intelligence. In your own words, define what artificial intelligence is to you.
I guess if I had to put it into my own words, it'd probably be humanity's ability to create programs that can think for themselves maybe not think for themselves, because I don't mean entirely self-aware, but programs that can function on their own, whether that be completing a task over and over again or something more advanced like memory, storing memory, things like that.
Okay, and I think that's certainly a valid definition. I think there's several definitions, really, and we'll talk about those. But the clinical definition from the research that I did is that artificial intelligence is the simulation of human intelligence in machines. And it used to be confined to science fiction, but in recent decades, it's broken into the real world. It's becoming one of the most important technologies in our time. And really, it's in everything. So in addition to being the brains behind facial recognition, AI is helping to solve critical problems in transportation, retail, healthcare. It's spotting breast cancer missed by human eyes. On the internet, it's used for everything from speech recognition to spam filtering. Movie studios even plan to start using AI to analyze potential movies to choose which ones to put into development. So it's really, depending on your aspect of it, it's really a matter of replacing human thinking, it seems like, in many cases. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about, there's 4 basic classifications of artificial intelligence, 2 of which that have already been realized with current technology, 2 of which have not and potentially could go in different directions. Then we'll look at the pros and cons of today's artificial intelligence. And We'll look at intelligence in the future, which is, one of the things that we always do. And we'll look at the good, the bad, and the ugly of where artificial intelligence could go. Because there's some very well-known critics of artificial intelligence who are its detractors. So let's get started. We'll talk about our 4 types of artificial intelligence first. So the first type of artificial intelligence that we're going to look at are reactive machines. So these are the most basic types of AI systems, and they are purely reactive. They don't have the ability to form memories. They don't have the ability to recognize past experiences. And probably the biggest example of this is IBM's Deep Blue. Are you familiar with Deep Blue?
No. I believe in the notes. Is that the one, the chess machine?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not. I mean, I've heard of different programs. Going up against chess players, but not that one specifically.
So Deep Blue was a whole computer system that IBM had built with the sole purpose. It was a supercomputer with the sole purpose of playing chess better than humans. I don't know if have you ever played computer chess on the PC or anything?
No, I had a chess board that played against you. Like, it told you where to move the pieces.
Right.
But I'm so bad at chess, it didn't really need to try that hard. So.
Well, and that, I guess that's my point. I'm the same way. I know how the pieces move, and I know some basic strategy, but I'm terrible at it. Mm-hmm. So it didn't take much for a basic computer game to beat me at chess. So IBM built this entire supercomputer to play who was at the time the world champion, Garry Kasparov, back in the late 90s. And it was simplistic in its ability, but it was sophisticated in its achievement. So Deep Blue could identify the pieces on the chessboard and know how each moves. Okay, so he's reached my level of intelligence at that point. So I can identify them and move them. Deep Blue can make predictions about what moves might be next for it and its opponents. And this is where really its intelligence could go. So, for instance, it could analyze the board, and it could compute every possible permutation of a move that could be done at that time, which is pretty impressive. Yeah. And then it could decide what the best move is and basically play an entire game out on a single move. It can choose the most optimal moves, but it doesn't have the concept of the past. It can't learn from its mistakes. It doesn't have any memory of what happened before. So it's here, now, in the moment. And that's really where its restrictions were. It could analyze the current situation. Whereas another example would be Google's AlphaGo, where it played another strategy game called Go, which is a Chinese game. And Go is the Chinese equivalent of chess, but it's a territorial-based game. So there's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of forethought that goes into it. There's sacrifice strategies and so forth that go into Go. And it's beaten the top Go players in the world, but it can't evaluate all the potential moves that Deep Blue can. So it's different types of technology. Its analysis method was more sophisticated because it used neural networks, which is exactly what humans have for brains, where we can form connections in our brains through a neural network. But it doesn't have the ability to retain or learn or anything like that. So that's sort of the limitation that we have with reactive machines, and they're still in use today, but this was sort of the infancy of artificial intelligence. Are there any applications that you could think of from a practical standpoint that we could use a machine like that today?
Maybe not practical, but I guess for competitive play. Because I know IBM also made Watson for Jeopardy.
Right.
And that did pretty well. I don't remember one against Ken Jennings and the third player, but I know it did very well with that kind of technology. And I imagine it's probably, something similar where they analyze, because Jeopardy repeats questions, so they probably analyzed all the questions, put it into its memory banks or its data banks, and then allowed it to get strategies from that. So I could definitely see for competitive play like that. And And also, it could probably be used to analyze trends in these games. So like how the best humans in the world, how they win, and then maybe learn from that information. But I might just be blanking, but I can't think of any more practical than that.
And I think that's sort of the challenge that artificial intelligence had in those early days, was that you couldn't make money off of it.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't something where you could build this machine, stick it in industry, and have it produce something. So a lot of it was confined to college studies. The next type of machine, type 2 class, are machines with limited memory. So they can look into the past. And for this, we look at self-driving cars. So self-driving cars, for example, can observe other cars' speed and direction. That can't be done in just one moment, so they have to look at it in time slices. They need to be able to identify specific objects. They need to monitor them over time. You think of just driving down the road, you're looking at objects. Even if you're just looking at the lines in the road and the bends in the road, you have to look at these over time, and there has to be a progression sequence that the computer itself can understand and then predict what it has to do. The observations are added to the self-driving car's pre-programmed representations of the world. So you figure you have a map overlay, then you have these observations that are overlaid on the map itself, so you can do obstacle avoidance and things along those lines. These include lane markings, traffic lights, and other important elements like curves in the road. So now at the type 2 stage, now you're getting something that's a little bit more practical at this point. You have something you can sell. Tesla loves this technology for their cars, their autopilot system that they have. Where do you see other applications of these limited memory type 2 AIs of functioning?
I think definitely the self-driving cars are the beginning of it, but I could see that technology being migrated to other things, maybe for military use, maybe, or I think we have it coming up later, but like trucking, like big-scale trucking, where the trucks are automated, they're sent. If you've ever seen the movie Logan, there's automated trucks in that movie, which they're kind of terrifying because they don't stop. But I could definitely see that being used for commerce, maybe, or for trade. A way to automate these ships or these trucks to move across long distances. Of course, that would eliminate those jobs, but that's a different discussion.
Yeah, well, and even if you look at it from a direct practical standpoint, that last mile delivery, you've got companies like Amazon that are looking to do automated drone deliveries. You don't have a guy sitting in a truck with a remote control. These drones are being attached to packages, and they know based on an overhead topographical map where the addresses are. So the artificial intelligence there is flying them in, dropping them off, making sure they don't crash into anyone or decapitate anyone.
Yeah, I think they tried that, but people smashed up the drones, so they had to stop.
They did have some issues with interactions with people there, where they tend to scare people. And you're not even getting to the uncanny valley perspective there. It's just people don't like drones flying around their houses. So yeah, that's that. This control, this automation. Like if you could have an entire fleet of tankers, and those tankers are computer controlled, you could eliminate human error, right, like in the example of the Exxon Valdez, where you can avoid a lot of the accidents that you run into because the computers can react much faster. The next form that they talk about is where we haven't gotten to yet. And this is where we sort of get to that scary aspect of things. And that's what they call theory of mind. So machines in the next more advanced class not only form representations about the world, but also about other gadgets and entities in the world. In psychology, it's called theory of mind, the understanding that people, creatures, and objects in the world can have thoughts and emotions that affect their own behavior. Without understanding each other's motives and intentions, and without taking into account what somebody else knows, either more about me or the environment, working together is at best difficult. So, from a theory of mind standpoint, we're talking about direct interaction with robots in this case. And the example that I could think of here is a manufacturing situation. You're building cars. We've got robots in auto plants now, but those robots are single-purpose robots, right? So they pick something up and they flip it and they put it down, and that's all they do. Well, this next level here is more like if we think of Iron Man and how Iron Man, when he's building his suit, he's interacting with the robots around him. And when the robot does something wrong, he yells at the robot, and the robot exhibits some sadness as a result. So you're talking about the first level of really intelligent machines here, where the machines can interact with you. And you kind of get this with your personal assistants now. Your Amazons, your Googles. I even say Siri, but Siri is literally the absolute worst personal assistant out there. But they are able to react to you. They're able to know environmentally, depending on what aspects of technology you have in your home. Amazon knows that I walk in the door. I unlock my door, I turn my lights on, it knows I'm here. That can trigger a reaction of telling me what the weather is, or starting dinner, or turning my air conditioner on, or something like that. So you're getting to the point where they're sensing the environment, they're interacting with you as an individual, and then they're doing something. Where do you think something like that would go, and what would be a marketable use for that?
Well, I think it basically they're like personal servants, right? At that point, they just aren't aware that they are,
right?
Because their only purpose, it became like a joke. But there's a part in I don't know if you ever watched Rick and Morty, but there's a part where the scientist guy creates a robot that is only made to give him butter for his toast, and the robot goes, "What is my purpose?" And he goes, "You pass me butter." And he goes, "Dear God," because he realizes that that's his only purpose in life. So, it's that step before self-awareness, which is the next step we'll talk about, but it's that purely subservient, purely utility function, right? And I think, like you said, a great example is all the personal assistants that we have. And I'm not sure how much of them are recognizing you, but maybe just recognizing inputs through voice commands.
Yes.
Because like you have to say, so-and-so, turn on the lights. It doesn't or I could be wrong, but it doesn't see your face through a camera, recognize you, and then
No, but things. For instance, your Amazon devices can recognize your voice.
Yeah, so my Google does too, yeah.
When I say, hey, email so-and-so, they don't say, well, who's emailing from?
Yeah.
If somebody else comes in, if it recognizes Michelle's voice and Michelle says, hey, email Joe, the email comes from Michelle, so it knows. So there is some very basic cognizance of who it's interacting with at that point.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100% there that it's a limited version, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, and I could definitely see that being improved upon. Well, I guess it depends on how you look at it, but upgraded to be more intuitive, where maybe they do have some kind of a little bit more autonomy, with how they can function and how they can control different appliances and things like that in the future.
And I go back to Tony Stark and Jarvis.
Yeah.
That type of thing is sort of the direction that they're going with these personal assistants here. And then the fourth and final one they talk about is probably the most controversial, I'd say, and that's self-awareness. The final step of AI development is to build systems that can form representations about themselves. Consciousness is also called self-awareness for a reason. I want that item is a very different statement than I know I want that item. Conscious beings are aware of themselves, know about their internal states, and are able to predict feelings of others. We assume someone honking behind us in traffic is angry or impatient because that's how we would feel when we honk at others. Without theory of mind, which is the natural progression to this, we couldn't make those sorts of inferences. So where does self-awareness take us? Let me ask you that.
I mean, I personally think that that's where they get a little bit more scary, because then it becomes, the obvious answer is the difference between us and a self-aware AI, or we have blood and bones and things like that. But on a thought level, if we function the same way, our brains are essentially really, really complex computers, right? So if we're able to create an AI that can function like that and can think and can store memories and anticipate emotion and on some level empathize even, if it can recognize the person behind me honking is angry, they're able to put themselves in that person's shoes. And I think that shows a higher level of intelligence that's equal to humans. It's certainly above animals, I think. So
let me expound on that example real quick. So when someone's honking behind you, do you feel empathy towards them?
No, I just figure I did something wrong, probably. That's how I see it. I don't get mad at them.
And that's one way to do it. Now, when I get someone honking behind me, it annoys me.
Yeah.
So do I really want this artificial intelligence controlling a 2,000-pound projectile to get angry because somebody's honking at it?
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like if we're trying to replicate, or maybe we're not intentionally doing this, but if we're trying to duplicate the human thought process, humans are clearly not perfect beings.
No.
Right? And we're prone to our baser desires. So I think that is something that could be, recognized too. And especially if AI doesn't have that, what humans have, like a conscience telling you, a sense of morals, a sense of what is right and wrong, the threat of the consequences of your actions, it might not have anything to stop it from, acting on those impulses right away,
It's funny you mentioned that. I can't help but think of, Roman mythology. We as humans think that we're made in God's image. And when you look at Roman mythology, you had these gods that were cruel, they were sadistic at times, they were compassionate at times, but they were power incarnate, and everything that bad happened because they were angry or we did something wrong. And we were really reflecting our own nature on them to try to explain things.
Yeah, and even if you think about it, it's almost like emotion based, right? You have the god of war,
right,
who is Mars, right? And then that he's typically portrayed as angry and primal, and then you have goddesses of love who are lustful and things like that, and you have like Jupiter, who is very prideful. So it's almost like you said, a direct reflection of each of these emotions being represented.
Right, yeah. And the scary thing that we created the gods, from our own needs, and we're creating the AIs.
Yeah.
So there's a very good chance that we're going to have these AIs reflect the same flaws that we do and the same virtues that we do, hopefully. Yeah. But it's the flaws that scare me.
Yeah.
If I program my AI to react emotionally to somebody honking its horn, and that reaction is the same one that I have enough self-restraint to know that I can't pull my car over and go beat this guy up. Whereas the car might get angry and cut him off. Yep. That's where it gets kind of scary there when you're self-aware.
Yeah. And then if this is a hypothetical, but like if the AI has access to information on that person, they look up their license plate number, they find their address, who knows?
The old car movie Christine, it's going to try and get you, So I wanted to, before we moved on with the pros and cons and everything, I thought it was worthwhile to kind of lay out the groundwork on what we're talking about with artificial intelligence. So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll look at the pros and cons of today's artificial intelligence. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So let's talk about the pros and cons of artificial intelligence. Being ever the optimist that I am, let's look at the pros first. So the first one that I have here, and feel free to throw out your own or dispute the ones that I have, reduction in human error. One example here is artificial intelligence in weather forecasting has significantly increased the reliability of weather forecasts. So instead of being, 3% correct, they're 5% correct now. Do you think reduction in human error is a benefit of AI?
Yeah, definitely. But I don't know. Sometimes human error can be a good thing. Sometimes new ideas are born out of that, or So there are two sides to it. But definitely human error when it comes to things like I don't know, air traffic control, maybe, where there's lives at stake. I think those are definitely areas where human error, if it could be reduced to zero, would be ideal.
Sure, yeah, and air traffic control is a great example because that's a very high stress.
Yeah.
It takes a great toll on air traffic
Yeah,
controllers.
that was something else I was going to bring up too, which is kind of with this, is the human cost of doing a lot of jobs, where if your people are overworked or underpaid, replacing them with an AI who wouldn't care, or you wouldn't have to worry about their civil liberties as much, I guess, could be a better replacement than abusing a workforce.
Sure. Well, and that even translates into my next point here is the reduced risk to humans.
Yep.
The example here is AI robots could be used to clean up nuclear and chemical waste in Chernobyl and Fukushima, where you don't have to expose humans to that sort of thing. They're also available 24/7. So again, we look at workers' rights here, and we're assuming we're not applying them to AI entities. So you can make your machines work 24/7 until they gain self-awareness.
I was going to say, that's how you get a robot uprising.
Right, until they gain self-awareness and unionize. Digital assistants. So AI-powered customer service centers can provide fast, efficient service on a consistent basis. Have you ever experienced an AI customer service center?
Well, especially now with the coronavirus, most call centers are not fully staffed. I had to call, I think I ordered food from somewhere the other day, and I had to call, and I went through like 3 different robots. None of them helped me. So maybe this is a pro in the future, but I don't think it's a pro right now.
Okay, so and I would agree that I think I had to call the cable company for work to get a problem taken care of. And what took me 15 minutes to get to a person, I probably would have had the problem solved in that time.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll buy that. How about decision making? AI are capable of analyzing input from a wide variety of sensors and making quick, decisive choices that can mean life and death in things such as manufacturing and driving cars. Do you think that's a benefit?
Yeah, I think it can be. Unless you end up with something like the train dilemma, where you have to put one life above like 20. And I think the AI would obviously choose the one life, but I don't know how well that would sell to whoever's behind the.
Well, the other 20 wouldn't like that. I can tell you that.
Yeah. You know what I meant. I meant save the 20, sacrifice the one. But I don't know how well that would go over in the press or things like that. Because there was a long time ago, there was that self-driving car that crashed and killed somebody, right?
Yeah.
And people were like lost their minds over it. And that was one. And I think it was an accident. I think it was on the fault of the person that got hit. I could be wrong, but I think that they were crossing when they weren't supposed to or something. But still, people, I think, already are so wary of this kind of technology, and I think the second that any of those decisions, if they make, 1,000 right ones, but one wrong one,
right.
I think the backlash would be bad.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. There was a news article last week, and it was somewhere, I don't remember exactly where, but it was pretty sure it was Eastern Europe, where this guy was driving in his Tesla Model 3 down the highway doing 60, 70 miles an hour, had autopilot turned on, was in the passing lane, and there was a panel van that had flipped over and was in his lane. And the artificial intelligence saw it, but because it was in an environment where it was traveling at such a speed, sensors didn't pick up the obstacle because the obstacle was stationary and he's moving so fast. It didn't pick up the obstacle fast enough to brake in time. It tried to brake, but it wasn't trying to avoid it. It was trying to brake to stop and slammed right into this truck. And that's because there wasn't supposed to be an obstacle. So its ability to predict an unexpected thing like that was compromised by the fact that its sensors didn't reach out far enough to know that it was there. The guy saw it. The guy knew it was there. And you could actually see the smoke from the tires as it tried to brake, but it still slammed right into it.
That's so scary. There's no, manual override for that? If you hit the brake in a Tesla, does it just not work?
I think it's one of these things where the guy thought he had enough faith in the system.
No way. I would never.
And I would never let a self-driving car self-drive me either.
Oh, yeah, no.
You know, I don't.
The safest hands are still our own.
So how about enhanced human functions? Advanced AI is capable of detecting breast cancer, which we mentioned earlier. It can detect them at earlier stages than humans. So do you think something like that where they're acting as an extra set of eyes is a helpful thing for us?
Yeah, I think that's all fine to me, using it as a tool, a way to enhance our own abilities, right? And even with artificial limbs, too, all that stuff, replacing people's arms and legs or whatever they may have lost.
Right.
3D printing organs, that stuff. Excuse me. I think that's all wonderful.
So let me flip that particular one around, and using that same technology, artificial intelligence is being employed in facial recognition. So there's a robbery at the local convenience store, let's say, theoretically, and there are cameras everywhere. You know, I have cameras around the house. You have cameras on just about every street corner. And the police come down and they decide that they want to do an area warrant where they collect all the camera footage. They go to the cell phone companies. They collect all the cell phone data of people's phones that were in the area and so forth. And then they throw all that information at an AI. And the AI, through facial recognition, cell phone records, and everything else, comes up with a list of 30 suspects that were in the area when the crime occurred. And you happen to be one of those 30. How would that make you feel?
I mean, that's where you get to Orwellian levels of problems, you know. And it's actually a real issue, or it's becoming an issue here now too. But in Hong Kong during the protests there, people had to cover their faces because there's cameras everywhere. Same thing in London too.
Yep.
Because the CCTV problem is really, really bad there.
And, they're everywhere there.
Yeah, and they straight up admit that we are using this to find you if we need to. So when it's maybe not a violent crime like a burglary, but maybe it's just a protest and these people need to be, are being rounded up by the government and silenced, that is terrifying.
Yeah.
And facial recognition especially, because, everything is, all your devices are constantly listening and watching. That is terrifying.
Yeah. So that's the scary aspect where it can be twisted. So that leads us into our cons.
Yeah.
What is bad about AI? And the first one that I have here is it costs a lot. It's the cost of creation. Increasingly sophisticated AI requires constant improvements in hardware and software. Fortunately, we have computers that are forever increasing in their capacity, but the costs are. So you look at the artificial intelligence in your phone. 10 years ago, a top-of-the-line phone cost you about $500, $600. Nowadays, you're looking at over $1,000. Is artificial intelligence worth that cost?
For me personally, I'm not sure, because I don't use my voice assistant or anything like that. Those aspects of artificial intelligence, I don't really use it that much. But the way it tracks weather and things like that, or emergency alerts, that's all very helpful. I'm not sure how much of that $1,000 for the phone is because of AI. I think it's just more how the processing, like the computing of phones nowadays and the cameras that are in them, I think that's what drives the cost up more. And how supplies are gotten to make the phones, and how those deals are negotiated. But yeah, I think AI should be worth, I'm okay with it being that much.
Okay. Then let's look at unemployment. So the dystopian fear that everybody has when you inject machines into the workforce is they're going to replace human jobs. And and we've seen this happen in the auto industry and other manufacturing industries just with dumb robotic machines. Do you think the threat to unemployment is something that's real for AI?
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, I think it's inevitable because, right? I mean, especially if robots end up being cheaper, safer, cheaper is going to be the higher thing for a business. But if it helps them minimize cost, and they can also say that it maximizes safety because there's no people that are willing to get hurt. I think it's just how things are going to go, unfortunately.
Well, and a counter to that would be something like, let's say, landscaping. All right. So right now, the landscapers come to my house. They've got 6 guys that wheel out various machines and they cut my grass. You could replace those with one intelligent lawnmower that can do all the work itself. You don't have a lot of people that are clamoring for landscaping jobs because they don't particularly pay very much. They're really the bottom of the line minimum wage type jobs in the summer, mostly for high school kids and stuff like that. And a lot of people don't want those jobs. So if it's replacing jobs that people don't want, is that a good thing?
I don't know if it's a good thing because people, I mean, a lot of high schoolers need those jobs, right, to make a little extra money on the side or to start saving up for college. But again, I think that if a company would be able to find a cheaper way to do their business, that they're always going to go for that, regardless of what their employment issue would be.
And I would tend to agree with that. One of the things that we looked at, I work in a manufacturing facility, and some of what we do is very delicate creation of connector parts and stuff like that. And it requires far more dexterity and skill than I have, and certainly better vision than I have. But a lot of that is something that could be done by a robot. So if you come into work and you're doing the same thing over and over every day, is that something that maybe we take 5 people off the line, we put one robot in there, and then we take one of those 5 people and we train them how to work the robot?
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, that's what surgeons have, right? Where they have really complex, I don't know the specific because I'm not a doctor, but they have very complex machines that allow them to do more intricate work. But they have surgeons that specialize in these machines that are really, really good at, I think they even use like video game controllers to move the parts and things like that. So I think there is like a middle point between full robot employee kind of thing versus entirely human. I think there's somewhere in between where you can kind of merge the two.
So let's go down that route there with the medical industry. So one of the other complaints about AI is it's emotionless. And I think that really comes out more in the bedside manner in an operating room like that, where the machines right now are there to assist doctors. They don't do the work. The doctors are doing the work. But I can certainly see a situation in the not too distant future where a robot is doing an operation, torn ACL, and it's not anything where it's doing life-impacting heart surgery or something like that, but like secondary surgeries. You're not going to joke with the robot while it's doing it. Yeah. It's not going to worry that it moved the wrong way and it'll hurt you. Do you think that lack of emotion in AI is a concern when it comes to things like that?
Definitely. I think that's one of the biggest obstacles when dealing with AI, just in general, not just even in the medical field. But I think that's one of people's biggest hangups is that humans are really good at recognizing other humans and other humans that are being genuine. And any attempt to fake that, you can detect it right away. Sure. And I think that's one of the issues because if we don't have that connection, especially when someone is, sticking a scalpel in us or something, I think there has to be that level of trust that, especially for something like that you need. Yeah. And even if there was a doctor on the other side of the operating, on the other side of the glass or whatever, directing or being like, hey, it's fine, there's still a robot there, and I think that people would have an issue with that. But it's probably still going to go that way, and people will just, like I said, maybe find that midway point, or just learn to be okay with it. I guess
learn to deal with
it.
Static thinking. Today's AI lacks the ability to think outside the box. It can't conceive of the world around it. And basically, it's confined to a very specific program. Do you think that inability, let's think cars, driving cars right now. So they detect something in the road. You've got a car full of passengers. You got 4 people in your car. Their sensors tell you that there's something in the road, and you have cars on lanes on either side of you. You can't stop in time. The fact that this car knows that there's something there and is willing to slam on the brakes to avoid it, even if that thing happens to be, a plastic bag that's blowing across the street, it could put the passengers in danger there. Do you think that ability to not analyze objectively the surroundings is a detriment to AI today?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's why you need some kind of human oversight to go with all of it, right? Until they can get to that level where they can store those memories and process it and come up with a more, I guess, human way of looking at things. I think having the human oversight, or having the ability for the human to override that is almost essential.
I would agree. Yeah, 100%. And the last one that we talk about in the cons here is AIs don't improve over time naturally. So go back to driving cars, okay? So you commute an hour each way to work every day. You as a driver are constantly learning. You're learning how to drive in different weather, different lighting conditions, with different vehicles around you. The more you drive, the better the driver you become because of the experience of driving. Being a pilot the same way. To a car that's being driven by the AI, it's the same thing every day. It doesn't learn anything new. It doesn't improve its ability. It doesn't store any useful experience from that. Do you think that inability for AIs to learn today is a detriment of what we expect of them?
Yeah, and I think that's probably the next step, right? And that's another stepping stone to self-awareness in general, because once you start learning, or once you start remembering, that's how you start learning from things, right? So I think once they're able to do that, then it's only a matter of time before they're at least more self-aware than they would be functioning as they are now.
Sure. Yeah. And hopefully, we'll get there, and it won't be at too high a cost. So that was all we had for that. I think we're going to come back. We're going to take a look at what artificial intelligence looks like in the future.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So the future of artificial intelligence. Again, this is sort of a pros and cons things, but I kind of broke it down into the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's just because I'm so positive on my outlook for AI. So the good that I wanted to talk about. One great example of this is fleets of self-driving cars. They can replace unsafe drivers. Coming from New Jersey, we know there's a lot of unsafe drivers in our state. And they can replace human error on the roads. How do you feel about the prospect of that? You mentioned Logan and the self-driving trucks, and I remember the scene where they got cut off. So that doesn't clearly solve all the safety issues. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I think definitely. I think that I don't know. I think it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you don't want to eliminate all those jobs because they're sort of the I don't know. They always say truckers are like the backbone of the economy, right? Because once those stop moving, then commerce stops flowing across the country.
Right.
But I also think that the human error is a big part of that as well. And I think if you can eliminate that, then that's good too. I guess maybe if there was a way to, I don't know, Tony Stark it, where no one's actually in the cab, the truck driver's back at, truck driver HQ controlling it, with a joystick or something. Some way to do it that way so that there's still that human touch, so that you don't have a Logan situation where they're just going and not stopping, and because that's putting lives at risk too. So it's like you're trading one risk for another.
That's a very good point. How about in our digital assistants? How about if we take our Alexa to the next level and we have the equivalent of Jarvis in our homes? Do you think that that's really a direction that we're going to go and we should go?
No. No, I don't. Because I think, especially because Alexas and your Googles are all controlled by multi-billion-dollar corporations. And I think if those corporations were able to develop an AI on the level of Jarvis, that they would absolutely use it for profit. They already are using Alexas and Googles for profit by constantly listening and giving you targeted advertisements and things like that. So I think the worst thing that could happen is for those things to get smarter, because then they're only going to be able to exploit consumers even more and constantly monitor people.
That's a very good point. How about with our public transportation systems? Do you think automating our trains and buses would be something that would be worthwhile?
I think it's a similar argument to the trucking. Those jobs are important, but you also do have fatalities when those workers are overworked or they're not under the right conditions to operate what they need to operate, but they still do because they have to.
Right.
So yeah, I think I would probably take a similar approach to the trucking, where it's still human operated, but maybe AI guided, kind of, or the other way around, AI operated, human guided. I think entirely having it be AI, except for maybe like trains, because they're on a track, right? So it's not like a bus where you have to navigate traffic. But I think trains could probably work automated.
And you make a very valid point there. We had an incident in New Jersey a few years back where we had a serious accident up in North Jersey that led to Amtrak, New Jersey Transit rather, instituting what they call positive train control. So if a train is detected as going out of control, the system itself can bring it to a safe stop and prevent accidents. So that's really the first phase of this automated public transportation. So anytime you can bring a multi-thousand-ton projectile like that safely to a stop, I think is a good thing. But buses, I agree, is, in New Jersey, buses have the right of way. So buses have a tendency of not even looking to see if something's coming and they pull out. I've seen several accidents with buses and several very near accidents with buses. So me personally, driving on the road with buses on a regular basis, I think that we could benefit from some automation when it comes to that. Medical monitoring and proactive prevention of illnesses. So, for instance, there's a sensor that I wear that allows me to check my blood sugar with my phone. So I can very easily scan that. I could totally see AI going to the point of, instead of me having to directly interact with it to scan, telling me when my blood sugar is too high and that I have to take medicine, or if it's too low and I have to eat something. Having an artificial intelligence help in that respect would directly affect me positively. Do you see other elements of that being useful?
I see, because I'm really cynical, right? So I see it as like, you have that sensor, right? But what if that sensor was designed by a pharmaceutical company that needs to sell more of their medicine, right? Because they make the medicine too. So what if they're, I don't know, I get like maybe too far in the weeds with this, but like maybe they're encouraging you to take more of the medicine so that you then have to buy more medicine. And I don't know. I think it on the surface, it is very helpful, and the future of it is very optimistic and good. because any advances in medicine are always a plus. But I also think that a lot of the pharmaceutical companies and companies in general do have their own, I hate the word agenda, but their own agenda, right? And if they are able to make profit off these things, I would not be surprised if there were some back doors that they would use to do that.
And I think that's a valid concern. And I think that's a real risk. So now that you've turned all my goods into bads, let me throw some bads out there and get your reaction.
Maybe I'll turn them into goods.
So one of the bad things that I see is that you're going to have fewer jobs, but they're going to be more specialized, and you're going to have an overall reduction of manufacturing jobs. Is that a valid concern?
Yeah, I mean we're already seeing that.
Okay. How about insurance companies using AI to determine your validity of your claims based on data that the AIs are accumulating?
You mean like camera footage and
camera footage, sensor footage from your car. You know, if they detect that your car was driving too fast when you got into an accident, or that you didn't brake when you said you broke.
They already have that in a way. Like I know my mom, she used to have Progressive, and they put like a thing in your steering column that if you were a safe driver, I don't know how they calculated that, but I guess like your time to brake and speeding up and things like that. Like if you slam on your brakes,
it's a random number generator.
Yeah, it's a lottery, but it would affect your rates. So I think we're already seeing. I mean, it's not an AI; it's just like a ticker almost, I guess. But we're still seeing that data collection being used.
How about the general loss of marketable skills as AI takes over more mundane jobs? I picture a future of WALL-E. We're all fat, sitting in chairs, and we can't even move around because AI is doing everything.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but I think that there still will be people that service those bots. I mean, until they learn to service themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could just go down that rabbit hole, right? Of like any job that would require a human to fix an AI. If that AI can then just invent that job with another AI, you go further and further down the line.
Sure. How about deep fakes? They're becoming a real issue nowadays.
This stuff is scary.
It's incredible how realistic it is. Do you think it's going to have an impact on 2020 elections?
I think it already is. I think it did in 2016. Because especially, I mean, Twitter and social media in general and how that's used to manipulate people, that's a whole other show.
Yeah.
But I think deepfakes specifically are, I mean, you see them on like, whoa, look at this wacky deepfake of this funny character in a movie. But it's like, that looks so real. And the implications of that are terrifying. I mean, I've seen just people, internet personalities that have been not arrested or anything, but deepfakes have been made of them of explicit photos that they never took that were then released and taken as fact. And that is extremely damaging to someone's life that they had nothing to do with that. And this technology it's very, very hard to tell, and it's only getting better, unfortunately.
Okay, so we didn't turn any bads good. So since we've gone bad to worse, let's get to the uglies now.
Hey, we always end this show in a flaming pile of sadness, so we might as well just keep going.
And that's the direction we're going today. So the first one that I have here is one that's a reality now to a certain extent. And that's automated military drones deciding when to use deadly force.
Yeah.
Skynet and the Terminator bots. What do you think that's a real concern?
Yeah, and I think we're already having those effects when the people that maybe the drones aren't entirely unmanned, but the people that man those drones, it's really damaging to their psyche because they become disassociated from that violence. There's a show, Jack Ryan, the second season of that, or the first season, one of the seasons of that show deals with a guy that used to operate these drones, and him and his team, because they treat it like a video game almost, and then he has like a psychological break because of it. But yeah, so I think even having the humans deal with it now is already damaging to humans. But once that's entirely AI controlled, I don't know. I mean, I think it could go both ways, right? Because AI, if they're given the ability to, might be able to better distinguish civilians from actual enemy combatants. But on the other hand, if they're never given those protocols, they might just, it just removes the empathy at that point.
That's true. Okay, well, that was
a little. I gave you a little bit of a positive.
You did. You
and then I took it away because I don't have any empathy.
Ripped it right out from under me. So traditionally, intelligence enables control. AI that's more intelligent than humans can institute control over humans. You think that's a possibility?
I mean, I think it's already happening on social media, right? I mean, we're entire Twitter movements are being
Well, in all fairness, there's not a lot of human intelligence in social media.
No, but we saw it with the 2016 election where bot accounts were able to manufacture ideas that then swayed how voting was done. So I think in a way, AI is already controlling us. Not to mention, like I said before, the targeted advertisements, where if you pick up your phone and you scream Domino's at it for 30 seconds, you're going to get a Domino's ad. And I guarantee after the show, we're going to get one on our phone. So I think in subtle ways like that, when it comes to consumerism or political ideology, AI, in a way, is already... I mean, the AI is being controlled by, companies or things like that. But I think that's already being used to sway and to herd, and maybe not control outright, but definitely to herd people into certain ideas.
Okay, so I'll skip the question on manipulating the voting system.
Oh, there you go.
So the last one that I had here is probably the one that is the most apocryphal. This is the one that Stephen Hawking has spoken about when he was still alive, and that is super intelligent AI making humans obsolete, but not just making humans obsolete, realizing that they're obsolete and therefore a threat. Is that something that you think we have to fear?
I think so. I don't know at what point in our history, but I think if you follow that line of thought, it definitely makes sense, right? If AI realize that, because even humans realize that we're a negative force on basically everything in terms of the planet. That we consume, we don't really give back that much. In terms of input and output, our ratios are all wrong, and I think an AI would be able to see that pretty clinically. And just make the easy decision that, we're doing the planet in terms of sustainability a favor, which, it's not a great outlook, but I don't know why they'd see it any other way, unless they were able to program compassion or mercy.
I think you've got a valid point there. So the one question I do want to leave you with and get your reaction on is, as part of our human evolution, do you think that AI is a tool to lead us down that path, or do you think it is at best a distraction or at worst a detriment to humanity?
I think it's definitely a tool that allows us to elevate what we're able to do through the use of technology, just like we would do with, the invention of the hammer or the wheel. The difference is that those things don't have brains, right? So I think that as you follow the progression of how AI become more and more sophisticated, unless we put a cap on it and stop that intelligence from evolving too far, I do think you'll have even a philosophical crisis on your hands of what does it mean to be alive, and what does it mean, and countless sci-fi movies and books and things have covered this before. But I think that if we allow it to go far enough, that's probably what we're going to end up with. And because we're already the dominant species, it'll probably will react negatively to another thing, threatening us.
Okay, and I wish I could disagree with you, but I think I'm along the same lines as you are.
Yeah. So since we're almost to the end of things, so we don't end in a burning pile of sadness, a couple really great movies and books that deal with this AI thing. I watched a movie recently called Ex Machina. It's got Oscar Isaac and Domhnall Gleeson. It deals with kind of like what I was just talking about, where like what does it mean to be human and things like that. That's on Netflix. Love, Death, and Robots. It's a bunch of short episodes, but some of them deal with that as well. Also, this book I brought for you, Robopocalypse. It doesn't have the dust jacket, but yeah, that book is basically about, it takes place after a robot war has happened. Humanity came out on top, but then it goes back in time, and it finds like archival footage almost of how that came to be. And it gives a really realistic look at possibly in the near future how something like this could happen. So if those concepts interest you at all, I think those are definitely worth checking out.
So there is fictional hope in the future for us.
Oh, there's always fictional hope. You can always bury your head in the book and ignore everything.
Okay, I think that was all we had for today. Thank you for your time, Sam. We would invite anyone to subscribe to our podcast. You can get us as Insights into Tomorrow for our audio podcast. Our video podcast, you can look for Insights into Things on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Podcast, etc. We do stream 5 days a week, 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/Insights into Things. And we would welcome comments or suggestions, questions, anything you have for us for the show. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Anything else you want to finish with?
No, I think we nailed it.
All right. Yeah, I'm ready to jump out the window now.
That's right.
So, all right, another successful podcast in the books. Bye. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens was first published in London in 1843 and recounts the story of Ebenezer Scrooge, an elderly miser who was visited by the ghost of his former business partner, Jacob Marley, and the spirits of Christmas past, present, and yet to come. After their visits, Scrooge is transformed into a kinder, gentler man. Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol during a period when the British were exploring and reevaluating past Christmas traditions, including carols and newer customs such as Christmas trees. He was influenced by the experiences of his own youth and by the Christmas stories of other authors, including Washington Irving. Dickens was inspired following a visit to the Field Lane Ragged School, one of several establishments for London's street children. The treatment of the poor and the ability of a selfish man to redeem himself by transforming into a more sympathetic character are the key themes of the story. Published on December 19th, the first edition sold out by Christmas Eve. By the end of 1844, 13 editions had been released. In 1849, Dickens began public readings of the story, which proved so successful he undertook 127 further performances until 1870, the year of his death. A Christmas Carol has never been out of print and has been translated into several languages. The story has been adapted many times for film, stage, opera, and other media. A Christmas Carol captured the zeitgeist of the mid-Victorian revival of the Christmas holiday. Dickens had acknowledged the influence of the modern Western observance of Christmas and later inspired several aspects of Christmas, including family gatherings, seasonal food and drink, dancing, games, and a festive generosity of spirit. The Insights into Things hosts now present to you, for your enjoyment, our abridged and slightly altered version of this holiday classic, A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, upon a Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busily in his counting house.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle!
It was the voice of Scrooge's niece.
Bah, humbug.
Christmas a humbug, Uncle? You don't mean that, I am sure.
I do. Out upon Merry Christmas. If I had my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding, he should.
Uncle!
My dear niece, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Much good has it ever done you.
I have always thought of Christmas time as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
Good afternoon.
I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon.
His niece left the room without an angry word, but the clerk, in letting Scrooge's niece out, had let another person in.
At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at the present time. A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you ask me what I wish, ma'am, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the prisons and the workhouses. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they would rather die, they'd better do it.
The hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern and went home to bed. Now it is a fact that there was nothing at all peculiar about the knocker on the door of his house, except that it was very large, and yet Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face with a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. As Scrooge looked at this, it was a knocker again. He dismissed the vision with a simple pooh-pooh and closed the door with a bang. The sound reverberated through the house like thunder. Every room above, every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, they appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for its being very dark. Darkness was cheap, and Scrooge liked it. Quite satisfied, he closed the door and locked himself in, double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap and sat down before the very low fire to take his gruel. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room. It was with great astonishment and with a strange dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. Soon it rang loudly, and so did every other bell in the house. This was succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Then he heard the noise much louder, on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. It came on through the heavy door, and a spectre passed into the room before his eyes, and upon its coming in, the dying flame leapt up, as though it cried,
I know him! Marley's ghost!
What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
The ghost sat on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are.
The spirit raised a frightful cry.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition! Why do you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk among his fellow men, and travel far and wide,
and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me! In life my spirit never roved beyond our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me.
Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly.
I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. You will be haunted by 3 spirits. Expect the first tomorrow night, when the bell tolls 1. Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more.
Scrooge tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or the glimpse of the invisible world, or the conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, he went straight to bed, without undressing, and fell asleep on the instant. When Scrooge awoke, the church clock tolled a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside by a strange figure like a child.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood in the busy thoroughfares of a city. It was made plain enough by the dressing on the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
Know it? Well, I apprenticed here.
They went in at sight of an old woman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if she had been 2 inches taller, she must have knocked her head against the ceiling. Scrooge cried in great excitement.
Why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless her heart, it's Fezziwig, alive again.
Yoo-hoo there, Ebenezer, Richard.
A living and moving picture of Scrooge's former self, a young man came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice.
No more work tonight. It's Christmas Eve, boys. Let's have the shutters up. Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here.
Clear away? There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with Mrs. Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. The warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast smile. In came 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way. Down the middle and up again, round and round, old top couple always turning in the wrong place. When the clock struck 11, this ball broke up. Mrs. Fezziwig shaking hands with every person as he or she went out, wishing him or her a Merry Christmas.
Small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude. She has spent but a few pounds of your money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that she deserves this praise?
It isn't that, Spirit. She has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service a pleasure or a toil. Say that her power lies in words and looks, in things impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness she gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune. Spirit, remove me from this place. Haunt me no longer.
As he struggled with the spirit, he was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bed. He had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Scrooge awoke in his bedroom. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove. The leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney. Heaped upon the floor, to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, great joints of meat, pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, great bowls of punch, and immense twelfth cakes. Upon this couch there sat a giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch.
Come in, and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You have never seen the like of me before. Touch my robe.
Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. The room and its contents all vanished instantly, and they stood in the city streets upon a snowy Christmas morning. Scrooge and the ghost passed on invisible, straight to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Then uprose Mrs. Cratchit.
What has ever got your precious father, then? And your sister, Tiny Tina?
There's Father coming,
cried the two young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. In came Bob, the father, his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tina upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tina, she bore a little crutch and had her limbs supported by an iron frame.
And how did Tiny Tina behave?
As good as gold and better. Somehow she gets thoughtful, sitting by herself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. She told me coming home that she hoped the people saw her in the church because she was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember, upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Master Peter and the two young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tina beside him in a tiny corner of the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everyone, not forgetting themselves, and crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and when the long expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all around the board. Ah! Even Tiny Tina, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of her knife and feebly cried,
Hurrah!
But now the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone to take the pudding up and bring it in. Mrs. Cratchit entered, smiling proudly with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball so hard and firm, blazing in half of a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedlit with Christmas holly stuck into the top.
What a wonderful pudding!
At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. Then all the Cratchit family drew around the hearth, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. They were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time And when they faded and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tina, until the last. But the whole scene passed off, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. Suddenly, as they stood together in open space, the bell struck. 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it no more. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him.
Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any specter I've seen. Will you not speak to me?
It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them.
Lead on, lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit.
They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them. But there they were in the heart of it amongst the merchants. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of business owners. Observing the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
I don't know much about it either. I only know he's dead.
When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
What has he done with his money?
I haven't heard. Company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me. That's all I know.
The scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bare, uncurtained bed. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon his bed, and on it, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this unknown man.
Spirit, let me see some tenderness connected with the death, or this dark chamber, spirit, will be forever present to me.
The ghost conducted him to poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in needlework, but surely they were very quiet. The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face.
The color hurts my eyes. They're better now again. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home. For the world, it must be near his time.
Pass it rather, but I think he has walked a little slower than he used to these few last evenings, Mother.
I have known him walk with Tiny Tina upon his shoulders, very fast indeed. But she was very light to carry, and her father loved her so. That is no trouble, no trouble. And there is your father at the door.
She hurried out to meet him, and Bob came in. His tea was ready for him, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, Father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised Mrs. Cratchit and the girls.
You went today, then, Robert?
Yes, my dear. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green the place is. But you'll see it often. I promised her that I would walk there on Sunday. My little child.
Spectre, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what that man was with the covered face whom we saw lying dead.
The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him to a dismal, wretched, ruinous churchyard. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and, following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Am I that man who lay upon the bed? No, spirit. Oh, no, no. Spirit, hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been. Why, show me this, if I am past all hope. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. I will honor Christmas in my heart, and try to keep it all year. Oh, tell me, I may sponge away the writing on the stone.
Holding up his hands in one last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own, to make amends in. He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest pearls he had ever heard. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, no night. Clear, bright, stirring golden day.
What's today?
Cried Scrooge, calling down to a boy in Sunday clothes.
What's today, my fine fellow?
Today? Why, Christmas Day.
It's Christmas Day? I haven't missed it. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello.
Do you know the poulterers? In the next street but one, at the corner?
I should hope I did.
An intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one.
What, the one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.
It's hanging there now.
It is. Go and buy it.
Buy it now?
I am in earnest. Go and buy it and tell him to bring it here, that I may give them the direction where to take it. Come back with the man and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes and I'll give you half a crown.
The boy was off like a shot.
I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tina.
Scrooge dressed himself all in his best and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and, walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded everyone with a delightful smile. He looked so incessantly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humored folks said,
Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you.
He was early at the office next morning. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. The clock struck 9, no Bob. 1/4 past, no Bob. Bob was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Bob's hat was off before he opened the door. He was on the stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
Hello. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?
I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are? Yes, I think you are. Step this way, if you please. Now, I tell you what, my friend, I'm not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer, and therefore, I'm about to raise your salary.
Bob trembled.
A Merry Christmas, Bob,
said Scrooge as he clapped him on the back.
A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I've given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more, and to Tiny Tina, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. May that be truly said of us and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tina observed,
God bless us, everyone.
The Night Before Christmas by Clement C. Moore. Introduction. In 1822, a New York clergyman named Clement Clark Moore spun together Christmas memories for his children. The poem he wrote featured a red-suited Santa and a reindeer-drawn sleigh, a never-empty sack of toys, and stockings hung expectantly above the fireplace. He called it A Visit from St. Nicholas, and it was then published anonymously in a newspaper in Troy, New York. It captured the public's imagination. The poem's opening line, "'Twas the night before Christmas," soon replaced the original title. One reason Moore's poem has endured is that it is a joy to read aloud. Beginning in hushed suspense, the poem builds to a dramatic crescendo as the rollicking verses usher the mysterious midnight visitor. A tale of anticipation and wonder. The Night Before Christmas has become a holiday tradition in itself for many families. So as you listen to this recounting of the poem, whether for the first Christmas or to recall those past, celebrate and share the timeless joys of this enchanting holiday. "'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down for a long winter's nap.
When out on the lawn there rose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter.
Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash.
The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below.
When what to my wandering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer.
With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name.
Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen.
To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
As dry leaves before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky.
So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too.
And then in a twinkle I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each tiny hoof.
As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot.
A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath.
He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly.
He was chubby and plump and a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself.
In a wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread.
He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk.
And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle.
But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight,
Merry Christmas to all.
And to all a good night.
Ho, ho, ho.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 31, Getting to Know You, Part 2. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my lovely and talented co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
Pretty good.
So today we are finishing up a two-part series. We started last week. We are going through a series of questions that were developed by clinical psychologist Dr. Christy Wolf. And this week we've got 4 different categories we're going to be going through.
Okay.
We have relationships, the future, family, and personal values. And we've got, we got about 36 questions this week, so a few less than last week.
Okay.
So any questions, input, or anecdotes you'd want to share before we get into it? Not so much, huh?
Not really.
Okay, then let's get right into it. So the first category that we're going to be going into is relationships. And the first question that we have here is, do your friends have boyfriends or girlfriends? Like, are any of your friends that you associate with now, are they in relationships?
No, I don't think so.
Now, do you think that's unusual? Are there other kids in your grade that are in relationships that you don't usually associate with?
I mean, I hear drama about it, but the relationships never lasted long that I know of.
So they're little, forays into relationships and stuff.
Yeah, but what I know of, my friends aren't dating.
Okay. And to put things into context, you're almost 13. Your friends are generally your age or a year or two younger than you. So it's still kind of early for the dating stuff. So some of these questions may not be entirely valid from our audience, but we'll go through them anyway. So question number 2 is, what do you think makes a healthy relationship?
Well, if the two people have fallen in love, I think honesty, trust, and compassion with both of them would make a good relationship. And I'm not gonna say specific genders because I know I know now that we can like whichever gender we want, and we can be whichever gender we want.
Right. Now, I would add sort of a caveat to that at your age, in your teen years, a lot of the relationships that kids your age run into are less about the falling in love stuff and more about trying to find who you are, what you like, who you like. So a lot of times some of the relationships that you get into are less about love and more about the kind of people you want to hang around with, and things tend to develop from there.
Yeah.
later on in life, when you're looking at getting married and settling down and maybe having kids, and you're looking for a long-term partner, then you start getting more into the falling in love type scenarios.
Okay.
So just to put that into perspective. So question 2, and I already know the answer to this one, but I'll ask anyway. Do you have a girlfriend or boyfriend?
Nope.
No, you don't. And I'm perfectly okay with that, just for the record.
Yeah, I know.
So we'll move on from there. What do you think are the qualities you would look for in someone you'd want to date? Now, we're not talking falling in love or getting married. We're just talking about somebody that you'd want to date.
Well, I'd like us, I wouldn't, start off immediately. I would, look to be friends, and basically what I see, everyone should probably know what I see in a friend. Those are basically the same qualities I would see in someone I was dating.
Okay.
And that's pretty much...
Well, what are some of those qualities? Give us some examples.
Trust, honesty, the ones I said before. Also, just being a good friend, basically.
Yeah, you want someone you can hang out with and talk to and have fun with. And
yeah, basically.
And when you start dating, that's really what you're going to be looking at more than anything else. It's, I'm going to be hanging out with this person. What activities do we enjoy? What movies do we like? What music do we listen to? What common interests do we have? And that drives most of the relationship qualities that you look for at this age.
Mm-hmm.
And those evolve over time, though. So that brings us to question 5. Is there anyone, and you don't have to name names, but is there anyone that you have a crush on?
Nope.
No. Yes, do not shake your head, sweetheart. This is an audio recording, too, so the listeners can't hear you shake your head.
Gee, thanks.
Okay, so you do not have a crush on anyone right now.
Nope.
Okay. The next question, and we'll expound on this one in a future podcast that we're actually prepping right now, is, do you know anyone who is LGBTQ?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And for the audience sake, we'll just say that LGBTQ is lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer in this case. But we will expound on that in what I hope will be much greater detail later in the month of September. Question 7. Does anyone, those that reflecting on the last question, does anyone treat them differently that you notice?
Nope.
They don't. Okay, that's good. And I think the impetus for this question here is because for the longest time, and things are starting to change now for the positive, which is good, but for the longest time, people that were not considered heterosexual were ostracized. They were not accepted. Even now in certain circles, namely like the Catholic Church, they're very much looked down upon for reasons that are not valid and often not fully understood. But again, we'll get into that stuff in the episode we're going to do later on. Mm-hmm. How old do you think you have to be to fall in love?
Well, maybe when you're, I think the time you should start dating would be around 16. At least that's what you tell me.
Okay.
The age I should. But if you want to fall in love, I'd recommend at least 20.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, sometimes, unfortunately, you can't help when you fall in love.
Yeah.
It's sort of one of those natural things that happens that you don't have much control over.
Yeah.
Like when Mommy and I first met, she might dispute this, but You know, I kind of think it was love at first sight when the two of us met the first time, and it's been that way ever since. So you never know. You never know. What about getting married? How old do you think you should be to get married?
Well, I'd say at least 30.
30.
Just like, if you want to get married, I'd recommend getting a good household, 2, have a steady relationship, and 3, enough money to support yourself and possibly your lover.
And I think that's brilliant. I think that's a very good idea. And I think a lot of young couples these days tend to get married very early. And they're not established. You know, they've not finished their schooling. They don't have stable jobs. And probably the biggest strain I think you would ever see on relationships, especially marriages, tends to be finances. So if you wait until your late 20s, early 30s, you could probably get yourself set up in a way that you don't have those financial burdens that are on the relationship. So that's it for relationships. When we come back, we'll talk about the future. So, the future. We only have a few questions here, and that's mainly because I'm not clairvoyant and can't predict the future yet. So, question 9, and these are sort of kind of fun questions. Question 9 is, if you could travel anywhere in the world, where would you go?
I guess I'd go to, Tokyo, Japan.
So, you know, you've mentioned this in the past. What is your fascination with Tokyo?
Well, I know it. I just feel like it would be cool to go and see. I know there are might be some historical things that I could learn about it. I also learned about it in social studies last year.
Okay.
And, plus there's Tokyo Disneyland.
Yes, there is. We can't get away from Disney.
Nope.
Now, your artwork that you do, the style that you tend to draw in, is very reminiscent of Japanese anime. It's sort of like an offshoot of that.
Yeah.
Is that part of the draw, the culture of Tokyo and the artwork there?
I mean, I do like the artwork, and I would be interested to see if there was someone who was able to draw anime, because honestly, I like anime. It's just I haven't really been able to draw anime as well as they do, because my anime's more in a cute style. Their anime's somewhat more realistic.
Okay, but that is part of the draw of wanting to go there, though.
Yeah.
Cool. Number 10, this is a big question that a lot of people really just can't answer at certain stages in their life, but what is your goal in life?
I guess to finish school with a good education, eventually go to a good college, afterwards get a job in either technology or engineering, and maybe if this ever happens, settle down with someone.
Okay. And I think they're all very realistic and obtainable goals, and they're smart goals too, and I think that's the important thing. You don't have this, and there's nothing wrong with these ambitious goals of I want to be an actress or I want to be a professional football player or something. People still have to have those goals, but obtaining those is much more difficult than obtaining what your goals are. Your goals kind of line up in a linear format, which is makes it easier to obtain those. What do you hope your life will be like 10 years from now?
Well, if we're thinking about it logistically, I'd be 22. I'd have graduated from high school, and I would maybe still be in college. I have no idea how the logistics work. I might
Depends on if you're going for a higher level degree, you would be, yeah.
Yeah, I might go for the higher level degree. I might have gotten a job to help pay for college funds and stuff.
Yeah, because mommy and daddy are going to put that burden entirely on you. You're paying for all of it.
Oh my god. Just to help with it. And I mean, I might actually be finishing college in 10 years. I have no idea.
You might be, and that would be right around the time that you would be finishing it too.
Yeah, so I'd be about to finish college and hopefully find a job in engineering or technology.
What kind of job would you want? What's your ideal job?
I honestly don't really know. I mean, you and mommy work in engineering and technology, I think.
Mommy works more in logistics. I work in technology.
Yeah.
But like, is your ambition to like, I don't know, work for NASA or build bridges or something like that?
I mean, if I was able to work for NASA, I would, because
it's just cool.
And I'm sort of a science nerd.
Yeah. But like, is that what you're looking to do? Is it that type of engineering?
I mean, I'm not really sure. I mean, you also talked about how my love of art could go in with some engineering by like designing buildings.
Yeah, you could put the two of those together and become an architect.
Yeah.
I think that would work too. Cool.
Yeah, I still have no real goal on which job I will get, but I'm still looking for something in either engineering or technology.
And you know what? At this stage, it's impossible to really set your sights on one specific role.
Yeah.
I think the idea of achieving the general skills right now needed to go into technology and engineering is enough to direct you in where you need to go right now. And as you progress through high school, you'll fine-tune that a little bit more.
Okay.
Here's a whimsical question for you. If you had $1,000 to spend, how would you spend it today? It's not much of a future question, but how would you spend it today?
Well, I'd help pay off rent from the house.
Really? With $1,000? We don't rent. We own the house, by the way, so it's a mortgage.
The mortgage. I'd
Right.
help with the mortgage. If I had any money left over,
It's $1,000. There's not that much.
Yeah.
So how would you spend it on you? I appreciate your generosity, but we got the mortgage covered.
I'd help pay college funds.
You're not in college yet.
Don't you save for college, though?
No. We do everything on the fly. Now, for yourself, if you could spend $1,000 today on yourself, how would you spend it?
I'd probably...
It's only $1,000.
I know, and
You're just not a big spender, is that it?
yeah, I'm not
Well, you're not cheap. You're frugal.
frugal. I'm frugal.
Yeah.
I'm frugal.
Right, but if there was one thing in the world that you would want to spend that you could get for $1,000 or less, what would it be?
A ginger cat.
A ginger cat. Okay. Interesting. And the last question, or series of questions, depending on how you answer the first one, is would you ever get a tattoo?
I mean, if it was to honor something or someone, I would. But on the fly right now, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not big. Like I don't have a problem with tattoos or people that have tattoos.
Yeah, neither do I.
Just it doesn't appeal to me to turn my body into a canvas like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but more power to those who can take the pain of the needle. So, okay, well, I guess that shuts down the follow-up questions to that then. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And that'll close out this category of the future. When we come back, we'll talk about family. And I get to pat myself on the back a lot on that one. So, who do you like most, me or mom? No, that's not really actually a question.
Oh my God, Daddy. I know that's not a question because we went over them.
What do you like most about me? And I'll bounce these back and forth between mommy and I.
I like the fact of you're interested in history and the fact that you'll help me whenever I have trouble in anything, even though math is hard.
Math is hard.
I also like the fact that you're compassionate and will listen to me whenever I have problems.
Or whenever you monologue.
Or whenever I have anxiety.
Or that too. Okay. Good answers. This one I'll ask about Mommy. What would you change about Mommy? She's going to get mad that I painted her in a corner on that one.
Let's see. She's a compassionate mom. She'll listen to me with my problems.
I'm not asking you to toot her horn there.
I
What
know,
would you change?
I'm thinking.
I would change the way she reacts to this question.
I guess I would, if I had to change something, I would change the fact that she just always pokes a stick in my cage.
Well, both of us do that.
Yeah, I would change the way I would want you guys to stop poking sticks in my cage.
Fair enough.
But you kind of do it a little funnier.
Oh, well, I try.
Just don't tell Mommy that.
Oh, well, because she won't listen to this podcast, right?
Yeah, let's just hope.
Yeah, don't say anything on here that you don't want Mommy to hear.
Yeah.
So let's turn the question back around a little bit here, and let me ask, what do you think I like most about you?
The fact that I'm intelligent and that I'm a good artist.
Yep, they are very good things to like about you. And what do you think I would change about you?
The fact that I hardly make any friends and.
Well, yeah, that would be a good thing to change.
Yeah, and the fact of my athleticism.
I really don't care too much about that.
Yeah, I didn't really think it would.
Yeah, no, I'd like you to be able to make friends a little bit easier. I think it would make your life a little easier.
And you'd like me to stop worrying about middle school.
Yes, well, I'd like you to stop worrying about things in general. You tend to...
overreact?
Yeah, you swamp yourself in anxiety when it's one of these things where you really just sort of... You kind of have to take things in stride.
Mm-hmm.
So take things seriously, but don't get yourself upset over them. Question 18. What is something you wish I would do more often? Well, actually, let's change that so we don't do all the negative ones on Mommy. What is something you wish Mommy would do more often?
Let's see. Something I want Mommy to do more often. I'd like her to... Oh, my God. I would like her to... Oh, my God.
You'd like her to... Oh, my God?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Why is this so hard?
I don't know. It seemed pretty straightforward when we went through the list earlier.
I know.
You're killing me. Just pick something.
Oh my God, I guess so.
Okay,
Maybe have more fun activities with me.
Okay, that's a good cop out. I like that one.
There.
What would you like me to do less often?
Make dad jokes.
You want fewer dad jokes.
At least make them funny.
Well, they are funny to me. It's all about perspective.
Okay.
Cape Cod was funny. It's not my fault you didn't know where Cape Cod was.
Oh my God! Look, it's not my fault that I don't know either. Neither of you two tend to.
Right. We didn't educate you about Cape Cod. I'm terribly sorry. We'll start doing geography lessons next week. Question 20. Do you feel comfortable talking to me about anything?
Yep.
Anything?
Yep.
Literally anything?
Pretty much.
Okay, good. That was an easy question. Question 21. What could I do to make you feel more comfortable?
I think you pretty much nailed the head.
I nailed the head on that one?
Yeah, you nailed the head.
Hit the nail on the head?
Hit the nail on the head on that one. Oh, does that make any sense?
That does, yeah. Hitting the head on the nail doesn't, because that takes a lot of talent. So what do you mean by that, though?
Like, I think you guys made me pretty comfortable already talking about everything. You have a good system where I have to base the day off of a word. Sometimes I say tolerable, sometimes I say awful, sometimes I say pretty good. That kind of stuff.
So we sort of make you rate the day.
Pretty much.
And then we talk, if it's a bad rating, then we talk about why it's a bad rating.
Yep.
Okay.
If it's a good rating, sometimes you want to hear why it was a good rating.
I'll buy that. That kind of makes sense. Question 22. How do you think your friends' family relationships compare to ours? Do they have similar relationships? Do they talk? Do they do the same types of things?
Well, I don't know if... I don't know if they talk about their problems. It's not my business. It's their personal life.
Sure.
But I do think they have somewhat of a strong relationship with their parents.
Okay. Well, that's good. Do you think they are closer or more distant than we are as a family?
I mean, I definitely think my friends have good relationships with their parents. I wouldn't, I mean, they might be like a tiny bit more distant than us, because I don't really know. I just feel like somehow they're a small amount more distant than...
Well, because they don't do, podcasts where they do penetrating questions and answer sessions.
Wow, Daddy.
I'm just saying, how many of your friends do podcasts?
None.
None. See? That's how cool we are.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to ask a follow-up question on here. Are any of your kids in a single-parent household? Any of your friends in a single-parent household?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I think they're all in two-parent households.
Okay.
Some have siblings.
Because I can understand how that can certainly have an effect on
the relationship.
Kids. Yeah. So, question 23. Is there anything you wish our family would do together more often?
Go to Dave & Buster's.
That's expensive, man. You want to go to Dave & Buster's, you need to start footing the bill for it.
Oh, jeez.
But okay, I can see that. We do have a lot of fun there.
Yep.
Question 24. Do you think the discipline in our family is fair?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything that you would change about it?
I don't think so. You both have a good way to discipline me.
So the beatings will continue until morale improves?
Oh my God! You do not hit me.
No, we don't.
You've never hit me before.
Exactly.
I mean, you might have hit me with a stuffed animal or something, but that's it.
Yeah, well, you got to use the soft stuff.
Yeah.
So we're not overly strict with you then?
Nope.
Describe what some of the discipline is that we use for you.
Whenever I make a mistake, you guys talk about it with me. We talk over about the mistake, and eventually I learn my lesson and not do it again.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, the discipline is determined by the recipient. So if you do something wrong and we implement, a passive discipline with just a talk or something, and the problem doesn't resurface, then there's no need to take that discipline any further at that point in time. And fortunately, the talks that we have with you are very effective and you're very receptive.
And plus the fact I always worry that I'm going to make the same mistake again, and the fact that I really don't want to make the same mistake again, and just my anxiety gets the best of me.
Yeah, and what happens is you tend to be far harder on yourself in those situations than mommy or daddy are. So it saves us from really having to crack down. We just sort of kind of have to point out some of the mistakes to you and nudge you in the right direction, and you take the guidance and go. So as parents, mommy and daddy are very fortunate, that you're that receptive.
Mm-hmm.
And that is all we have for family. We will come back and finish up with values. So earlier on in the year, we did an entire podcast on spring holidays, religious holidays. So this question sort of springboards on that. So question 25 is, do you believe in God?
I guess so.
And why is that?
I'm pretty sure everyone believes in some type of God, and...
Except atheists. Atheists don't believe in God.
Yeah. But I'm not that religious, is to say.
Okay. So if you do believe in God, as you say you do, how do you picture God?
Like,
what do you think he or she looks like?
I think he would look like... He'd have... For some reason, I've been imaging this for a while. He might have a white robe.
Okay.
He'd have a beard similar to yours. And he would have, like, a poofy white haircut.
So the typical Zeus-like God with a beard and white hair and wearing a toga and stuff like that.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Very traditional image of it, and one that's, ironically enough, passed down to us from non-Christian or non-monotheistic creation stories.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they go all the way back to the Greek gods. You know, that's how they pictured Zeus and the other gods like that. So that's kind of interesting. What do you think happens after death?
I don't like to theorize it on occasions, but I guess now I kind of have to. I guess after death, you might, like, it would be like falling asleep, and then eventually you'd, like, if we're looking at it realistically, it's like a forever lasting sleep, or if you want to theorize on it, maybe you wake up and you're eventually in heaven seeing all of your relatives who have passed away.
So you do have a belief in an afterlife then?
Somewhat.
Okay. And that's fine. I mean, we don't need to go into any more detail than that.
Yeah, please, no. It's going to make me feel weird.
Do you think there is one best religion? Like, all right, so let's step back a second here and think. You've got Western religion, and then you've got Eastern religion. And you've probably not had much exposure to any Eastern religions like Hindu, Buddhism, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But from a Western religion standpoint, we celebrate Jewish holidays. We celebrate some Christian holidays. But the other major religion in the West is Islam. I know you've had minimal experience or minimal exposure to that.
Yeah, but I did learn about it in social studies along with Buddhism and all the other religions.
Okay, good. So as being as well-rounded as you are, do you think there is one religion that's better than another? Understanding that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam really stem from the same origins, the same belief systems.
Yeah, I know.
So do you think one is better than another?
No.
And why is that?
I just feel as though if you know what religion you want to be, I just say, like, you're allowed to believe in what you believe in, in what you want to believe in. You shouldn't be forced to do one because the ruler thinks it's a better religion than any of the others. You should have the choice of your own religion, and you shouldn't have someone else controlling it for you. I don't think any religion is better than another because, I mean, 3 of the main religions were all started from one.
Right. So let me expound on that just for a minute and ask, what do you think people should look for or do look for when they're looking for a religious experience or a belief system?
Well, I honestly don't have too much exposure with... I have never really had to choose my religion. I would just say, like, look for something you believe in and look for the religion that suits you best, I guess.
Okay, that works. So question 29 is really a mystery question of the universe. Now, if you're a fan of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the answer to this is 47, but I'm curious what your answer is. What do you think is the meaning of life? That's a big question.
Yeah, it's a really big one. Like the meaning of life. I'd say there is no real meaning. There's many things you can do in your life, and you can choose what you want to do. So, like, there's no real answer to the question because you control the meaning of your life. You get to choose what you want to do, choose what you want to like, choose what you want to dislike, choose what food you like, choose what food you dislike, choose your job, choose what college or school you want to go to, and choose if you want to help the world or potentially be a threat in it. You can choose what you want to do. The meaning of life is all dependent on you. You don't let anyone else decide your life for you. Basically, you live your life. The meaning of life is living it. You can basically just do whatever you really want to do and choose what you like and dislike. You don't have to base it off of anything. The meaning of life, you don't really have to, there's no real answer. The answers are just infinite.
Wow. I have to tell you, that's a hell of an answer. That is an answer that I think is far more mature than your age suggests. And I have to commend you for that.
Thank you.
I'm impressed. Moving on. Do you think adults automatically deserve respect?
Depends on what they've done.
Okay, let's say you just met someone on the street, or you're going into school to start a new school. You meet your first teacher. Don't know anything about them, don't know their name, nothing. Do you think they deserve respect?
Oh, yes, because one, they're providing you with hopefully a good education, and two, they're actually willing to do it.
So you think based on your interaction and the role that they serve in your life would determine if they deserve respect?
Well, as long as they haven't committed any crimes.
So let me give you another for instance. So we go over to Dave & Buster's in Philadelphia on a regular basis. And one of the paths that we take getting there takes us on this little transition to 95, I-95 North to get there. And in that transition period, when we go from the bridge to the highway, there's oftentimes homeless folks there that are panhandling to try to get money. Do you think they deserve respect?
Well, yes, they're actually trying to survive. If they're trying to, get money, it means they're trying to, find a way to live, because if they're homeless and have no money, if they don't get money, they're probably more than likely gonna die.
Okay. So let me ask you another for instance. We go to Walmart to shop for groceries.
Okay.
And we go to check out, and the cashier's checking you out. Do you think the cashier deserves respect?
Well, I mean, I know there's so take for instance my brother. He works at Walmart even though he's still in college. He needs to get the extra money. I think the cashier should deserve some respect because he's trying to get the money so he can provide for his family, because you got to think about other people's lives as well. If you want to think of someone who deserves respect, I think the dude should deserve respect, because even if he's just some teenager trying to get a job or something, he should still deserve respect because he wants to provide money and help either his family or him to have a better life.
So it sounds like, in general, adults deserve respect unless they've committed crimes.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's probably a fairly realistic moral compass to go by there. Now, let me switch the question up and say, do kids deserve respect?
Like I said, certain kids.
Okay.
I definitely think kids who aren't spoiled brats should deserve respect.
Okay.
Kids who are spoiled brats, not really sure I'm not really sure they deserve respect.
And you know what? To a certain extent, I largely agree to what you're saying. The way that I've conducted myself in life is that everyone deserves a certain level of respect just out of human decency.
Yeah.
Okay. And respect is like currency. It's like money. Okay. So you're given a certain allowance. And depending on what your actions are, dictates how you spend or earn respect. So, for instance, everyone gets $10 in respect. And if you do things that are positive and uplifting and for the greater good, then you can earn more of that respect. You can earn more money there.
Yeah.
So you have the opportunity for me to respect you more. But if you do things like lie, cheat, and steal, you spend that respect and you squander what respect you do have.
Yeah.
And your respect value diminishes. That's kind of how I look at things.
Yeah, I definitely agree with your system.
Okay.
Like, everyone has equal respect from the start. If you do positive things, you get more respect. If you do negative things, you get less respect.
So that's a very good lead into the next question. So question 31 is, how do you earn respect? How does someone earn your respect?
Well, if like as long as they don't do anything completely horrible, like the things you said, lie, cheat, steal, stuff like that. And if they show positive feedback, like friendliness, honesty, trust, then I would say they earned more respect.
I think that's a very good outlook. Question 32 is another big one. If you could, how would you change the world?
I would try my best to make peace on the world. I hate the fact that we're all still fighting for just reasons, and I just want it to stop. I just hate the thought. I hate the thought of war, and I don't want any more outbreaks like that. Because not only does it not help the soldiers fighting in the war, but I'm pretty sure if there are any pedestrians near there or people near there, it would greatly impact their lives as well. Because,
sure,
like, we were in this one time when we were doing ELA, and we were actually reading a story about a girl.
ELA being the English language arts classes.
Yes. And basically, there was this little girl who was writing a diary similar to Anne Frank. She was basically writing it because she was in her childhood. There was war going on in her home, where she lived, and it was hard for her to live as during war. Like, it basically took away her childhood.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that perspective. Question 33 is, do you think it's ever okay to lie?
On certain occasions.
Give me an example.
Like, if someone worked really hard on something, they asked you if you like it, but you don't want to hurt their feelings, I would definitely say then you can lie because it lifts their spirits. And I definitely think even though you're lying, it's like a little white lie. I know you should be honest, but if they worked really hard on it and they're really proud of it and they really want support, then I would definitely say just a little white lie.
So a little white lie is like, does this shirt make me look fat? And you say no.
Yeah.
It's your fat that makes you look fat.
Daddy.
I get the point. I know what you're saying. Question number 34. Who do you look up to?
You and Mommy.
That's only because I'm 6'4". Why do you look up to us?
Well, you're both good role models. You have both worked hard. You both worked hard to get where you are in life now. You both have good jobs, and you both provide a good and healthy life, and a good and healthy life for me.
Okay. And yes, for the record, I am fishing for compliments at this point. Let's see. 35. Who do you think looks up to you?
I say some of my friends who are younger than I am.
Okay. And why do you think they look up to you?
I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but
Hey, why not? I've been fishing for compliments this whole time.
I could be considered a good role model.
Okay. I think you could too. And I think part of it's the fact that you're older, but I think a large part of it is because you exhibit the qualities of leadership and role model that a lot of kids look up to, and you have good judgment. And I think that's very important. Question 36, and the last question for this category and today. What do you think are the 3 most important traits a person could have?
I'd go with kindness, honesty, and somewhat respect for others.
Some retrospect or some respect?
Respect.
Respect.
Daddy.
So kindness. What was the second one?
Honesty.
Honesty.
And respect towards others.
And respect towards. Fortunately, good memory was not in there because I couldn't remember that list to begin with.
Yeah, I honestly don't mind if people don't have good memory.
Good, because I don't.
Neither do I.
So they are 3 very good qualities, and I think they are good touch points on whether or not a person's a good person or not.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it for the questions. We will come back. We will get your final thoughts and any shout outs that you might have. So go for closing remarks and shout outs.
Alrighty, so I guess I'll talk, since we were talking about family today, I'll briefly go about family. I definitely think people should be close to the ones they care about, and you should always remember that no matter how bad your family might be, they're still trying to look out for you. I know it's not the case for every family, but for most families, and please don't end up being a bad person. Don't end up lying, cheating, or stealing. Please try your best to be a good person, and if you are, it'll come in your favor to have a good life later on.
Okay. Any shout outs today?
I guess I'll give a shout out to you and Mommy for being such good parents, and also to you for organizing the podcast for us, because I definitely think it helped me mature more than I did before we did the podcast.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I think that is it for today. And we'll be back next week with another great podcast.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 31, Frozen in a Galaxy Far, Far Away.
Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha.
I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my brilliant and radiant co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hello, my dear.
I'm going to have to come up with some new
adjectives
to describe you.
I'll get you a dictionary.
They're all absolutely accurate. Though.
Aww.
So, got a busy show today, but before we get into the show itself, recap on what we did last weekend.
So, as we had mentioned a couple of times, there was a local Comic-Con that was going to be in Philadelphia that we had never been to before. Honestly, hadn't really heard about it before, but it's been around for a couple of years now, called Keystone Comic-Con. It's held in the Philadelphia Convention Center, and we went to it on Sunday, and we have a little video montage to play, and then we'll talk about it.
Very cool experience we had while we were there.
Mm-hmm, definitely.
Had some good guests too. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, for being a smaller venue, it really didn't have tons and tons of celebrities, but you know, they had some Star Trek people, they had some Harry Potter people, they had some voice actors from, you know, various current cartoons. There were some wrestling people. They even had like a wrestling ring.
Yeah, they had a whole ring set up. That was kind of cool.
You know, so it was kind of one of those, a little bit of everything for everyone. What I thought was kind of cool was obviously we do a lot of the local convention, so we always seem to, you know, see the same, you know, vendors, you know, time and time again. But there were actually some different vendors, different artists that we've, you know, never seen or never, you know, noticed before. So that was kind of nice. It added a little bit of a difference to it. We're not autograph people. You know, we don't, you know, wait in those lines to see the celebrities. But it seemed very organized from what we could see, you know, that area. The other thing, I think really the only negative thing that we had was the food.
Yeah,
you know, and
they could have definitely organized the food,
right? And I don't know if it's, you know, if it's them that organizes it or if it's the convention center. You know, that was really probably, you know, and maybe a little bit more seating. And it wasn't like they didn't have the room for it. There was definitely plenty of extra room around if they wanted to just put, you know, tables or things like that. But it seemed to go, you know, really smoothly. We went, like I said, on Sunday. We got there, I guess it was around 10:30 when we got there.
Yeah.
It had started at 10 o'clock. The big draw was obviously Tom Holland was there, and he was doing a panel at 10 o'clock. And even at 10:30, they were still letting people in to his panel, we just decided, let's skip it. But we probably could have gone and seen, some of it at least. But we really didn't know what to expect. So it was kind of like, well, let's just kind of venture and see. But it was, definitely a nice mix of, if you were interested in comics, they had a number of people doing that. Board games, they had a whole area of that, the whole section of video games as well.
That was one of the things that I was kind of impressed with, was the gaming section they had towards the back there was huge. It was all, various console games that they had set up, both modern and classic, and it was all free to play.
Right.
But on top of that, you had the board games, like you had said. The vendors, I think they were kind of light on vendors, though. It certainly wasn't as many vendors as you would normally see there for a convention center that size.
Right. But it would also seem to be much smaller and much more manageable. Like, we didn't feel overly tired after walking the floor, like, oh, I just want to, go home.
That's true.
We could have walked, and that was the other thing, too, was because it was smaller and more manageable, I felt, like when we first walked around, it was like, oh, I definitely want to come back to this guy, and I remembered exactly where he was. It was very, I felt it was more organized, the layout, of it than, some of the other ones that just are overwhelming and, okay, what aisle am I in? Where am I?
Well, what was kind of counterintuitive was they did their aisle numbering parallel to the entrance rather than, in line with the entrance.
Right.
So you'd have to come into the building, come into the convention center room, walk to one of the ends, and then go up and down the aisles, which was kind of counterintuitive the way they did that.
But again, I thought it was a perfect size. Wasn't, we got our tickets ahead of time, so we saved, $10. And on Sunday, kids are free, 12 and under, so,
But I could definitely see us going back next year and looking at some of the panels and maybe doing the panels. I kind of regretted not sitting in on that Tom Holland panel when we walked in, because I think it would have been kind of cool.
Yeah, and like I said, even for the last, and it seemed to go almost until 11 o'clock. So,
well, yeah, I mean, we got there and there was probably 15 minutes left.
Or we thought there were 15 minutes left.
Because we got there at 10:45, basically. When we walked upstairs, it was almost 10:45.
Oh, okay.
And by the time we got in, we had gone down the one aisle, and everyone started coming out of the
right. So we could have,
panels.
Seen a couple of minutes of it. So,
but anyway, got a full show today. Our Disney Detective. We're going to be talking about the launching of Galaxy's Edge at Disney World. We will be talking about the ability to bring your thermal detonators onto airplanes now. There's some controversy around that. Then we have a feel-good story with Snow White in the parks interacting with a young boy. Then we have some Frozen news to get into. And then in our entertainment news, John Travolta once again embarrasses himself at an award show, which I'm not sure why he's invited to them anymore, let alone to present. Then we have a bit of information on a new show that came out, Carnival Row. And Leslie Jones news, leaving SNL. And then we pay tribute to Valerie Harper, who we recently lost, who had been in poor health. And then we will move on to our insightful picks of the week. So I think we got a good show ahead of us here. Are we ready to get started?
Let's do it.
All righty. Go for Disney Detective.
So this past Thursday, Galaxy's Edge in Walt Disney World finally opened. It was actually not scheduled to open until 6 a.m. on Thursday, but officials surprised thousands of fans with early entry around 4:45 a.m.
Wow.
That's really early. I actually had one Disney friend of mine who is actually local to the area. She got there at like 3 a.m. and posted pictures on Facebook.
Moly.
And like the main, the Main Street area of of Hollywood Studios was just packed with people. So
I'll bet.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny because for the last couple of weeks, they've been doing pass holder previews and cast member previews. And, I knew various people that were going to those, and it was just so quiet and it wasn't really packed or whatever. And, that's because not everybody, not the masses were in. And now it's this, big giant thing.
So now, did they do the same reservation system in Disney World?
No, I don't think they actually did anything. I know the only thing that they were doing was the virtual queue system. Basically, they were only allowing so many people in at a time, and you basically kind of got a reservation for a time slot to go in, but nothing like they were doing in Disneyland where, you had your 4-hour window or whatever. So it was done a lot differently. I know once the ride opened at one point, the wait time for the one ride that's only open right now was 5 hours. But
and that's kind of what people expected when
Right.
Disneyland opened, and they mitigated most of that
right,
with the
because they
reservation
gave
system.
everybody, a 4-hour window, and so you didn't have, the wait time. But they were saying that they were wondering, how crazy it was going to be. Obviously the big thing right now is Hurricane Dorian, who, as of right now, it looks like the last reports that I read just a little while ago, looks like it's going to kind of miss Florida, and actually it's heading up to the Carolinas. But Disney was already starting to kind of prep for, hurricane mode. And,
Right.
I know there was a video posted the other night where they were, like by the pools, all the umbrellas and stuff, they were kind of putting that away, anything loose.
So as far as the Galaxy's Edge, was there any announcement on why they chose not to go with the reservation system in Disney
No,
World?
I never saw anything, about that. Maybe because, they just...
Well, because I know the attendance numbers in Disneyland have been
Right, and
far
maybe-
lower than what they expected.
Right, but obviously it looks like, Hollywood Studios is and Walt Disney World's probably going to, surpass that. But yeah, there was nothing that ever said. And I was kind of surprised because, it was so stringent in California. It was like you had to be a resort guest and you had to be this and you had to be this and,
It's entirely possible that scared a lot of the people off, and that's why your
Right.
numbers were so low in Disneyland.
Right, and maybe, because they didn't do it, that's why you have a 5-hour wait.
Right.
In
It just strikes me as odd that they handled the two parks so
differently. Yeah, yeah.
in how this was. And, by all accounts, it was very well managed in Disneyland.
Yeah, yeah.
Where you didn't have these ridiculous waits.
And it seemed like it was an enjoyable experience. Like nobody was complaining, "Oh, I had to wait in line."
Yeah.
And
and
for
then
too
you turn
long.
around and you blow it at Disney World.
Right, right. And I currently, there's another Disney friend of mine who is actually there on vacation now. I haven't heard really anything. I've only seen pictures that he's posted, on Instagram of, like he was obviously there during the day and then he had nighttime shots, as well. So obviously, again, you could stay, the whole time if you wanted to.
Explain briefly what the virtual queue is.
So the virtual queue, from what I understand, was basically kind of like you weren't allowed in the area until a certain, almost like the reservation system.
But was this done through like the Fast Pass system or something?
I'm not really sure. I just remembered seeing them, posting pictures of, we're getting the virtual queue system, set up,
Okay.
just like
and
we had.
Do we know if that was restricted to
I don't think so. I don't think it was
guests of the property?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just anybody because, again, like I said, my one friend who lives down there, she went. and she's just an annual pass holder. She wasn't a resort guest, whereas my other friend, who's up from, he lives in New York and he's down there. He was staying, he was a resort guest, but I really haven't, found out from him like, hey, how was the experience? You were down there. I just know that he was there yesterday. He had a picture of, the blue milk.
Right. Right.
That was it. So it'll be interesting to see, how this plays out. Plus, I know as of right now, the only, they haven't really made any closing announcements of, things that are going to be closed due to the weather. So it'll be interesting to see how between, Hurricane Dorian coming in, what the attendance numbers are going to be like, over the weekend.
In this case, it's just a timing thing with the hurricane.
Right,
thing,
right.
But. So tell us about thermal detonators.
So if you don't know, one of the things that they were very happy to announce was that they worked together with Coca-Cola to develop these really cool looking thermal detonator looking Coke bottles, which go for $6 a piece, by the way. And there was a
well
whole
worth it for a thermal detonator.
Of course, that's pretty cheap when you think about it. So there was a whole big thing, that started when Galaxy's Edge opened up, that TSA actually was not allowing you to take them on the plane. You couldn't have them in your checked luggage and you couldn't have them in your carry-ons. So people were like, oh, what am I going to do with my thermal detonator? Well, as of yesterday, they actually released a statement that they have lifted the ban, that you are allowed to put them in your checked luggage, or as long as they're empty, then you can put them in your carry-on. So that was kind of good news for people that, wanted to bring home their relatively cheap souvenir from Galaxy's Edge. When you think that, the lightsabers are, $200, to start, your $6, can of Coke is a little cheaper. So
well, and I think it was kind of interesting that they went the route of designing them to look like thermal detonators without ever considering the fact that people are going to want to take these things home and not throw them out. And you've got people walking on airplanes with what looks like a hand grenade.
Right. So and it's kind of like, you even look at like snow globes. That, that was a big, you used to see, in the Disney gift shops, snow globes all over the place. And then once, TSA had all these, restrictions, you now see that they either don't make these big giant snow globes anymore, or if they do, they make much, smaller ones. And a lot of times, when you go to check out at a register, they suggest, can we just ship this home for you? So I guess it was kind of along the same lines of they didn't think, oh, the majority of the people fly here.
And the funny thing was, when we were down there the one time, there was a toy thermal detonator that looked very authentic. It was a metallic look to it.
Right.
And it was like a hot potato game or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, I have to assume people were able to, get on a plane with that.
Yeah.
But I guess because it wasn't filled with liquid, I don't know. It's just
right, and maybe that's why because these are
TSA changes their rules on a regular basis.
Yeah. So if you happen to be down there and you want to bring home your your bottle of Coke, if you want it full, put it on in your check luggage. If you're gonna want to bring it on your carry-on, make sure you drink it first.
Yeah. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What's next?
So we have a very heartwarming story that a bunch of different news outlets had posted, and this was Snow White had a very special moment with a special needs child at Walt Disney World. So a mother who was there with her son had one of those magical experiences. The mother, who actually had shared the moment on Facebook, wrote that while she and her son were waiting in line at Epcot to get a picture with Snow White, he began to have an autism meltdown. He was crying, he was just overwhelmed and just having a hard time with everything. So when it was finally his turn to take his picture, the princess could tell that he was special needs and kind of just took him for a walk away from the crowds. And the mom shared photos of Snow White just kind of hugging him putting his head down on, her lap, kind of, her consoling, very, very Snow White-ish,
right,
know. And, the mom said, she was just amazing. She held his hand, danced with him, took him over to a bench and sat with him. She definitely just went above and beyond and just took so much time with him. So again, the mother had shared this on Facebook, and nearly 300,000 reactions came from people praising the woman for her beautiful reaction to the son's, special needs. One person wrote, "God bless you, Snow White. What a beautiful gift of love." The mom actually did write a letter to Disney to inform them of how thankful she was, for Snow White's, heartwarming actions, and saying that it was just, true magic, and that she was just a pure angel, and it was just a moment, they would never forget. So,
and it's one of those things where I can't help but bash Disney, and I'm not going to bash Disney for this, obviously,
okay.
But I will point out the fact that it's exactly this kind of example that shows who makes the real magic in the parks.
Oh, absolutely.
You have people like Bob Iger who make $156 million a year thinking that he's the end-all be-all of why the company is so successful. And it's people like this in the trenches who are doing that and giving that magical experience.
Oh,
for the
absolutely.
families right now.
Absolutely.
We had a similar experience years ago when we were getting our photos done in one of the private photo sessions that they did.
Right.
And they had a malfunction on the camera. Well, they could have just easily marched us back out and put us in line until they resolved the issue.
Right.
But instead, you had 3 or 4 costumed characters sitting there playing Duck, Duck, Goose and hide and seek with our daughter for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Which, to this day, as much as I bash Disney for various things, that's the one thing that still stands out in my mind is that it's the people that are in the park that are the ones that make the experience.
Absolutely.
I don't care how many executives you have. They don't deserve the money. The people that are there doing
the cast members. They're the ones
that deserve
Yeah,
it. They need the reward. They need the
recognition.
the notoriety.
And,
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're the ones that make Disney what it is. So just my endorsement there. Anyway, one more
Disney detective story. So it looks like Frozen 2, we finally have some plot details and obviously a brand new song. So Disney has been keeping the trailers very light on the plot details, but the two directors, finally gave a little bit of a explanation of where, Elsa and Anna are going on their new quest, and they gave another little sneak peek clip that's gonna, give more about their adventure. So, basically what kind of came about is, a little bit more of the past. How did Elsa get her powers? What happened, to her as a child, and a little bit with the parents as well. So again, they're going to be doing a little bit of the past. They have obviously some new characters that they're incorporating as well, and obviously a brand new song called Into the Unknown, where Elsa hints that she's heard, this voice before in her head, but just never quite understood where it was coming from. And then on the other side of things, Kristoff and Anna's relationship is going to grow even stronger, and that Kristoff is getting ready to pop the question, but it looks like he's going to have a hard time getting down on one knee and proposing, as Anna is too preoccupied helping her sister. And Frozen 2 will hit theaters November 22nd.
Wow, right around the corner.
Yeah,
Cool.
Getting closer. So I'm excited about it. I don't know if our daughter is, but, that's just me.
I just hope that Disney's going to have the marketing and
right,
merchandising,
right? Because that was really hysterical when the original movie came out, and it just blew up,
Yeah,
and
you had nothing but knockoffs.
They had some things, but then everything was on back order. If you wanted a dress or a doll or whatever, and like you said, everything that was available was either a knockoff or you just had to wait.
So last week with D23 News, we talked about a boatload of changes to Epcot. With the release of the new Frozen movie coming out. Was there any talk of them updating the ride in Epcot?
No, nothing with that, so everything will just kind of, it'll remain, Frozen Ever After, or, the original,
Okay.
The original ride.
Cool. So that's it for Disney Detective.
That sure is.
All right, moving on to entertainment news. So tell me about how John Travolta has embarrassed himself at an award show yet again.
Yeah, so he made headlines on Monday when it appeared as though he mistook RuPaul's Drag Race alum Jade Jolie as Taylor Swift in the video, and she was actually dressed for the VMAs as Taylor Swift. So MTV Music Awards happened earlier this week, and Taylor Swift had her whole crew of people that had worked on her cast, that had worked on one of her current videos, and a bunch of, drag queens and other, characters were part of it. And one of the people that was there was actually dressed up like her. And so she actually thought it was hysterical, and Travolta, thought it was cool. He actually was interviewed at a Dallas-Fort Worth radio station on Thursday, where he addressed the confusion that had happened, the night before. He said there were just, so many people, on the stage, and I was looking for her. So, when I thought I found her, it was just like, okay, here, take the award, and then it was just, kind of mass confusion, and, everybody had a good laugh about it. And even the woman who he had given the award to, she thought that it was just like, oh my God, it was my first award ever. Thank you, John Travolta, for giving it to me. Everybody just laughed it off. And, earlier in the week,
And that's kind of a statement to the costume and makeup artist.
Yeah, like, wow, you look really
you look authentic.
Yeah. And it was just, and it was funny because earlier in the week, Taylor Swift's friend Todrick Hall, who had helped her with the video, and he stars in it, and he was there at the awards. He was on stage at the moment that it happened, and he ended up telling Jerry O'Connell that he thought Travolta was just so confident that it was her. Like, he was just like, here you go, and and again, I could understand the craziness of it. Plus, there were a whole big gaggle of people. It wasn't like, oh, there were just two people, up there.
And thankfully, they didn't have him read the names.
Well, and that was kind of funny because when he and I believe it was Queen Latifah were presenting the award, and she went to go hand him the envelope, like, did you want to read it? And he made the joke of, I've screwed this up before, why don't you take it? So, right. At least he can laugh at himself and everything.
Yeah, gotta give him credit for that.
Yeah, so it was a funny little, thing that had happened, so.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So tell us about what I'm sure is probably going to be a insightful pick of the week coming up soon.
What gave it away? This is actually a show that definitely seems to be kind of up my alley. It's called Carnival Row. It launched on Amazon Prime just this week, and it's an interesting story because it's basically there's humans and then there's fairies, and they live together. It looks like the 1800s or early 1900s England, kind of that gritty, Sherlock Holmes kind of time period.
Well, let's be honest. England always looks gritty at this point, okay? It's such a storied history to the country.
That's true. But it also has a lot, kind of has an important story to tell because it has a lot about the social commentary on immigration and racism and discrimination issues that are part of our world right now.
Oh, so Donald Trump should love this one.
Right. Basically the two main characters is, Orlando Bloom, who plays a human cop, and basically his forbidden love affair with a pansexual fairy. That whole dynamic of, two different worlds, trying to be together, and can you really be, together in society? So the entire 8-episode season is actually now available on Amazon Prime. I have yet to watch it because we were finishing up Mindhunter, so I'm looking forward to this. It definitely has that look of another show that I watched, which was Penny Dreadful.
Okay, yeah.
So it kind of reminded me that one person had said that the show might feel like something based on a book from Game of Thrones, but it's obviously set a different time period. But again, you have these different races of creatures, I guess. So I guess that's maybe where they were making the parallel. But again, the big thing is that it's the social commentary, really, the underlining, of the discrimination and, the love affair and immigration and everything that, our country is kind of going through right now. So it looks really good, and I'm looking forward to getting into it. So
cool. Very cool. So tell us, before we go on, I did want to make a comment of what I thought was kind of interesting about that show. And what seems to be a trend in streaming now, and that is these big name movie stars jumping on board with what would traditionally be seen as TV, but not TV because it's streaming.
Right.
I mean, you see Orlando Bloom, who's a major blockbuster star there doing that. You've got Ewan McGregor coming back to do stuff for Disney. And you've got countless other big screen actors, which makes me reflect back on a very early episode of the podcast that we did with Netflix and the Oscars.
And actually, there's something I'll mention after you.
Okay. So what I find interesting is you had this push by Spielberg and some others to remove Netflix shows from being in the running for Oscars. But you also now, just in the last less than a year, you see all these big screen actors moving into Netflix and Amazon Prime and on all the other streaming services as, mainstream entertainment now. So it's not like, oh, I'm a big screen actor. I'm a movie actor. I don't do TV. You're seeing a big trend moving towards that direction, which to me means whatever argument had been made previously, which had been invalidated and shot down with the Oscars and Netflix,
right,
is going to have even less credence moving forward in the next award show and forward.
Well, and to kind of, excuse me, and to add to that, there is a movie that is, very much being looked forward to, called The Irishman.
Yes.
And it's Martin Scorsese, so it's not even like it's some little whatever.
Yep.
And it's coming to theaters, and it's one of those where it's going into little movie houses, but it's going to be on Netflix, and the idea of putting it in the theaters is, again, they're hoping to be nominated for, an Academy Award, where I don't think with the movie that won last year, I don't think it was their intention. It was just...
Right, no, it just happened.
It just kind of happened.
Well,
obviously
it was their intention to get it in the running and get the notoriety.
And maybe not...
To win? I don't think it was expected to win.
But obviously, with this, it's more, okay, maybe they're kind of doing it, and the release date is November 27th for The Irishman, so it's, later in the year. But again, as long as it's released before a certain time, before the end of the year, it can be, a contender.
And it needs to be released in theaters before it's released on the streaming service.
Right, and
per
that
the
was
rules.
that was the idea, that it's actually New York Film Festival on September 27th, and then the IFB, the BFI, sorry, London Film Festival on October 13th, and then later on by Netflix. So,
But it needs to run in the LA studio circuit, theater circuit, in order to qualify.
Right, and I'm sure they have that all, planned out. And
Well, that's good,
it's a big cast. It's Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, Al Pacino, Harvey Keitel.
It's basically all the guys that always act in the mafia movies. And, we haven't had a good mafia movie in a while.
We haven't had a good Martin Scorsese, mafia movie in a while.
We had a bad Travolta mafia movie, but not a good mafia movie.
Right,
really.
so we kind of just, so that, again, like we said, we talked about that, last year with all of that. So it'll be,
Cool. So tell us about Leslie Jones, who I have to say, I absolutely adore her. Before we even get in, I absolutely adore her.
Really?
She's hilarious. And she's so in your face.
Yes.
That's what I love about her.
And it was funny because I started hearing things that, different projects that she was doing. So it was kind of making me think, all right, I think she's leaving SNL. I think one of the things I saw on Entertainment Tonight was they were bringing back Supermarket Shopper. I can't remember. I don't think that's the name of what the game show was, where they had contestants that ran around a grocery store.
Yeah.
Well, she's bringing it back. She's going to be the host of it. So when I heard that, I was like, okay. So Jones will be leaving, making her exit from Studio 8H. She's actually been on the show since 2014. And additionally, Kate McKinnon was actually rumored to be exiting as well. But as of right now, she's staying on for the 45th season. NBC would not confirm any news, basically just an email. CNN had sent an email to her representative. Nothing had come back. But she was known for her frequent appearances on the mid-show Weekend Update news segments, where she would frequently comment on politics and social issues, which were just always spot on and definitely made you think, and that in your face, hysterical.
Like take no shit from anybody.
Yeah.
In your face. Let's not dance around the controversial topic. Let's hit it straight on.
Right, exactly. She actually joined the cast at age 47, giving her the distinction of being the oldest person to join the show as a cast member. It was also the first time that they had 2 African-American women as cast members at the same time. She was actually nominated for the Outstanding Supporting Actress in a Comedy Emmy in both 2017 and 18. But she has a number of movie projects, lined up, and a comedy special with Netflix that'll be coming out. So, obviously the cast always changes. You have people coming and going. That's kind of...
It's like the Menudo of comedy.
It is. But, they basically said that they will never be able to replace, her unique, larger-than-life delivery, her infectious and unbridled enthusiasm for all things Olympics.
Yeah.
I do remember when the Olympics came out and they would have all these, sketches with her on the Olympics or commercials, and it was like honest. She loved the Olympics, and it was just like her thing.
And she just had so much energy.
Oh my God.
She was just a ball of energy whenever the camera was on.
Yeah,
her.
yeah. And
she was almost like a female version of Chris Farley.
Yes, I could definitely see
just
that.
kind of enthusiasm and spontaneity, and
yeah,
she didn't have to be scripted.
No, and she could just kind of go off and do her thing.
Yeah.
She's hysterical on Twitter. You can, I follow her on Twitter. And again, like you said, she takes no shit, and and she tells you how it is, and so only great things for her. For her in the future. So it'll be, I'll miss her, on it. The new season actually returns on September 28th, and they have some really good guest stars coming on. They have Woody Harrelson and Kristen Stewart and David Harbour, and Eddie Murphy is actually set to host for the first time, as being a former, cast member. So that'll be kind of
So is this a trend now? They brought Adam Sandler in for his first time hosting.
Right, so now they're going to start bringing. Well, a lot of them aren't around, unfortunately. Some of the older cast.
They're not. But they've got a lot of talent that they can pull from.
And that's the thing is a lot of people, have gone on, and been very successful. Lauren Michaels definitely has the golden touch when it comes to certain things.
Sure.
So
awesome.
So we wish her well.
Absolutely. So, in sad news, we lost Valerie Harper.
Yeah, this came out last night that she had passed away. We knew she had not been doing well. There were actually news reports not that long ago where her husband actually had declined hospice.
Yeah, he did not. He was not ready to let go.
No, he wasn't. And it's a hard thing. So, one of the TV's most beloved sidekicks, she was, came to popularity on the Mary Tyler Moore Show as Mary's, neighbor, Rhoda Morgenstern. And from, the Mary Tyler Moore Show, once that ended, she actually got a spin-off of, the Rhoda Show that lasted, I believe, 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah.
And that was interesting because it started out with her basically moving back to New York, reconnecting with her family, meeting somebody, getting married, and actually before the series had ended, she was separated, and back to being a single...
Nice cross-section of America there.
A single woman, in the 70s. So, it was an interesting commentary of our time.
Yeah.
Her daughter actually had tweeted out that, her father basically saying, "My beautiful, caring wife of 40 years had passed away. Rest in peace, Mia Valeria." And that, bunch of different people, obviously came forward. Ed Asner, who was a co-star, had said, called her a great friend. Good night, beautiful. I'll see you soon. In 2009, she had actually had a cancerous tumor removed on her lung. And in 2013, the doctor told her that her cancer had spread to areas surrounding the brain and she probably wouldn't make it through the spring. In typical Harper fashion, she remained upbeat in interviews, and as a guest on the TV talk show The Doctors in March of 2013, she said, "More than anything, I'm living in the moment. I want Americans and all of us to be less afraid of death and knowing it is just a passage. Don't go to the funeral before the day of the funeral. While you're living, live."
Good philosophy.
Good philosophy as well. So
awesome. Well, rest in peace.
Absolutely.
And that is it for our entertainment news.
Mm-hmm.
We will be back with our insightful picks of the week. As always, I bow to you, dear.
Do you bow to me?
Not so much. My back usually hurts, so I bow in spirit.
Gotcha. Okay. So my insightful pick is actually an older show, but the reason why I bring it up is because there's something new coming around with it. So of course you always like to make fun of me because of my British shows.
You do love a good British accent.
I do. And this one is obviously Downton Abbey, one of the big ones.
Downtown Abbey.
Downtown Abbey.
Sounds like an MTV VJ.
Downtown Abbey Brown. So it's a historical drama that follows the lives of the Crawley family and their servants in the family's Edwardian country house. The program begins in 1912 with the sinking of the Titanic, which leave Downton's Abbey.
They did it, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. It was so basically, because of the sinking of the Titanic, it leaves Downton Abbey's future in jeopardy as Lord Grantham's heir, his cousin James, and his son Patrick had died on the ship, leaving them without a male offspring to take the throne of Downton.
Is there really a throne?
No, I don't remember there
Is it
actually
made
being...
of swords?
No. That's a whole other thing. And so basically, as a result, Lord Grantham is on the search for a new heir. And it basically progresses throughout the decade. So you have, the British at war with Germany. You have World War One. So basically, the whole series takes place between 1912 and 1926. And, you see the different things that had happened throughout history and how, they reacted to it or how it affected them. So you have, obviously the Titanic, then you have the First World War, Spanish influenza pandemic, the Irish War of Independence, various different things, throughout, and, the three daughters growing up. And
now, I've never watched this show, but the way you're describing it now, it sounds like a British version of Forrest Gump. Where you're transposing these characters across historical events.
Kind of, but not really. They're not, you don't see their part in it. You
just
see
how it affects.
Right.
Okay,
with World War One, Lord Grantham goes off and he fights in the war, and some of the servants go, and now they're coming back, and the one servant was a not a low rank, like a higher rank. So, and he was kind of like a footman, and here, he was at, like this level in the war, but in the house, he's at this level. Like, now you have to take orders. I'll
take a moment to explain to you, same thing I explained to our daughter. Hand gestures don't work in an audio podcast.
I understand that. So he's up really high, when he's in the army.
So he's a high military rank, but low household rank.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So it's interesting to see where, things kind of go back into place. How do you get back into, your place in society after you've just been, in the war and things like that.
So then what's the big new news for it?
So obviously the big news, which anybody that's a fan already knows this, but we haven't talked about it on the podcast yet, is that they are actually doing a movie of Downton Abbey, which will actually be coming out September 20th, and it's set in 1927. So it's a year after the last season had ended.
Continuation of
so
what
it's a
the show
continuation, just like kind of an update of...
So it's not like, 30 years later, here's what the household looks like now.
Right.
Okay.
The idea is basically seeing how, people are kind of getting away from having a full staff of servants and maybe only having 3 servants, right. Where's this person? Where's this person? And you kind of saw that in the series too, where, people were being let go because, for each, person in the household, maybe they didn't need 3 different servants just for them. They only needed 1. So, you got to see the house kind of, slimming down.
So that's the life crisis they have. How many servants do I have?
Well, and that was...
how does the average human being even relate
to
that?
And that was kind of what was interesting, because the one character, he starts off as the chauffeur. He's the blue collar, person, and falls in love with one of the daughters, marries her, she unfortunately passes away, but they have a daughter, so he's in the family, and he has a hard time with that, letting the opulence of everything kind of take over, and I have to go get dressed before I have lunch, I have to go change before dinner, I have to go put on my tuxedo for that, and that kind of adds the everyday man aspect to it. He just thinks it's silly, but then it's like, all right, well, this is our tradition, Okay, and he kind of makes changes throughout, the years to kind of, bring them a little bit more down.
But all this is okay because it's a lot of British accents. So.
Absolutely, sure is.
That's how we justify it.
Absolutely. So I believe if you've never seen it and, are interested, I believe Amazon Prime has it. I know some of the local PBS stations have it, on demand if you're a member. Obviously the people that are going to go, excuse me, and see the movie are going to be people that were fans, of the show. I'm not going to take you to go see it because you're not going to know.
I'd appreciate that.
You're not going to know anything about it.
How many seasons were there?
It was, I believe it was 6 seasons. The first episode aired in 2010, and the final episode was actually on Christmas Day in 2015.
So there's a lot of content to watch there. Then.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Well, good pick. Thank you. So my pick this week is a documentary. Of course.
I'm so shocked.
I have been watching History's Greatest Hoaxes. And what actually kind of turned me onto this was when I was watching the one show that I used as a insightful pick about the allegations that the moon landing was fake.
Mm-hmm.
So I found it interesting, the scientific methods that they took to get to that point. So I'll read the intro to this one.
Okay.
The Loch Ness Monster, Hitler's Diaries, the Roswell alien autopsy, and the moon landings. These are the stories that amazed and enthralled the world. Yet what if they were too tantalizing to be true? The History Channel reveals the stories of the world's tallest tales in history's greatest hoaxes, complete with fresh footage from the hoax sites, new interviews with those involved, specially filmed recreations and contributions from top experts. Who dreamed up the hoaxes? Why did they do it? Who exposed them? And what were the consequences? It's time to find out, as well as examine 10 of the world's most infamous hoaxes. History's Greatest Hoaxes looks at some of the most spectacular hoaxes that show that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but not all the people all the time. It looks at remarkable hoaxes, including Hitler's Diaries, the Piltdown Man, the War of the Worlds broadcast, Papillon, and the Loch Ness Monster, and the Alien Autopsy film.
Okay.
So some of these are obvious hoaxes.
Right,
but
right.
What's interesting about the show is they take you through and delve into a level of detail that most documentaries on these have never looked at before.
Okay.
You see how some of these hoaxes were perpetrated.
Mm-hmm.
You see some of the props that were used. Like for the Loch Ness Monster one, they go back and they look at 6 or 8 of the most famous photos or videos of it.
Okay.
And they show you how they were created. One that was back in, I think, the 40s or 50s was a combination of a cardboard cut out of a head on top of a toy submarine from Woolworth.
Okay.
And someone built it. And
right.
They interview a gentleman who's a researcher in it,
mm-hmm.
and he built a replica of it. You can see how it works and everything.
And you're like, okay, I can see that.
And it's like, okay, well, they filmed it from this angle, so the waves look like they're larger than normal, because really the prop that they used was about 2 feet long.
Okay.
And the way they took the pictures, it
looked the forced perspective type thing. Right.
So it's very interesting to see how they did this. The one that I just watched yesterday was the alien autopsy one. And they actually go in and they interview the special effects artist who was hired by this one guy to recreate it. And it's interesting because the person who created the film did it under the guise of, well, he received this film from the Army soldier who filmed the alleged autopsy originally from Roswell.
Okay.
And he got the film from the guy because the guy was on his deathbed and he wanted the information out there. But the film was so deteriorated that there were only 6 frames from the original film. So it's less than a second.
I was going to say.
And these were included in the recreation.
Okay.
But they don't show you where it is or anything like that. So the story goes is that, the guy took these 6 frames from this original film that he could recover, went to a special effects expert.
Okay.
And the guy created a cadaver, a fake cadaver using various meat parts from the local market and everything else. But it was portrayed in such a way as this is not the full original film. This is a loyal recreation of it based on what we saw from the original. So it was one of these, I heard it from someone who heard it from someone who heard it from someone, and then we recreated it.
Right.
So there was always this idea that it's probably fake, but here's what we have, and you
decide.
They basically sold it to Fox and because Rupert Murdoch will buy anything.
Right.
They sold it to Fox and a couple other broadcasters, and said, "All right, you guys verify whether it's real or not." In Fox's case, they didn't even bother to. They basically put it out there as a special and
right, that it was real.
Right.
I remember.
Right.
It was like, look, alien autopsy. Look what we got.
Right.
Our
you
hands
decide
on.
if it's real. So it's like, okay, whatever, guys.
Right.
But the film is neat because they go about it in a scientific method where they look at it. Mm-hmm. But they do it through a series of interviews, recreations, and stuff like that. And some of the people, you'd love it because it's a British special. There's a lot of people with British accents.
If there's nobody with a British accent, I won't watch.
Well, and it's funny who they get because one guy's a comedian, another guy's a professional skeptic, another guy's a journalist. So then they have a scientist. So they bring all these different aspects in to offer perspective on it. And it's like quasi-science with a little bit of humor to sort of poke fun at these things.
Okay.
The show was originally put out by History Channel back in 2016, but it is available for streaming now on Netflix.
Awesome. Good pick.
So, History's Greatest Hoaxes. And that was all I had. Did we have any afterthoughts?
I don't think we did.
All right. I think we are done. We will be back next week with another great podcast. And we have a couple of interesting shows in the works right now that we will have for the network itself. I don't think we have anything special planned right now. We don't have any more events that we're doing right now.
Not for us that we know of, but we do know that our Insights into Teens podcast will have something special coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Right.
And you're also working on a new channel, Insights into Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes. So hopefully we should have that premiering soon. So keep your eyes out for that. But other than that, we'll see you next week.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 7, Deadly Force. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my slightly out of frame co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing fine.
So, with everything that's been going on in the wake of the George Floyd death and the protests and everything else, you and I had wanted to do something on the topic, but I think we kind of came to the conclusion that we probably are not qualified to do commentary on Black Lives Matter. So I thought the one thing that we could address from this whole thing is the root cause of it, the police use of deadly force. So that's what today's episode is going to be about. Any comments?
Well, before we get into it, I mean, even though we're not talking about Black Lives Matter, it's obviously still very important. So make sure you sign petitions, donate, things like that. Just because we're not talking about it, I don't want people to get the impression that we're, stepping aside from it. We'd still, fully support it, at least,
Absolutely. Yeah. And it is very good to mention that, we aren't talking about it because I don't think we're the experts. We can't bring the perspective to it. So I don't want to do it in a way, I don't want to cover it in a way that it can't be covered comprehensively and from the right angle. And I don't think we're the people that can do that.
Yeah.
So this is our attempt at supporting Black Lives Matter by bringing these things to the forefront. These are really the root cause of it is really the police violence and the treatment of minorities by police and the profiling and everything else. And we're not going to get into everything, and then this is not an episode to bash police. This is really, we wanted to draw attention to the fact that there are standards out there. There are mixed standards that are not applied evenly across the board, but there are standards out there that are intended to allow the police to do their job without having incidents like George Floyd happened. And sometimes those standards are not followed. And that's where we wind up in these situations. And that's what needs to be addressed.
Yep.
So with that in mind, are we ready to move forward?
Yep.
So the first thing I think we kind of need to do before we dig into the meat and potatoes of the subject is kind of define what deadly force is. So deadly force, this comes from Wikipedia, so it's a pretty generic definition. Deadly force or lethal force is use of force that is likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to another person. In most jurisdictions, the use of deadly force is justified only under conditions of extreme necessity as a last resort. All lesser means have failed or cannot reasonably be employed. It goes on to say that firearms, bladed weapons, explosives, and vehicles are among those weapons, the use of which is considered deadly force. The use of non-traditional weapons in an offensive manner, such as baseball bat, sharp pencil, tire iron, or other items may also be considered deadly force. So let's just take a second to talk about that. So in certain circumstances, police are authorized to use deadly force. But that does not give police the right to be judge, jury, and executioner. So there has to be some restraint placed on that. Did you have any comments on our definition that we're working off of?
No, I think it's definitely accurate. I mean, it says when all lesser means have failed. And I think that as we go on, we're going to see that that's not always used as a last resort. That sometimes, well, more often than not, that deadly force is employed in situations where there were other options maybe, and it's murky because the officer can always say that their life was in danger, which can be open to interpretation. But I do think that in this instance, the deadly force should be used as the last resort. And, as I said, we'll go through and see how often that applies.
Right. So there is a legal standard for using deadly force by police. So Broadly speaking, the use of deadly force by law enforcement is necessary and permitted under specific circumstances, such as self-defense or in defense of another individual or group. And this is kind of what you were mentioning, where that's kind of the out, where if the officer says, well, I thought my life was in danger, in some jurisdictions that gives him the right to use deadly force, even if the person they're trying to apprehend is not committing crimes that warrant that level of response. The problem I think we've run into is that there is no single universally agreed upon set of rules for use of force. The International Association of Chiefs of Police has described the use of force as amount of effort required by police to compel compliance by an unwilling subject. Now, I think you'll agree that's a pretty vague standard that we have there. What concerns do you have about that standard that they have?
Well, I mean, ultimately, in the court of public opinion, you'd think that it would be more, you trust the police. You're supposed to trust your police. But in these instances, when they're the one that may hold all the power in these situations, and it's their word before yours, they're the ones that get to write the narrative in these situations. And I think that can be dangerous, especially when you bring in things like systematic racism and profiling and things like that, which can skew what an officer may do and their motivations behind it.
Right. I agree. And it goes on to say that officers, they receive guidance from their individual agencies, but there's no federal mandate, let's say, for rules that govern when officers should use force. And that use of force has to be there's the context in which the situation has to be taken into context. There's no two situations that are the same, and there are no two officers that are the same. So there isn't an automated response. Like it's not like machines, where you can perform the same thing over and over. The situations are always different. And in potentially threatening situations, an officer will quickly tailor the response to apply force. And, looking at it from the perspective of a police officer, you don't have a lot of time in dangerous situations to make a decision. Sometimes people, a scenario that comes to mind is you're responding to an alleged armed robbery. And you chase a subject into a dark alley, and the subject reaches into his pants to pull something out. As a police officer, you've got a split-second decision there to determine, is this guy pulling out his ID? Is he pulling out a gun? Is my life in danger? And in that split second is where tragedies happen. Situational awareness is also essential in these cases. Officers are trained to judge when a crisis requires the use of force and to regain control of a situation. Now, my concern there is that not all officers receive the same training. There's no uniform training across the board throughout the country. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know if you watched Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, but they talk about this one specific kind of trainer that it's almost like seminars that this guy goes around the country, and I forget his name. He goes around the country and trains police. And he has this like predator mindset where he encourages police to be like apex predators. And so this guy has gone all around the country. So you have no idea what kind of training these officers are getting, just like you said, because there's no set standard. So you could get certain places where they have very dangerous, hunter-killer mindsets, but in other situations, maybe they're encouraged to be more peaceful and less reactive and violent. So The fact that there's no standard leaves a lot of it up to chance almost.
So it's worthwhile to talk about the amount of force that is used, because I think we can all agree that when a police officer is responding to an incident and you have a non-cooperative suspect, chances are you're going to have to use some kind of level of force, whether that's vocal persuasion or you have to resort to physical use, whatever it is. So law enforcement officers should use only the amount of force necessary to mitigate the incident, make an arrest, or protect themselves and others from harm. Now, one of the problems that I have with that is you oftentimes have police that do things like engage in high-speed pursuits. You pull somebody over at a traffic stop and they had a taillight out. And the police go up to question the individual, and the individual takes off, and then the police engage in a high-speed pursuit. So now the original offense here is a broken traffic light. You can speculate on what else that person might be guilty of because of them fleeing, but is what they might be guilty of worth putting at risk all the other pedestrians and drivers that are on the road through a high-speed chase?
No, and I think that even not just high-speed chases, but that situation could be anything, right? And I'm sure we'll talk about it more once we get to specific cases. But at what point is a person's death warranted? You
Exactly.
know, there always should be another way.
Right. So there are levels. There's a continuum of police force that's used, which includes basic verbal and physical restraint, less lethal force, and as high as lethal forces. And the level of force that an officer uses varies based on situation. I think we can both agree on that. Because of this, guidelines for the use of force are based on many factors, including the officer's level of training or experience. Now, unfortunately, the research that I did didn't really delve too much into what level of force you can apply at your level of experience, but I think that's crucial. A lot of the incidents that we've seen recently have been very experienced officers who have been involved in these. So if the training is proportional to your experience and the level of force is proportional to your experience, I think we have a disconnect.
And even then, you have to wonder if people, in a situation where more cops are required, if people are getting pushed to the academy faster than they should be, who are we putting out on the streets with maybe less training, but just the same capability to use as much force as an experienced officer? They still all have the same equipment, on some level.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
But it takes a lot to know when to pull the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
An officer's goal is to regain control as soon as possible when protecting the community. That control dynamic, I think, is what a lot of this deadly force comes down to. Because the police are trained to operate from a level of authority. And when that authority is undermined, you tend to get an emotional response from the police. And that emotional response is fueled by the need for them to be in that authority dynamic. And when that fails, then things start to break down. The use of force is supposed to be an officer's last option, not their first. And it's sometimes a necessary course of action to restore safety in the community. Injuries may occur with the use of force, and I think we can all agree that if you're being restrained because you're resisting arrest, there's a very good chance that an injury could occur. Police should ensure that the injured receive medical aid and that the family of any injured person is notified. That's where some of the dispute comes in with some of the latest incidents that we've had. For instance, we're going to talk about George Floyd a little bit more later in the show. But George Floyd had an officer kneeling on his neck for almost 9 minutes. And 3 of those 9 minutes, he was unresponsive, not breathing, and had no pulse. And none of the officers, when he was in that condition, attempted to render assistance.
Well, there were also not just the one on his neck, but there were also other officers on his back and his legs.
Yeah.
Just pressing him into the ground.
Yeah.
And you can there's footage out there. The first one that, blew up was the one of just the officer with the knee on his neck. But later on, there was footage that came out of the other officers from the other side of the street watching, also pinning him down. It's horrific to watch.
It is. I mean, it almost looks like he was intentionally executed. Yeah. So the police use something called the use of force continuum, or the use of force spectrum, and that kind of tells you when to use what level of force. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about that in more detail. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So the use of force continuum is really kind of a spectrum of what level of force to use when in certain situations. The Supreme Court has recognized that the right to make an arrest or investigatory stop necessarily carries with it the right to use some degree of physical coercion or threat. Now, that statement itself
sounds kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of disturbing, isn't it?
It almost puts it in that they should go in with a hostile mindset.
Exactly.
Which is not what they should be doing.
Which I think is exactly what is happening in a lot of situations. And when you see a lot of these movements to defund the police, it's driven by that mindset of every time you call 911, whether it's for a domestic dispute, a car accident, a heart attack, the first person to show up is a police officer with a gun and this mindset of I'm the authority. And that immediately puts a lot of people on a defensive posture at that point in time.
Especially if the police are going to a situation that's already really tense and already right on the brink of like a powder keg almost. You have an officer show up who is armed, and that can without the officer even doing anything, unfortunately, can add another degree of tension to that situation.
Absolutely. You're injecting an aggressive mentality into a situation that's already about to explode.
Especially if it's in a situation dealing with minorities or a low income area, because they're already suspicious of police to begin with because of police violence and things like that.
Absolutely. So the degree of coercion or force used must be proportional to the threat and escalate only in response to the threat. Most law enforcement agencies have policies that guide their use of force, but again, they're not applied evenly across the board throughout the country. The policies describe an escalating series of actions an officer may take to resolve the situation. This continuum generally has many levels, and officers are instructed to respond with a level of force appropriate to the situation at hand, acknowledging that the officer may move from one part of the continuum to another in a matter of seconds. So again, timing is of the essence. So what we have here is an example of what a threat continuum is. So the first level is the most basic, officer presence. Police officer shows up, no force is needed. This is considered the best way to resolve a situation. The mere presence of a law enforcement officer works to deter crime and diffuse a situation. Officers' attitudes are professional and non-threatening. Hopefully, this is the majority of the interactions that you have with the police when they're called out for something. But like you said, even this can be an aggravating element to a situation. So the next level they have is what they call verbalization, where physical force is not required. Officers issue calm, non-threatening commands. Let me see your identification and registration. Officers may increase their volume, shorten their commands in an attempt to gain compliance. Short commands might include stop, don't move. Now, let me ask you, have you ever been pulled over by police?
No, not yet. I mean, I've been in situations where I've dealt with police, like I've been in a car accident. I wasn't the one driving, I was a passenger. I was pulled over. I wasn't the one pulled over. Again, I was a passenger, so I didn't have to talk to the police. The driver did. So I've never really had any where I did something that the police need to talk to me. I've always been a passenger or someone on the sidelines.
Right.
So.
Now, I'll say I've been pulled over a couple of times by police. Once you were actually in the car, and you were actually the reason that we wound up getting pulled over. We had gone out somewhere, you, me, and your mom, and the car we were in broke down. Mm-hmm. So we had to use a pickup truck to get home. We had you in a car seat. That's how young you were at the time. And in order to put you in a car seat in a 3-person seat in a pickup truck, your mom had to sit in the middle where there was no seatbelt. So we got pulled over by police, and the police wanted to know why one of the passengers was in the middle because they couldn't see the car seat. They wanted to know why someone was in the middle and not in a seatbelt. And this was kind of a learning experience for me because, I pulled over, pulled out the registration, all that stuff. Cop asked for it, asked me to get out of the truck, and then walked me around the back of the truck so I was out of traffic danger. And, he's looking at my documentation, and just casually I put my hands in my pocket, not thinking anything of it. And he immediately triggers on that. He's like, don't put your hands in your pocket. And I'm like, oh, sorry. But in explaining the situation to him, he was very professional, totally understood the situation. I was cooperative with him the entire time, and he obviously let us go. But anytime that people are driving and they have a police officer show up behind them with flashing their lights, that's kind of an anxiety situation there, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still kind of new to driving. I've been driving for like a little under a year. And one time I was coming back from college, which is like a 20-minute drive. Most of it's highway driving. And I had a cop behind me on the highway the whole time. And I wasn't doing anything wrong, but I was always looking behind me, looking at the cop, which, distracts you from driving. Eventually, he followed me all the way down to, there's a barbecue place nearby, and he turned off. He was just getting some food. But he followed me for so long, it almost made me, I felt like I was more likely to get into an accident or do something wrong because I was so nervous about the cop behind me.
Yeah, and that sort of speaks to what you were saying with just having police involved changes the entire dynamic of a situation. People act differently. We had the incident of the woman who was in Central Park, and she didn't have her dog on a leash, and an African-American man who was in the park approached her and said, you need to have your dog on your leash. Well, she made a big deal about it, calling the police, saying this man was threatening her and everything, and basically leveraged what she knew was her power as a white privileged individual. And she knew how the police were going to react to it. So
that guy's lucky. Oh God, that's such a bad situation. She's lucky she didn't get that guy killed.
Yeah, it's incredible. But the police response was so predictable that you knew how to manipulate the situation.
Yeah, and talking about our experiences with police, again, there is the issue of race coming up. I mean, we're two white men.
Yep.
And I think that, I've heard so many accounts from people of color that have been pulled over, and their situations were entirely different.
Absolutely.
The police are immediately suspicious in those situations of people that were doing nothing wrong. And I think that it's difficult to talk about these police issues without the issue of race. You can't, the two are not, they have to be brought together.
I agree. And the reason that I mentioned my incident was I am a white guy.
Right.
So my experience was much better than a minority's experience would. And I was still terrified at what this police officer was going to do because at that point in time, he wields all the power.
Yeah.
And that's frightening. So moving down the spectrum, we get to empty hand control, where an officer uses bodily force to gain control of a situation. The soft techniques would be using grabs, holds, and joint locks. And you get to the hard techniques where you start throwing punches and kicks to restrain an individual. So this is where we start getting into that potential for physical harm. The next step that they have is less lethal methods. Officers will use less lethal technologies to gain control of a situation, using blunt impact, using batons or projectiles. They can resort to chemicals using chemical sprays or projectiles, pepper balls that they fire at you.
These things are not less lethal. I mean, these can kill people. There's been instances, I know with the protests going on with chemicals, the use of tear gas and things, they can affect people, especially with breathing conditions or in your contacts. It can permanently blind you. And there was a woman at one point who I think she had asthma and the tear gas got in her lungs and she died from it because she had a reaction to it.
Yes.
And then blunt impact, the use of a baton, I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. You could, if somebody hits the concrete because you knocked them out with a baton, that might be out of your hands and not your intention, but that could still kill them.
Well, and you can still kill somebody with a blunt impact.
Right.
If I hit you on the head with a baton, I can cause brain damage and kill you.
And the last one, the CEDs, or conducted energy devices to immobilize a target. Tasers, right? That's
what your tasers are, yeah.
Those have set people on fire in some instances, stop people's hearts if they've got pacemakers that the officer is unaware of.
Yep. And
look, I understand that if someone with a pacemaker tries to pull a gun on the police officer, the cop's not going to have time to worry about that to tase him. But it's these methods that we're using that even if we're trying to make them less lethal, there is still the potential for killing somebody.
And I think the problem we have with these is labeling them as less than lethal generates this air of casualness about them. Like, oh, well, if you're acting up, I can just tase you.
Right.
And that'll settle you right down. And I don't have to wrestle you to the ground at that point in time. And you can kill somebody with it, either through electrocuting them, stopping their heart, or when they go down, it's very easy for them to hit their head and whatever, because you're uncontrolled when you go down. You see these demonstrations of tasers, with the police academy, and I've been tased in the past in a demonstration. It's not pleasant, and it took 3 people to hold on to me and gently put me down on the ground. Can you imagine if someone my size was tased without that kind of restraint?
We'd hit the ground hard. Yeah.
It's frightening. And then obviously the last level that we have in the continuum is lethal force. Officers use lethal weapons to gain control of a situation. Should only be used if a suspect poses a serious threat to the officer or another individual. Officers use deadly weapons, such as firearms, to stop an individual's actions. And this is an alternative. It has to be an alternative because there are perpetrators out there that will use deadly force indiscriminately, whether it's targeted at police, at citizens, or whatnot. We had an incident, a year ago, 2 years ago, near the Deptford Mall near us, where shoplifters were identified, I guess, by the store security. The police were called, and the shoplifters got into a waiting car, and the car gunned it right at a police officer in its path, and the police officer pulled his weapon and fired and killed an individual in the car as a matter of self-defense, is what he claimed at the time. So a car is a deadly weapon, and they tried to use it like that, if nothing else, to intimidate the police officer in vacating the way. Should the person have been killed for shoplifting? That's a pretty extreme.
I think if in that instance, I know that I mentioned it earlier, the use of the reasoning, officer's life was threatened, but in that instance, they might have been if they were driving at the police officer.
That's true. The problem that I have in that situation is you're in a crowded plaza. There are other citizens, other pedestrians around. What's the guarantee that you're not going to fire your weapon, discharge your weapon, miss the target, and then hit an innocent civilian for a shoplifter? That's where a lot of my concern is.
And that's not even mentioning that on the way over here, I was listening to the radio, and they were talking about what we're talking about now, the excessive use of police force. And in a lot of these instances, it's traffic stops, and an officer ends up pulling a gun because the person's not cooperating. And yes, the person should cooperate, but that doesn't give the officer the right to pull a gun.
Right.
Judging by what we just talked about, the officer should be pulling a gun when they feel their life's at risk.
Exactly.
Not because the person won't hand over their ID.
Exactly. Use of threats, which the Supreme Court allows, does not necessarily mean threatening bodily harm with a weapon.
Yeah, they played a clip over here of a woman that recorded when she got pulled over, a person of color, and the police officer straight up told her, "I'm going to light you up." Like, they should not be saying things like this. And then that woman ended up dying, not in the traffic stop. 4 days later, she was found hung in her cell. It was rolled as a suicide. Her family didn't believe that. But it's things like this where the use of firearms to intimidate is a real problem.
Yeah. So let's take a quick break here, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about what excessive force is and what unreasonable force is. So excessive force refers to situations where government officials, and we're not just talking police, this applies to military personnel as well. When government officials legally entitled to use force exceed the minimum amount necessary to defuse an incident or to protect themselves and others. This can come up in different contexts, such as when handling prisoners or even during military operations. When it involves law enforcement, especially during an arrest, it's also referred to as police brutality. The constitutional right to be protected from excessive force is found in the reasonable search and seizure requirement of the Fourth Amendment, and the prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment is in the Eighth Amendment. So we're talking constitutional rights here. This is something that should not be left up to an officer on the street to determine what your constitutional right is at this point in time.
Yeah, but even the wording there allows for loopholes, right? Reasonable search and seizure, cruel and unusual punishment too. Like, a lot of these things can be twisted to waive those constitutional rights by an officer, I feel like. And I think that's where we get into the issues, is because a lot of these terms, even though they're right there in the Constitution, are purposely able to be manipulated and changed to allow for excessive force like this.
And that's a perfectly valid point. And a lot of times, if you're going to challenge these field interpretations of the Constitution, you have to do that in a court of law before a judge. And in order to do that, you have to survive the encounter. And if you don't, then it's really not in your favor at that point, is it? So unreasonable force, in the Supreme Court case of Tennessee versus Garner, the court found that police used excessive force by shooting an unarmed, non-threatening teenager in the head while fleeing a house he had burglarized. At the time, the Tennessee law authorized the use of, quote, all the necessary means to effect the arrest of fleeing suspects regardless of the situation. Which, what could possibly go wrong with that wording?
Yeah, I mean, I guess going into it, he had burglarized a house, so that was their justification. It says so non-threatening, so maybe they weren't aware that he wasn't armed. I don't know.
Well, he's running away. Who's he threatening while he's running away?
Not to mention that they're not supposed to shoot you in the head, right?
They're supposed to be aiming for center mass, right? So the court overturned the state law because it allowed for unreasonable use of force in violation of the Fourth Amendment. So again, we have to appeal to the courts. Doesn't do anything for the victim in this case, but hopefully we get some reform later on that it solves some of these problems. The court ruled that deadly force can only be used during an arrest if it's necessary to prevent the escape and the officer has probable cause to believe the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious injury to the officers or others.
See, there's that loophole wording again, I feel like, again, the officer, it goes to the office. The officer is the one that has to determine it. So again, we get back to what we talked about before, making those split-second decisions in the field. What is probable cause in any given situation if they're all different,
Yeah, well, and I think in this case here, let's go back to that scenario we talked about in Deptford with the shoplifter. So somebody flooring it in the parking lot there, trying to kill an officer, let's say, could easily be construed as being dangerous to anybody else in that plaza as well. So there probably would be justified based on these rules.
Yep.
Here, if this kid is running away from the police, even if he had a gun, if he's not firing that gun off indiscriminately at other people, he's not immediately a threat.
And then necessary to prevent escape. If the kid was on foot, I mean, there had to have been another way.
Yeah, you can't on the radio, right? So police can easily call in backup for situations like that. So they go on to summarize and say excessive force by police brutality doesn't just apply to cases of deadly force, but can also be found where injuries are relatively minor, but resulted from the unreasonable use of force. So the headlines today are dealing with unfortunate deaths, which are obviously a concern, but you don't have to die in order to have a case against the police for unreasonable force. They could easily cause long-term permanent injury that's covered as well. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we're going to talk about some ways that you might be able to find some protections available. So excessive force is a constitutional violation that can be remedied by filing civil rights complaints for monetary or injunctive relief under Section 1983 of the United States Code. Okay, so if you survive the encounter, you can sue. I'm not sure that that's something that leaves a lot of comfort for the people that are victimized by this.
Well, that's if you can even afford to sue, right? I mean, the legal fees are going to get out of control, especially when these cops are typically backed by unions, which are going to, go to bat for them no matter what. And we're seeing that a lot now with the protests and then subsequent officers getting fired or paid leave, things like that.
Right.
Police unions are some of the biggest obstacles, and I know that we have a section on that coming up, but they're some of the biggest obstacles in any kind of actual law, civil suits or civil rights complaints, things like that.
Absolutely. Now, you can also file a complaint with the United States Department of Justice, who might decide to investigate your case, although that's optional for them. When deciding whether a government official, such as a police officer, engaged in excessive force, courts look at the totality of circumstances to determine whether the actions are objectively reasonable. In making this determination, judges use the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene lacking the benefit of hindsight. Now, let's take that statement for a second there. What is a reasonable officer?
Maybe they had a bad day. Maybe they had a bad morning. Bad cup of coffee.
Right. That's the thing. You've got human error written all over this because you don't know what mindset that person was in. You don't know if that person was an anti-Semite and dealing with a Jewish suspect or a racist dealing with an African-American suspect, and it completely changes the mindset.
Yeah, and I kind of think I'm kind of the mind where these things are worded intentionally, that the officers are always portrayed in this positive light in these kind of situations, even if they were the ones that took a life unnecessarily. They're the reasonable officer. They're without the benefit of hindsight, things like this. This is where the systematic aspect of it comes in.
It is. And again, I don't want to turn this into let's bash the police, because I think the vast majority of law enforcement officers out there are genuinely interested in enforcing the law and protecting people. But there are bad cops. We know there are bad cops. And the system itself does a very poor job of weeding out these bad cops.
And the bad cop argument is always, because that argument would never apply to any other profession. If a surgeon kills 10 people, they're not going to, they'll fire the surgeon. He'll get malpractice. He'll lose his license. If a cop kills someone like George Floyd or Breonna Taylor, who's murderers or not murderers, that's a different subject, but those officers are still free to go. And in situations like that where people are killed for no reason, the bad apples are not taken care of properly.
I agree.
Yeah.
And when we get to the George Floyd case, we'll talk about that in more detail.
Yeah.
Hopefully what we're seeing today is going to change that. But yes, you're right. Traditionally, that's been the case.
I do think that also today, what we're living through now is important because you have things like social media and public outcry that I think is making a lot of sweeping change to get rid of and tend to help the systematic issues that we're seeing now. People are calling it out. People are saying when they see it, so it's less obvious to hide.
we have a lot more tools today to point out the injustices that we had 10 years ago. So in talking about, what remediation you have, we're talking about this perspective of a reasonable officer. So the courts analyze factors such as the severity of their underlying crime or circumstances, which, you look at the Eric Garner case where he was allegedly selling illegal cigarettes and was executed for it. I think we had a breakdown in the system there. They look at whether an immediate threat to safety of an officer or others exist. Perfectly reasonable. They look at whether the individual was actively resisting arrest or attempting to flee. Last time I checked, resisting arrest was not punishable by death. So, might have to throw that one out too. They look at whether there were alternatives that were available or whether warnings were provided that or could have been provided. So, and again, we're not talking about death in all of these. We're talking about excessive force. So, these all do apply here, but again, the goal of this is to look at what the end game is on this here. And recently in the news, the end game has been executions.
Yeah. And another argument that's usually used to defend police that use excessive force is the whether warnings were provided or could have been provided. People say, oh, well, why didn't they just comply? Why didn't they just stop resisting? And it's not always that simple, especially if they're seriously injured. They might have been scared, scared for their life. If they're in pain or, I don't know, it's not as simple as, oh, you just ignored a warning, I think it's not as black and white as
well, and the problem that you have is the police are propagating this problem themselves with all of these incidents. If there's a high percentage chance of an African American getting pulled over by police and dying, then they're going to avoid being pulled over at all costs.
Yep.
Because I don't care if I have a broken tail light. You don't get to kill me for it. So that excessive use of force, and it's, the majority of, let's just say, traffic stops. The majority of traffic stops in this country every day go off without a hitch. There aren't any problems. The ones that are the issues that we're talking about are the ones that are getting all the social media attention. They're the outlying ones, but these obviously need to be addressed because these are the ones that are resulting in people dying. So they go on to say that along with deferring to law enforcement reasonableness standards, courts can also give officers qualified immunity. This protects public officials from civil liability for violations of rights so long as they were reasonably performing their duties and the rights involved were not clearly established. Now, this is where I have a problem.
It's like diplomatic immunity.
It is. And at what point in time and what court in this country has the right to deny someone their civil liberty rights? You don't. Even the Supreme Court cannot deny you your rights under the Constitution. So this whole idea of qualified immunity, I think, is a bad precedent that we have floating over us.
And it starts to blur the line between like protectors and guards almost, where their job is no longer to protect because they can get away with whatever they want.
That's exactly it. If you remove the consequences of someone's actions, they're not going to have any restraint whatsoever on those actions.
It reminds me of, and Watchmen on HBO is a great show that deals with a lot of this, but there's a quote from the original book where it says, who watches the Watchmen? Who oversees, these type of officials?
Right. So they go on to kind of elaborate and say in excessive force cases, qualified immunity can protect police officers in harder to evaluate situations where there's a hazy border between excessive and acceptable force.
Yikes.
That's exactly what you don't want. You don't want to protect them there because you want them to understand the decision that I'm about to make in pulling this trigger is going to have consequences. And if there's no consequences associated with it, they're going to feel far more at ease to pull that trigger.
And it makes excessive force a more likely option too.
Exactly.
Which we talked about before, because if there isn't consequences and if there's a hazy border between excessive and acceptable, then what's the difference?
Right.
Excessive becomes the new acceptable.
What the courts need to do is remove that haziness. You need to make sure that your people are trained, make sure that the situations are well understood, make sure that the reason that this guy is pulling his gun on a suspect is because he needs to.
Yeah, which comes with holding officers accountable, which is not what's happening.
Absolutely. So they say the benefit of this immunity, officers would need to show that a reasonable person in their position wouldn't have known that their actions violated clearly established law. And I think that's probably the wrong. You need to have that measure, but you also need to prove that you were in a reasonable state of mind at that time too. If I look back at a situation like, for instance, we're almost there, but I'm going to jump ahead real quick to George Floyd. Okay. So George Floyd was ultimately executed, allegedly, because it hasn't been proven in court yet, by Officer Derek Chauvin. Now, if we look at Derek Chauvin, prior to this incident, he had 18 complaints on his official record, 2 of which ended in discipline, including letters of reprimand. He'd been involved in 3 police shootings, 1 of which was fatal. And he had had a reputation at a club that he was a bodyguard, a bouncer at, of using excessive force on minority crowds. How are you going to explain to me when you're dealing with a man who, by the way, George Floyd worked at the same club as a bouncer too? How are you going to explain to me that you're handling this individual with a record like that and that you're in a reasonable state of mind? You're not.
Not to mention that even what he won medals for involved killing people as well. I mean, sure, it was for a suspect that pointed a shotgun at him, a domestic violence incident where he broke down the door and shot at someone who reached for a pistol. In those things, he was probably at risk, but he still killed people and got rewarded for it, which in his own mind would be
fuels that mentality. Yeah. So, all right, let's step back a second. I wanted to talk about some examples of unjustified deadly force. So the first one, I think that really kicked off the awareness campaign in recent memory was Eric Garner, 17th of July, 2014. So he was allegedly selling illegal cigarettes on the streets of New York on Staten Island. He wasn't threatening anyone or being violent towards the officers. The officers attempted to make an arrest and wrestled Garner to the ground and then put him in a chokehold, which even at that time was an illegal hold for police. But they still employed it. Gardner repeatedly said he can't breathe. And this is where a lot of our Black Lives Matter movement comes from here. And that's why Black Lives Matter focuses on the choking of him at this point in time. So the officers continued to press his head into the ground and kept him in a chokehold. He suffered neck injuries and died because of these compressions. The case was considered to show police officers using illegal maneuvers and excessive force. However, neither of the officers involved were charged with a crime. The officer who put Garner in a chokehold was stripped of his badge and his gun, and the supervisor was charged with failure to supervise and stripped of her badge and gun. So you can kill someone. You just got to give up your badge and gun.
Right. And I think that's where a lot of the issues come in. They murdered him, That's if it wasn't a cop, if it was anybody else, they would be going to jail. And I don't think they'd be able to get out of it. And I think I could be wrong, but there is footage of this, right? There is footage.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's tough to watch, but I do think it is necessary to watch. Because you can see, you can read about this in the paper. You can read about, the excessive force. But when you see someone die from this, it gives you an entirely different perspective because it makes it real. And you see the casualness of it and how they're just holding him. Yeah. And then he's just gone, Yeah. And I think it's important that people see that.
Well, and there was an explosion of similar incidents like this afterwards, where chokeholds, became somehow a popular form of restraint. So let's, we're going to take a big leap here. And we're going to jump forward to George Floyd, which, kind of spurred all of this, so I want to make sure we give him proper time. Now, George Floyd was a 46-year-old. He was killed by, as we said, Officer Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, George Floyd himself was not an angel, and I make no attempt to paint him as one. He had been charged with, I think, 8. He would charge 8 times for violent offenses between 97 and 2005. So the man had a reputation, but after his last arrest, he was trying to turn things around. He was a hip-hop artist. He was a mentor in his religious community. He became more involved in Resurrection Houston at the time, which was a Christian church and ministry where he mentored young men. He helped his mother recuperate after she had a stroke. He delivered meals and assisted others, other projects with Angel by Nature Foundation. He became involved with a ministry that brought men from the Third Ward to Minnesota in a church work program with drug rehabilitation. And he had been involved in drugs and so forth. So he came from a difficult background, and he was a product of that background. His criminal background was tied up largely with that. But he had made a conscious decision to try to straighten things out in his life. And he winds up dying in the process of this entire incident. How does that make you feel as an individual?
I mean, there's a thing with, I see it a lot in like right-leaning media where they take his record and they use that to justify what happened to him. And it's not that simple. People are not black and white, like I mentioned earlier. No one's all good and no one's all bad. So what bothers me is when his record is brought up as a way to almost justify what happened to him. And it's not. Nothing should justify what happened to him. It was horrible. Again, I mentioned it with Eric Garner, but there's footage of what happened to George Floyd, and everybody should go and watch it because it's something that people need to see. It's horrible and it's slow. And you don't realize how long 8 minutes is until you're watching this man die in front of you. And his record doesn't, obviously it's important because he did things that were bad in his past, but he was trying to turn things around. And the initial thing happened because he was using a fake bill, right? Or a fake.
He had a counterfeit 20 that he was trying to pass off.
Doesn't mean he should be killed, you know? Yeah. And we've seen so many between 2014 with Eric Garner and before up to George Floyd, so many of these cases where these men are just killed and nothing happens, but George Floyd proved to be different.
Well, and you're right. And I mentioned his record here just so that people understand what his background is.
No, I understand.
None of the 8 previous offenses he had a death penalty associated with them. What he was involved with when he was accosted by police did not carry a death penalty. Yet he's dead at the hands of the police. And that really is what the problem is. You had 4 police officers on the scene at the time, 3 of them holding him down, 1 of them keeping the pedestrians back. Not one of them rendered assistance when he stopped breathing. When he was told, "I can't breathe," Chauvin told him, "Stop talking, that takes a lot of breath." No one checked the pulse. He was still being knelt on when the emergency services arrived to attend to him. That's a problem.
Yeah, and even if you make the officer can make the justification, you know, I was just holding him down. He said he couldn't breathe, and you continued to do it.
And he was handcuffed already. Yeah, right. He was already restrained. What was he going to do?
There was no need. Obviously, there was no need for any of that. And it's good that, obviously it's not good that he's dead, but it's good that everybody saw what happened and that it sparked something in a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. So a month later, we have Rayshard Brooks. 12th June 2020. A 27-year-old African-American was shot and killed by Atlanta police, a police officer, Garrett Rolfe. Officer Devin Brosnan responded to a complaint that Brooks was asleep in a car blocking a restaurant drive-through lane. Rolfe arrived after Brosnan radioed for assistance some minutes later, After a breathalyzer exam indicated that Brooks's blood alcohol content was above the legal limit for driving, Rolfe and Brosnan began to handcuff Brooks. Brooks scuffled with the officers, got a hold of Brosnan's taser, punched Rolfe, and ran. And if you watch this video, again, a lot of video. You had police body cam, you had pedestrian footage from cameras, from phones, and you had security footage from the Wendy's where this happened. The incident was fine up until Brooks ran. So with Rolfe pursuing him, Brooks turned to fire the taser toward Rolfe, who then shot Brooks twice in the back, and a third shot struck an occupied car. Brooks died after surgery. Footage of the incident from the officers' body cams, from witnesses' phones, and from the restaurant security cams were widely broadcast. Rolfe was fired, Brosnan was placed on administrative duty, and Police Chief Erica Shields resigned the following day. Based on the videos and witness reports, prosecutors claim, prior to a completed investigation by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, that after Brooks was shot, Rolfe kicked Brooks and Brosnan stood on his shoulder. Rolfe has been charged with felony murder and 10 other offenses, Brosnan with aggravated assault and 2 counts of violation of oath. This is a tough one in watching the incident here. It's clear that the suspect resisted arrest. I don't think anyone's going to dispute that. Wrestled a weapon away from the police and began to flee. That weapon, by the police's own definition, was a less than lethal weapon. He turned and discharged that weapon at the police, who responded with a lethal weapon. What's your reaction to that?
I haven't seen the footage of this one, so I just want to put that out there before I say anything else. It is a tough situation, and it's difficult because I don't know. Obviously, they should not have shot him twice in the back, right? But the fact that he was firing a weapon back at the officers makes it almost easier to spin it where it was justified this time, you know? And I don't know. That's a difficult one. It's charged with felony murder. That's more than, well, I think Chauvin got, second degree? I think we have it here. Yeah. So it's interesting that response being so swift, I guess, right? Where it's a little bit more murky, whereas opposed to George Floyd, where that was pretty clear cut what happened there. It's interesting the different responses to these two situations.
Well, and I chalk that difference in response up to the fact that this was a month after the George Floyd case. So
it's a different world.
It was very heightened.
Mm-hmm.
The concern that I have is the situation in which that firearm was discharged did not meet the minimum criteria that have been required. Okay, the situation was the suspect was fleeing, did not have a deadly weapon, was not posing a threat to anyone else, even though he discharged a less than lethal weapon at the police. That basic premise of he was not a danger to someone else wasn't there. So execute him as he ran away, I think kind of violates what that standard is.
Not to mention that the police also hit a occupied car, right?
And there's my other concern. So you're in a busy drive-through in a residential area, and you're indiscriminately firing your firearm 3 times, hitting the suspect twice. And what did you need the third shot for if you already hit him twice?
Yeah, that it could have been somebody relatively innocent could have been killed with no warning, really.
Yeah. We live in a very difficult time right now, as demonstrated by just these 3 incidents here. And I think the future is, if nothing else, there's going to be change. And we're running, we're already at the 1 hour mark, so we're a little late here, but I think the topic is worth spending the time on. Mm-hmm. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about where we think the future is going to go with this.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So demonstrators have delivered a clear message in the days since George Floyd was killed about how America's police force has to change in the way they treat black people. And that change needs to happen now. Here's a partial list of some of the things that are changing right now as a result of these. So there's been changes to tactical rules. Dallas and Minneapolis have mandated officers intervene when a colleague is using excessive force. I'm not really sure what that means. They intervened when Chauvin was using excessive force on George Floyd. Of course, they intervened by restraining Floyd even further. So I'm curious to see what the details of those are. Seattle banned the covering of badge numbers so that, you could find out who these police were. They also banned chokeholds and tear gas. Minneapolis banned chokeholds. Houston banned chokeholds. The fact that these weren't banned before this, I think is kind of disturbing. New York banned chokeholds and repealed a law that sealed records of officer misconduct from the public. Not sure why that was in place. Philadelphia banned tear gas and other non-lethal methods. Connecticut has banned chokeholds and prohibited state emergency services from buying military-grade equipment from the federal government. Why local police need to buy military-grade equipment from the federal government? That's beyond me.
That's we can make a whole other show about that. And it's like we talk about excessive force. When you have access to this kind of equipment, it seems almost inevitable, right?
Yeah.
Why? And sure, if you're policing a high crime area, you might need better equipment to protect yourselves, but you don't need like assault rifles and tanks. Even my town, I live in a relatively small town. They bought like an APC like 2 years ago, and it's just ridiculous. And people did speak out about it then, but it's like, and when we get into defunding the police, these are the kind of things we talk about. You don't need the amount of money that they're getting.
Yep. So they're also talking about budget cuts and defunding the police. So Los Angeles has considered cutting police budget by up to $150 million. New York City has considered cutting, but hasn't disclosed specific numbers. Minneapolis, under defunding, Minneapolis' city council passed a resolution to replace its police department with a community-centric model. Now that's an interesting concept in and of itself. This whole concept, before I go on my tirade, what are your thoughts on defunding the police?
I mean, I think it's definitely something that needs to happen. And I'm not saying people tend to take it and twist it as in we're going to get rid of all cops and you're going to call 911 and no one's going to pick up, right? Not to mention that already happens sometimes in some places due to, just how the area is spread out. But I think if groups like teachers and doctors, especially we just saw with the pandemic, don't have access to the resources they need to do their jobs effectively, which then has ripple effects for the rest of a community, doctors being people getting sick, teachers being education is, not happening. I think that defunding of the police would help redistribute that money to programs that are better impactful and in the long run may reduce crime if people are better educated and have access to better medical care, And
I think you're right. I think the important thing here is the concept of defunding the police is not disbanding the police.
Right.
The concept of defunding the police is a restructuring of what that dynamic is. Right now, like we mentioned earlier, you pick up the phone, call 911, you get a trained aggressor with a gun showing up at your door, regardless of what you're calling for. And that is not always the best thing for situations. The idea of having a community-centric model would have perhaps counselors that show up during a domestic dispute So instead of having a police officer show up trying to resolve something that they're completely untrained to do, you've got people who are trained to diffuse these situations. You do not put a police officer in front of a hostage taker and expect them to resolve the situation. You put a hostage negotiator in front. They're specially trained to deal with these situations. So defunding the police is about changing how we respond. It's about taking assault rifles out of the police. At no point in time should a police officer be walking the streets with assault rifles as they're providing protection to protesters. So when we say defund the police, it's not disband them.
Yeah. And there was a particularly, I don't know how much you watched the cable television, but of course Trump is taking this defund the police and running with it. There's a particularly terrible ad where it's someone calling 911 and it goes to an automated system. Yeah, dial 1 for murder, dial 2 for a home invasion. And then it cuts to like a burning city street and it's like, this is what's going to happen if you defund the police. That's just blatant misinformation.
Well, it is. And it's because Donald Trump just doesn't understand. Yeah. And Donald Trump is deliberately trying to manipulate what is a situation that is long in coming and long overdue. He's trying to manipulate that to ensure his own reelection.
And I don't want to fall down a Trump rabbit hole because it's so easy to do, but if we're trying to define what defund the police is, I think there's so much propaganda and misinformation, and I just want to make sure that we acknowledge them.
It is. And there have been successes in disbanding police, okay? I'll point to Camden, New Jersey, where Camden, New Jersey, the corruption was so rife in the police department that for years they tried to get to wean it out, and they couldn't. So eventually the city council disbanded the police. They had the state police come in and patrol, and then they went back and they rebuilt the police force. And one of the things that Camden is doing that is making it a success is there's a mandate by the chief of police in Camden that officers who come in and work in the police department have to walk the streets. They have to knock on doors. They have to talk to the residents on the street. They're building that relationship. It's a cooperative relationship that people have, and it's proving to be very effective in Camden at this point in time. The one criticism they have is that a lot of these police don't actually live in Camden, but that's something that can be resolved later. But moving on to things that are changing right now. So we have school contracts are getting canceled. So Minneapolis, Denver, and Portland have moved to end the presence of police officers in local schools. I'm not really sure that's a good idea given the number of school shootings that we've seen, but we'll see. Officers have a presence in 25 biggest school districts nationwide at this point in time. So we'll see where that goes. There's been a change to no-knock warrants. There's been a ban in Louisville, Kentucky, where Breonna Taylor was killed by police officers who raided her home with this type of warrant. So that was what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, they were undercover cops too, so it wasn't even clear that they were police. So she was killed, and then when her boyfriend tried to intervene, because they were not wearing uniforms, he tried to help. And again, I didn't want to bring her up because I don't have all the information, but he was either arrested or harmed as well.
So there's changes for that. So there's changes for police transparency. We spoke briefly about New York removing the ban lockdown records on police officers who have been investigated for excessive force, so you can get that information. The one problem that we do run into is disciplinary hurdles, and you touched on this earlier talking about police unions. It's ridiculously hard to fire police officers in the U.S., let alone get criminal charges to stick. Chalk that up to unions, qualified immunity, weakness from elected officials, and it's a major roadblock to change. It's that bureaucracy that we're ingrained in. Minneapolis Police Department said that it is withdrawing from negotiations with its police union. The real effect of that is yet to be determined. So what we do at the end of the show here is we try to look at all the factors and give an educated guess where we think things are going. What do you think is going to happen? When do you think something's going to happen? And do you think that this is a lasting change, Or is this something that it's going to fade from the headlines and we're going to be right back in this position in months?
Well, I hope that it continues, and I hope that people continue to protest and that movements continue to happen. I do think that there is a pretty clear effort by the just general media to suppress the coverage of these protests. I mean, they focus on the looting instead of the peaceful protests that actually want change, and I think that is by design. And I hope that despite this discouragement, that these things continue to happen and people fight for change. And I do think, because we've seen so many cases of police officers using deadly force, killing particularly people of color, that are swept from the headlines. Trayvon Martin, things like that. But something about George Floyd and what happened afterwards feels different. People feel like they're talking about it more. And with the Black Lives Matter movement growing and getting backing from all types of people, whether it be celebrities or companies, however you want to take that, how genuine they are, I think it is hopefully going to affect more change in terms of defunding the police, in terms of making it easier to call officers out when they use excessive force and get them to face consequences for it.
I think you're absolutely right. I think change has been brewing for quite some time now. I think the environment is more than ready for it. I don't think we can survive too many more of these types of incidents without it really tearing the country apart. We, as a country, have this stain of how we've treated African Americans since before this country was founded. And we can't erase that stain. What we can do is we can help to prevent it from perpetuating itself moving forward. What we're doing today is very little different than what, the KKK was doing in the 1800s, lynching free black slaves. We're better than this as a country. We need to be better than this as a country. For the sake of the country and the sake of our children, we need to be better individuals. And we, as, I can say that from a position of white privilege. And I am white privileged, and that is just by society standards. But everyone should be free from the fear of ridiculous repercussions from the police. I've watched a number of podcasts on this subject already and news interviews and broadcasts, and the level of anxiety that I experience if I get pulled over by police pales in comparison to what an African American does. And we're talking some very affluent African Americans who get pulled over and are treated like criminals just by default. And that premeditated discrimination is what leads to these situations. And I think we're ready for a change. I think before we reach that change, I think we've got some work to do. Our current administration is not going to allow the changes that need to be happening. We need to have an administration change, whether it's in November or 4 years from November. I don't know, but I can tell you that under the current administration, we're not going to be allowed to do the things that we need to do to make things right, or to even start to make things right. Like I said, we can't erase that stain. So we can never make things right. What we can do is make things better. We can have a better future. And sadly, with the leadership that we have today, we're not going to be allowed to do that, because every effort that we make today is going to find unreasonable resistance from the administration. So we're probably months away from any real change, but I think society is going to demand that change regardless. So that's my 2 cents on it. Did you want to add anything?
Just like I said at the top of the hour, I do really think it's important to donate if you can. I know it's tough with the pandemic financially for everybody, but if you can donate to a lot of organizations. It's good. Sign petitions, even if you don't think it helps, it does, because it contributes to that social outcry. And especially if you're from a position of privilege, one of the biggest things you can do is have difficult conversations with people that you know. I've had to do it. Confront them about if they're casually racist or things like that. Confront them about their stance on police, if they advocate for police excessive force or for just racism in certain situations. You have to be the one to say something, because people aren't going to change because they see a news story, right? People are going to change because their friends and family say, hey, this is wrong. What you're seeing on TV, these people being killed, is wrong, you know? And I think that that's one of the ways that real change can be brought about.
Very well said. I agree with you 100%. I think that was all we had today. We did run a little bit late, but I definitely think it was a topic that was worth covering. Before we go, I do want to invite folks to check out our long-form articles on Medium. You can get those at medium.com/insightsintothings. We would love to hear feedback from you on what we're talking about, what your opinions are, and what you'd like to hear more of us talk more about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. All of our videos are available on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, or you can get all of our content on our website at insightsintothings.com. And we do stream 6 days, in this case 7 days this week, on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Anything else you want to say before we go? Nope. All right. Then I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye. A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens was first published in London in 1843 and recounts the story of Ebenezer Scrooge, an elderly miser who was visited by the ghost of his former business partner, Jacob Marley, and the spirits of Christmas past, present, and yet to come. After their visits, Scrooge is transformed into a kinder, gentler man. Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol during a period when the British were exploring and reevaluating past Christmas traditions, including carols and newer customs such as Christmas trees. He was influenced by the experiences of his own youth and by the Christmas stories of other authors, including Washington Irving. Dickens was inspired following a visit to the Field Lane Ragged School, one of several establishments for London's street children. The treatment of the poor and the ability of a selfish man to redeem himself by transforming into a more sympathetic character are the key themes of the story. Published on December 19th, the first edition sold out by Christmas Eve. By the end of 1844, 13 editions had been released. In 1849, Dickens began public readings of the story, which proved so successful he undertook 127 further performances until 1870, the year of his death. A Christmas Carol has never been out of print and has been translated into several languages. The story has been adapted many times for film, stage, opera, and other media. A Christmas Carol captured the zeitgeist of the mid-Victorian revival of the Christmas holiday. Dickens had acknowledged the influence of the modern Western observance of Christmas and later inspired several aspects of Christmas, including family gatherings, seasonal food and drink, dancing, games, and a festive generosity of spirit. The Insights into Things hosts now present to you, for your enjoyment, our abridged and slightly altered version of this holiday classic, A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, upon a Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busily in his counting house.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle!
It was the voice of Scrooge's niece.
Bah, humbug!
Christmas a humbug, Uncle? You don't mean that, I am sure.
I do. Out upon Merry Christmas. If I had my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding, he should.
Uncle!
My dear niece, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Much good has it ever done you.
I have always thought of Christmas time as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
Good afternoon.
I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon.
His niece left the room without an angry word, but the clerk, in letting Scrooge's niece out, had let another person in.
At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at the present time. A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you ask me what I wish, ma'am, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the prisons and the workhouses. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they would rather die, they'd better do it.
The hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern and went home to bed. Now it is a fact that there was nothing at all peculiar about the knocker on the door of his house, except that it was very large, and yet Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face with a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. As Scrooge looked at this, it was a knocker again. He dismissed the vision with a simple pooh-pooh and closed the door with a bang. The sound reverberated through the house like thunder. Every room above, every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, they appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for its being very dark. Darkness was cheap, and Scrooge liked it. Quite satisfied, he closed the door and locked himself in, double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap and sat down before the very low fire to take his gruel. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room. It was with great astonishment and with a strange dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. Soon it rang loudly, and so did every other bell in the house. This was succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Then he heard the noise much louder, on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. It came on through the heavy door, and a spectre passed into the room before his eyes, and upon its coming in, the dying flame leapt up, as though it cried,
I know him! Marley's
What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
The ghost sat on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of grave about you, whatever you are.
The spirit raised a frightful cry.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition! Why do you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk among his fellow men, and travel far and wide, and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me! In life my spirit never roved beyond our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me.
Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly.
I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. You will be haunted by 3 spirits. Expect the first tomorrow night, when the bell tolls 1. Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more.
Scrooge tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or the glimpse of the invisible world, or the conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, he went straight to bed, without undressing, and fell asleep on the instant. When Scrooge awoke, the church clock tolled a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside by a strange figure like a child.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood in the busy thoroughfares of a city. It was made plain enough by the dressing on the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
Know it? Well, I apprenticed here.
They went in at sight of an old woman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if she had been 2 inches taller, she must have knocked her head against the ceiling. Scrooge cried in great excitement.
Why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless her heart, it's Fezziwig, alive again.
Yoo-hoo there, Ebenezer, Richard.
A living and moving picture of Scrooge's former self, a young man came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice.
No more work tonight. It's Christmas Eve, boys. Let's have the shutters up. Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here.
Clear away? There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with Mrs. Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. The warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast smile. In came 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, Some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way. Down the middle and up again, round and round, old top couple always turning in the wrong place. When the clock struck 11, this ball broke up. Mrs. Fezziwig shaking hands with every person as he or she went out, wishing him or her a Merry Christmas.
Small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude. She has spent but a few pounds of your money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that she deserves this praise?
It isn't that, Spirit. She has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service a pleasure or a toil. Say that her power lies in words and looks, in things impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness she gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune. Spirit, remove me from this place. Haunt me no longer.
As he struggled with the spirit, he was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bed. He had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Scrooge awoke in his bedroom. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove. The leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney. Heaped upon the floor, to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, great joints of meat, pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, great bowls of punch, and immense 12 cakes. Upon this couch there sat a giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch.
Come in, and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You have never seen the like of me before. Touch my robe.
Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. The room and its contents all vanished instantly, and they stood in the city streets upon a snowy Christmas morning. Scrooge and the ghost passed on invisible, straight to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Then uprose Mrs. Cratchit.
What has ever got your precious father, then? And your sister, Tiny Tina?
There's Father coming,
cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. In came Bob, the father, his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tina upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tina, she bore a little crutch, and had her limbs supported by an iron frame.
And how did Tiny Tina behave?
As good as gold and better. Somehow she gets thoughtful, sitting by herself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. She told me coming home that she hoped the people saw her in the church because she was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Master Peter and the 2 young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tina beside him in a tiny corner of the table. The 2 young Cratchits set chairs for everyone, not forgetting themselves, and crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and when the long expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all around the board. Ah! Even Tiny Tina, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of her knife and feebly cried,
Hurrah!
But now the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone to take the pudding up and bring it in. Mrs. Cratchit entered, smiling proudly with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball so hard and firm, blazing in half of a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedlit with Christmas holly stuck into the top.
What a wonderful pudding!
At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. Then all the Cratchit family drew around the hearth, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. They were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time, and when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tina, until the last. But the whole scene passed off, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. Suddenly, as they stood together in open space, the bell struck. 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it no more. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him.
Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any specter I've seen. Will you not speak to me?
It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them.
Lead on, lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit.
They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them. But there they were in the heart of it amongst the merchants. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of business owners. Observing the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
I don't know much about it either. I only know he's dead.
When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
What has he done with his money?
I haven't heard. Company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me. That's all I know.
The scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bare, uncurtained bed. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon his bed, and on it, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this unknown man.
Spirit, let me see some tenderness connected with the death, or this dark chamber, spirit, will be forever present to me.
The ghost conducted him to poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in needlework, but surely they were very quiet. The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face.
The color hurts my eyes. They're better now again. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home. For the world, it must be near his time.
Pass it rather, but I think he has walked a little slower than he used to these few last evenings, Mother.
I have known him walk with Tiny Tina upon his shoulders, very fast indeed. But she was very light to carry, and her father loved her so. That is no trouble, no trouble. And there is your father at the door.
She hurried out to meet him, and Bob came in. His tea was ready for him, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, Father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised Mrs. Cratchit and the girls.
You went today, then, Robert?
Yes, my dear. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green the place is. But you'll see it often. I promised her that I would walk there on Sunday. My little child.
Spectre, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what that man was with the covered face whom we saw lying dead.
The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him to a dismal, wretched, ruinous churchyard. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and, following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Am I that man who lay upon the bed? No, spirit. Oh, no, no, spirit. Hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been. Why, show me this, if I am past all hope. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. I will honor Christmas in my heart, and try to keep it all year. Oh, tell me, I may sponge away the writing on the stone.
Holding up his hands in one last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own, to make amends in. He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest pearls he had ever heard. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, no night. Clear, bright, stirring golden day.
What's today?
Cried Scrooge, calling down to a boy in Sunday clothes.
What's today, my fine fellow?
Today? Why, Christmas Day.
It's Christmas Day? I haven't missed it. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello.
Do you know the poulterers? In the next street but one, at the corner?
I should hope I did.
An intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey. The big one?
What? The one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.
It's hanging there now.
It is. Go and buy it.
Buy it now?
I am in earnest. Go and buy it and tell him to bring it here, that I may give them the direction where to take it. Come back with the man and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes and I'll give you half a crown.
The boy was off like a shot.
I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tina.
Scrooge dressed himself all in his best and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and, walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded everyone with a delightful smile. He looked so incessantly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humored folks said,
Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you.
He was early at the office next morning. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. The clock struck 9, no Bob. 1/4 past, no Bob. Bob was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Bob's hat was off before he opened the door. He was on the stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
Hello. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?
I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are? Yes, I think you are. Step this way, if you please. Now, I tell you what, my friend, I'm not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer, and therefore, I'm about to raise your salary.
Bob trembled.
A Merry Christmas, Bob,
said Scrooge as he clapped him on the back.
A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I've given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more, and to Tiny Tina, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but his own heart laughed and that was quite enough for him. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. May that be truly said of us and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tina observed,
God bless us, everyone.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens was first published in London in 1843 and recounts the story of Ebenezer Scrooge, an elderly miser who was visited by the ghost of his former business partner, Jacob Marley, and the spirits of Christmas past, present, and yet to come. After their visits, Scrooge is transformed into a kinder, gentler man. Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol during a period when the British were exploring and reevaluating past Christmas traditions, including carols and newer customs such as Christmas trees. He was influenced by the experiences of his own youth and by the Christmas stories of other authors, including Washington Irving. Dickens was inspired following a visit to the Field Lane Ragged School, one of several establishments for London's street children. The treatment of the poor and the ability of a selfish man to redeem himself by transforming into a more sympathetic character are the key themes of the story. Published on December 19th, the first edition sold out by Christmas Eve. By the end of 1844, 13 editions had been released. In 1849, Dickens began public readings of the story, which proved so successful he undertook 127 further performances until 1870, the year of his death. A Christmas Carol has never been out of print and has been translated into several languages. The story has been adapted many times for film, stage, opera, and other media. A Christmas Carol captured the zeitgeist of the mid-Victorian revival of the Christmas holiday. Dickens had acknowledged the influence of the modern Western observance of Christmas and later inspired several aspects of Christmas, including family gatherings, seasonal food and drink, dancing, games, and a festive generosity of spirit. The Insights into Things hosts now present to you for your enjoyment our abridged and slightly altered version of this holiday classic, A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, upon a Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busily in his counting house.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle!
It was the voice of Scrooge's niece.
Bah, humbug!
Christmas a humbug, Uncle? You don't mean that, I am sure.
I do. Out upon Merry Christmas. If I had my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding, he should.
Uncle!
My dear niece, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Much good has it ever done you.
I have always thought of Christmas time as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
Good afternoon.
I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon.
His niece left the room without an angry word. But the clerk, in letting Scrooge's niece out, had let another person in.
At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at the present time. A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you ask me what I wish, ma'am, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the prisons and the workhouses. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they would rather die, they'd better do it.
The hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern and went home to bed. Now it is a fact that there was nothing at all peculiar about the knocker on the door of his house, except that it was very large, and yet Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face with a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. As Scrooge looked at this, it was a knocker again. He dismissed the vision with a simple pooh-pooh and closed the door with a bang. The sound reverberated through the house like thunder. Every room above, every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, they appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for its being very dark. Darkness was cheap, and Scrooge liked it. Quite satisfied, he closed the door and locked himself in, double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap and sat down before the very low fire to take his gruel. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room. It was with great astonishment and with a strange dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. Soon it rang loudly, and so did every other bell in the house. This was succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Then he heard the noise much louder, on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. It came on through the heavy door, and a spectre passed into the room before his eyes, and upon its coming in, the dying flame leapt up, as though it cried,
I know him! Marley's ghost!
What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
The ghost sat on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of gravy about you, whatever you are.
The spirit raised a frightful cry.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition! Why do you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk among his fellow men, and travel far and wide, and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me! In life my spirit never roved beyond our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me.
Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly.
I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. You will be haunted by 3 spirits. Expect the first tomorrow night, when the bell tolls 1. Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more.
Scrooge tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or the glimpse of the invisible world, or the conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, he went straight to bed, without undressing, and fell asleep on the instant. When Scrooge awoke, the church clock tolled a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside by a strange figure like a child.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood in the busy thoroughfares of a city. It was made plain enough by the dressing on the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
Know it? Well, I apprenticed here.
They went in at sight of an old woman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if she had been 2 inches taller, she must have knocked her head against the ceiling. Scrooge cried in great excitement.
Why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless her heart, it's Fezziwig, alive again.
Yoo-hoo there, Ebenezer, Richard.
A living and moving picture of Scrooge's former self, a young man came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice.
No more work tonight. It's Christmas Eve, boys. Let's have the shutters up. Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here.
Clear away? There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with Mrs. Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. The warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast smile. In came 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way. Down the middle and up again, round and round, old top couple always turning in the wrong place. When the clock struck 11, this ball broke up. Mrs. Fezziwig shaking hands with every person as he or she went out, wishing him or her a Merry Christmas.
Small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude. She has spent but a few pounds of your money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that she deserves this praise?
It isn't that, Spirit. She has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service a pleasure or a toil. Say that her power lies in words and looks, in things impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness she gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune. Spirit, remove me from this place. Haunt me no longer.
As he struggled with the spirit, he was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bed. He had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Scrooge awoke in his bedroom. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove. The leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney. Heaped upon the floor, to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, great joints of meat, pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, great bowls of punch, and immense twelfth cakes. Upon this couch there sat a giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch.
Come in, and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You have never seen the like of me before. Touch my robe.
Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. The room and its contents all vanished instantly, and they stood in the city streets upon a snowy Christmas morning. Scrooge and the ghost passed on invisible, straight to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Then uprose Mrs. Cratchit.
What has ever got your precious father, then? And your sister, Tiny Tina?
There's Father coming,
cried the two young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. In came Bob, the father, his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tina upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tina, she bore a little crutch and had her limbs supported by an iron frame.
And how did Tiny Tina behave?
As good as gold and better. Somehow she gets thoughtful, sitting by herself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. She told me coming home that she hoped the people saw her in the church because she was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember, upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Master Peter and the two young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tina beside him in a tiny corner of the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everyone, not forgetting themselves, and crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and when the long expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all around the board. Ah! Even Tiny Tina, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of her knife and feebly cried,
Hurrah!
But now the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone to take the pudding up and bring it in. Mrs. Cratchit entered, smiling proudly with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball so hard and firm, blazing in half of a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedlit with Christmas holly stuck into the top.
What a wonderful pudding!
At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. Then all the Cratchit family drew around the hearth, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. They were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time, and when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tina, until the last. But the whole scene passed off, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. Suddenly, as they stood together in open space, the bell struck. 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it no more. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him.
Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any specter I've seen. Will you not speak to me?
It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them.
Lead on, lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit.
They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them. But there they were in the heart of it amongst the merchants. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of business owners. Observing the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
I don't know much about it either. I only know he's dead.
When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
What has he done with his money?
I haven't heard. Company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me. That's all I know.
The scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bare, uncurtained bed. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon his bed, and on it, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this unknown man.
Spirit, let me see some tenderness connected with the death, or this dark chamber, spirit, will be forever present to me.
The ghost conducted him to poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in needlework, but surely they were very quiet. The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face.
The color hurts my eyes. They're better now again. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home. For the world, it must be near his time.
Pass it rather, but I think he has walked a little slower than he used to these few last evenings, Mother.
I have known him walk with tiny Tina upon his shoulders, very fast indeed. But she was very light to carry, and her father loved her so. That is no trouble, no trouble. And there is your father at the door.
She hurried out to meet him, and Bob came in. His tea was ready for him, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, Father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised Mrs. Cratchit and the girls.
You went today, then, Robert?
Yes, my dear. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green the place is. But you'll see it often. I promised her that I would walk there on Sunday. My little child.
Spectre, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what that man was with the covered face whom we saw lying dead.
The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him to a dismal, wretched, ruinous churchyard. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and, following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Am I that man who lay upon the bed? No, spirit. Oh, no, no, spirit. Hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been. Why, show me this, if I am past all hope. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. I will honor Christmas in my heart, and try to keep it all year. Oh, tell me, I may sponge away the writing on the stone.
Holding up his hands in one last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own, to make amends in. He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest pearls he had ever heard. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, no night. Clear, bright, stirring golden day.
What's today?
Cried Scrooge, calling down to a boy in Sunday clothes.
What's today, my fine fellow?
Today? Why, Christmas Day.
It's Christmas Day? I haven't missed it. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello.
Do you know the poulterers? In the next street but one, at the corner?
I should hope I did.
An intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey. The big one?
What? The one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.
It's hanging there now.
It is. Go and buy it.
Buy it now?
I am in earnest. Go and buy it and tell him to bring it here, that I may give them the direction where to take it. Come back with the man and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes and I'll give you half a crown.
The boy was off like a shot.
I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tina.
Scrooge dressed himself all in his best and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and, walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded everyone with a delightful smile. He looked so incessantly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humored folks said,
Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you.
He was early at the office next morning. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. The clock struck 9, no Bob. 1:15, no Bob. Bob was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Bob's hat was off before he opened the door. He was on the stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
Hello. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?
I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are? Yes, I think you are. Step this way, if you please. Now, I tell you what, my friend, I'm not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer, and therefore, I'm about to raise your salary.
Bob trembled.
A Merry Christmas, Bob,
said Scrooge as he clapped him on the back.
A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I've given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more, and to Tiny Tina, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. May that be truly said of us and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tina observed,
God bless us, everyone.
A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens was first published in London in 1843 and recounts the story of Ebenezer Scrooge, an elderly miser who was visited by the ghost of his former business partner, Jacob Marley, and the spirits of Christmas past, present, and yet to come. After their visits, Scrooge is transformed into a kindler, gentler man. Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol during a period when the British were exploring and reevaluating past Christmas traditions, including carols and newer customs such as Christmas trees. He was influenced by the experiences of his own youth and by the Christmas stories of other authors, including Washington Irving. Dickens was inspired following a visit to the Field Lane Ragged School, one of several establishments for London's street children. The treatment of the poor and the ability of a selfish man to redeem himself by transforming into a more sympathetic character are the key themes of the story. Published on December 19th, the first edition sold out by Christmas Eve. By the end of 1844, 13 editions had been released. In 1849, Dickens began public readings of the story, which proved so successful he undertook 127 further performances until 1870, the year of his death. A Christmas Carol has never been out of print and has been translated into several languages. The story has been adapted many times for film, stage, opera, and other media. A Christmas Carol captured the zeitgeist of the mid-Victorian revival of the Christmas holiday. Dickens had acknowledged the influence of the modern Western observance of Christmas and later inspired several aspects of Christmas, including family gatherings, seasonal food and drink, dancing, games, and a festive generosity of spirit. The Insights into Things hosts now present to you for your enjoyment our abridged and slightly altered version of this holiday classic, A Christmas Carol. Once upon a time, upon a Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busily in his counting house.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle!
It was the voice of Scrooge's niece.
Bah, humbug!
Christmas a humbug, Uncle? You don't mean that, I am sure.
I do. Out upon Merry Christmas. If I had my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips should be boiled with his own pudding, he should.
Uncle!
My dear niece, keep Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it.
Let me leave it alone then. Much good may it do you. Much good has it ever done you.
I have always thought of Christmas time as a good time, a kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe that it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it.
Good afternoon.
I'll keep my Christmas humor to the last. So a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year.
Good afternoon.
His niece left the room without an angry word, but the clerk, in letting Scrooge's niece out, had let another person in.
At this festive season of the year, Mr. Scrooge, we should make some slight provision for the poor and destitute who suffer greatly at the present time. A few of us are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink. What shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous?
I wish to be left alone. Since you ask me what I wish, ma'am, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas, and I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support the prisons and the workhouses. They cost enough, and those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, and many would rather die.
If they would rather die, they'd better do it.
The hour of shutting up the counting house arrived. Scrooge took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern and went home to bed. Now it is a fact that there was nothing at all peculiar about the knocker on the door of his house, except that it was very large, and yet Scrooge, having his key in the lock of the door, saw in the knocker not a knocker, but Marley's face. Marley's face with a dismal light about it, like a bad lobster in a dark cellar. As Scrooge looked at this, it was a knocker again. He dismissed the vision with a simple pooh-pooh and closed the door with a bang. The sound reverberated through the house like thunder. Every room above, every cask in the wine merchant's cellar below, they appeared to have a separate peal of echoes of its own. Scrooge was not a man to be frightened by echoes. He fastened the door and walked across the hall and up the stairs. Up Scrooge went, not caring a button for its being very dark. Darkness was cheap, and Scrooge liked it. Quite satisfied, he closed the door and locked himself in, double-locked himself in, which was not his custom. Thus secured against surprise, he put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap and sat down before the very low fire to take his gruel. As he threw his head back in the chair, his glance happened upon a bell, a disused bell that hung in the room. It was with great astonishment and with a strange dread that as he looked, he saw this bell begin to swing. Soon it rang loudly, and so did every other bell in the house. This was succeeded by a clanking noise deep down below, as if some person were dragging a heavy chain over the casks in the wine merchant's cellar. Then he heard the noise much louder, on the floors below, then coming up the stairs, then coming straight towards his door. It came on through the heavy door, and a spectre passed into the room before his eyes, and upon its coming in, the dying flame leapt up, as though it cried,
I know him! Marley's ghost!
What do you want with me?
Much.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
The ghost sat on the opposite side of the fireplace, as if he were quite used to it.
You don't believe in me.
I don't.
Why do you doubt your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There's more of gravy than of gravy about you, whatever you are.
The spirit raised a frightful cry.
Mercy! Dreadful apparition! Why do you trouble me? Why do spirits walk the earth, and why do they come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk among his fellow men, and travel far and wide, and if that spirit goes not forth in life, it is condemned to do so after death. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger anywhere. My spirit never walked beyond our counting house. Mark me! In life my spirit never roved beyond our money-changing hole, and weary journeys lie before me.
Scrooge was very much dismayed to hear the spectre going on at this rate, and began to quake exceedingly.
I am here tonight to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. You will be haunted by 3 spirits. Expect the first tomorrow night, when the bell tolls 1. Expect the second on the next night at the same hour. The third upon the next night, when the last stroke of 12 has ceased to vibrate. Look to see me no more.
Scrooge tried to say humbug, but stopped at the first syllable. And being, from the emotion he had undergone, or the fatigues of the day, or the glimpse of the invisible world, or the conversation of the ghost, or the lateness of the hour, he went straight to bed, without undressing, and fell asleep on the instant. When Scrooge awoke, the church clock tolled a deep, dull, hollow, melancholy 1. Light flashed up in the room upon the instant, and the curtains of his bed were drawn aside by a strange figure like a child.
Are you the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold to me?
I am.
Who and what are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
As the words were spoken, they passed through the wall and stood in the busy thoroughfares of a city. It was made plain enough by the dressing on the shops that here, too, it was Christmas time. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
Know it? Well, I apprenticed here.
They went in at sight of an old woman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if she had been 2 inches taller, she must have knocked her head against the ceiling. Scrooge cried in great excitement.
Why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless her heart, it's Fezziwig, alive again.
Yoo-hoo there, Ebenezer, Richard.
A living and moving picture of Scrooge's former self, a young man came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow apprentice.
No more work tonight. It's Christmas Eve, boys. Let's have the shutters up. Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here.
Clear away? There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with Mrs. Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. The warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk, and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomach aches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast smile. In came 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way. Down the middle and up again, round and round, old top couple always turning in the wrong place. When the clock struck 11, this ball broke up. Mrs. Fezziwig shaking hands with every person as he or she went out, wishing him or her a Merry Christmas.
Small matter to make these silly folks so full of gratitude. She has spent but a few pounds of your money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that she deserves this praise?
It isn't that, Spirit. She has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service a pleasure or a toil. Say that her power lies in words and looks, in things impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness she gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune. Spirit, remove me from this place. Haunt me no longer.
As he struggled with the spirit, he was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further of being in his own bed. He had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Scrooge awoke in his bedroom. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove. The leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney. Heaped upon the floor, to form a kind of throne, were turkeys, geese, great joints of meat, pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, great bowls of punch, and immense 12 cakes. Upon this couch there sat a giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch.
Come in, and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You have never seen the like of me before. Touch my robe.
Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. The room and its contents all vanished instantly, and they stood in the city streets upon a snowy Christmas morning. Scrooge and the ghost passed on invisible, straight to Scrooge's clerks, and on the threshold of the door the spirit smiled and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Then uprose Mrs. Cratchit.
What has ever got your precious father, then? And your sister, Tiny Tina?
There's Father coming,
cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once. In came Bob, the father, his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tina upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tina, she bore a little crutch, and had her limbs supported by an iron frame.
And how did Tiny Tina behave?
As good as gold and better. Somehow she gets thoughtful, sitting by herself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. She told me coming home that she hoped the people saw her in the church because she was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember, upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Master Peter and the two young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a little saucepan, hissing hot. Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigor. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tina beside him in a tiny corner of the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everyone, not forgetting themselves, and crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it into the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all around the board. Ah! Even Tiny Tina, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of her knife and feebly cried,
Hurrah!
But now the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone to take the pudding up and bring it in. Mrs. Cratchit entered, smiling proudly with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball so hard and firm, blazing in half of a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedlit with Christmas holly stuck into the top.
What a wonderful pudding!
At last the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. Then all the Cratchit family drew around the hearth, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. They were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tina, until the last. But the whole scene passed off, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. Suddenly, as they stood together in open space, the bell struck. 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it no more. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him.
Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any specter I've seen. Will you not speak to me?
It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them.
Lead on, lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit.
They scarcely seemed to enter the city, for the city rather seemed to spring up about them. But there they were in the heart of it amongst the merchants. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of business owners. Observing the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
I don't know much about it either. I only know he's dead.
When did he die?
Last night, I believe.
What has he done with his money?
I haven't heard. Company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me. That's all I know.
The scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bare, uncurtained bed. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon his bed, and on it, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this unknown man.
Spirit, let me see some tenderness connected with the death, or this dark chamber, spirit, will be forever present to me.
The ghost conducted him to poor Bob Cratchit's house, the dwelling he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits, were as still as statues in one corner and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in needlework, but surely they were very quiet. The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face.
The color hurts my eyes. They're better now again. It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home. For the world, it must be near his time.
Pass it rather, but I think he has walked a little slower than he used to these few last evenings, Mother.
I have known him walk with tiny Tina upon his shoulders, very fast indeed. But she was very light to carry, and her father loved her so. That is no trouble, no trouble. And there is your father at the door.
She hurried out to meet him, and Bob came in. His tea was ready for him, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees and laid each child a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, Father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table and praised Mrs. Cratchit and the girls.
You went today, then, Robert?
Yes, my dear. I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green the place is. But you'll see it often. I promised her that I would walk there on Sunday. My little child.
Spectre, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know it, but I know not how. Tell me what that man was with the covered face whom we saw lying dead.
The ghost of Christmas yet to come conveyed him to a dismal, wretched, ruinous churchyard. The spirit stood among the graves and pointed down to one. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and, following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Am I that man who lay upon the bed? No, spirit. Oh, no, no. Spirit, hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been. Why, show me this, if I am past all hope. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life. I will honor Christmas in my heart, and try to keep it all year. Oh, tell me, I may sponge away the writing on the stone.
Holding up his hands in one last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own, to make amends in. He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest pearls he had ever heard. Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, no night. Clear, bright, stirring golden day.
What's today?
Cried Scrooge, calling down to a boy in Sunday clothes.
What's today, my fine fellow?
Today? Why, Christmas Day.
It's Christmas Day? I haven't missed it. Hello, my fine fellow.
Hello.
Do you know the poulterers? In the next street but one, at the corner?
I should hope I did.
An intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one.
What, the one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.
It's hanging there now.
It is. Go and buy it.
Buy it now?
I am in earnest. Go and buy it and tell him to bring it here, that I may give them the direction where to take it. Come back with the man and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes and I'll give you half a crown.
The boy was off like a shot.
I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tina.
Scrooge dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and, walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded everyone with a delightful smile. He looked so incessantly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humored folks said,
Good morning, morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you.
He was early at the office next morning. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. The clock struck 9, no Bob. 1:15, no Bob. Bob was a full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Bob's hat was off before he opened the door. He was on the stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
Hello. What do you mean by coming here at this time of day?
I am very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are? Yes, I think you are. Step this way, if you please. Now, I tell you what, my friend, I'm not going to stand for this sort of thing any longer, and therefore, I'm about to raise your salary.
Bob trembled.
A Merry Christmas, Bob,
said Scrooge as he clapped him on the back.
A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I've given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavor to assist your struggling family.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all and infinitely more, and to Tiny Tina, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but his own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. May that be truly said of us and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tina observed,
God bless us, everyone.
The Night Before Christmas by Clement C. Moore. Introduction. In 1822, a New York clergyman named Clement Clark Moore spun together Christmas memories for his children. The poem he wrote featured a red-suited Santa and a reindeer-drawn sleigh, a never-empty sack of toys, and stockings hung expectantly above the fireplace. He called it A Visit from St. Nicholas, and it was then published anonymously in a newspaper in Troy, New York. It captured the public's imagination. The poem's opening line, "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," soon replaced the original title. One reason Moore's poem has endured is that it is a joy to read aloud. Beginning in hushed suspense, the poem builds to a dramatic crescendo as the rollicking verses usher the mysterious midnight visitor. A tale of anticipation and wonder. The Night Before Christmas has become a holiday tradition in itself for many families. So as you listen to this recounting of the poem, whether for the first Christmas or to recall those past, celebrate and share the timeless joys of this enchanting holiday. "'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down for a long winter's nap.
When out on the lawn there rose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter.
Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash.
The moon on the breast of the new fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below.
when what to my wandering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer.
With a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name.
Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen.
To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
As dry leaves before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky.
So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too.
And then in a twinkle I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each tiny hoof.
As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot.
A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath.
He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly.
He was chubby and plump and a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself.
In a wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread.
He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk.
And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle.
But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight,
"Merry Christmas to all!"
And to all a good night.
Ho, ho, ho.
The Night Before Christmas by Clement C. Moore. Introduction. In 1822, a New York clergyman named Clement Clark Moore spun together Christmas memories for his children. The poem he wrote featured a red-suited Santa and a reindeer-drawn sleigh, a never-empty sack of toys, and stockings hung expectantly above the fireplace. He called it A Visit from St. Nicholas, and it was then published anonymously in a newspaper in Troy, New York. It captured the public's imagination. The poem's opening line, "'Twas the night before Christmas," soon replaced the original title. One reason Moore's poem has endured is that it is a joy to read aloud. Beginning in hushed suspense, the poem builds to a dramatic crescendo as the rollicking verses usher the mysterious midnight visitor. A tale of anticipation and wonder. The Night Before Christmas has become a holiday tradition in itself for many families. So as you listen to this recounting of the poem, whether for the first Christmas or to recall those past, celebrate and share the timeless joys of this enchanting holiday. "'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down for a long winter's nap.
When out on the lawn there rose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter.
Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash.
The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below.
When what to my wandering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer.
With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name.
Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen.
To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
As dry leaves before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky.
So up to the housetop the courses they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too.
And then in a twinkle I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each tiny hoof.
As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot.
A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath.
He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly.
He was chubby and plump and a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself.
In a wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread.
He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk.
And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle.
But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight,
"Merry Christmas to all!"
And to all a good night.
Ho, ho, ho. The Night Before Christmas by Clement C. Moore. Introduction. In 1822, a New York clergyman named Clement Clark Moore spun together Christmas memories for his children. The poem he wrote featured a red-suited Santa and a reindeer-drawn sleigh, a never-empty sack of toys, and stockings hung expectantly above the fireplace. He called it A Visit from St. Nicholas, and it was then published anonymously in a newspaper in Troy, New York. It captured the public's imagination. The poem's opening line, "'Twas the night before Christmas," soon replaced the original title. One reason Moore's poem has endured is that it is a joy to read aloud, beginning in hushed suspense The poem builds to a dramatic crescendo as the rollicking verses usher the mysterious midnight visitor. A tale of anticipation and wonder. The night before Christmas has become a holiday tradition in itself for many families. So as you listen to this recounting of the poem, whether for the first Christmas or to recall those past, celebrate and share the timeless joys of this enchanting holiday. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads.
And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down for a long winter's nap.
When out on the lawn there rose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter.
Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash.
The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave a luster of midday to objects below.
When what to my wandering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer.
With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick.
More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name.
Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen.
To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all.
As dry leaves before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle mount to the sky.
So up to the housetop the courses they flew, with the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too.
And then in a twinkle I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each tiny hoof.
As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot.
A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry.
His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow.
The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath.
He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly.
He was chubby and plump and a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself.
And a wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread.
He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk.
And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle.
But I heard him exclaim as he drove out of sight,
"Merry Christmas to all!"
And to all a good night.
Ho, ho, ho.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Let me unmute that.
Yeah.
And then say welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 41, Screen Violence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and thoughtful co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing pretty good.
Why don't you cozy up to your mic a little bit there? You're a little far away. There we go. That's better.
There we go.
So today we're going to be talking about screen violence. So we'll talk about what screen violence is, and there really isn't a cut and dry definition of it, so it's kind of a hybrid that I took from a couple different sources. Then we'll talk about what the characteristics of screen violence are that affect teens. Then we have some screen violence statistics.
Haven't had those in a while.
No, we haven't. Then we'll talk about the effects of screen violence on adolescents. And then we will talk about how to protect children from screen violence. Before we get started, I do want to kind of mention a footnote here. In doing my research on this episode, I found a lot of conflicting studies. So some studies say, violence in teens today can be directly attributed to on-screen violence, movies, TVs, that type of thing, or video games. Then there are numerous other studies that say there's no correlation between on-screen violence and teen violence, in society, or societal violence.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really have any conclusions to draw from this other than to raise awareness at this point in time. I don't want to come across as preaching one side of this or the other. I just think it's worthwhile to make parents and adolescents aware of these things so that you can keep an eye on them just to make sure everything is on the up and up.
Okay.
So shall we get started?
Yes, we shall.
Okay. So I took kind of a couple of different definitions. One came from pediatrics, a pediatric site at associatedpublications.org. And another came from a study that was done in 2016 that was published on CNN.com and kind of munged them together. So what I came up with is violence in screen entertainment media, including television, film, video games, and the internet, includes acts depicting characters or players trying to physically harm other characters or players. Screen violence includes violence in video games, television shows, and movies. It is associated with aggressive behavior, aggressive thoughts, and angry feelings in children, according to a policy statement released by the American Academy of Pediatrics. So we're going to mention probably several studies during the course of the podcast today, and I encourage people to go out there and do their own research on this and sort of draw their own conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had said in the beginning, there wasn't enough out there for me to come down on one side or the other. So that's the definition that we're working with. Do you kind of understand where we're coming from when we say screen violence?
Yep.
Are you exposed to screen violence yourself?
In some ways, yes.
Could you elaborate?
Yeah. So you and me played this one game, and I'm pretty sure most people in the audience have probably heard about it, Call of Duty.
Right.
And it's basically a game where you fight against non-player characters or player characters if you're online during the game. And it's basically about a war zone, and I can definitely concur that that's definitely on-screen violence because it includes several ways of violence, along with basically showing blood on your screen whenever
Right.
you killed someone or when you are shot.
Right. And the version of Call of Duty that we play, there's several different flavors of the game.
Yeah.
The one that we seem to play the most often is
Infinite Warfare.
Infinite Warfare, right. And in the way that we do it, the game by its very definition is violent.
Yeah.
You're shooting things, you're blowing things up, you're stabbing things.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember we would call me Rambo because I would never stop spamming the trigger.
Right.
And we would used to call you Stabby McStab Pants because you had a knife and you would stab people, and you always liked doing that.
Now, let me ask you a question regarding that. Have you ever seen a Rambo movie?
No, but I do know the game. I do know the one game from Dave & Buster's. I pass by it sometimes and I notice it says Rambo, and it's basically about a guy shooting a bunch of stuff, I think.
Right. Rambo was a very violent film franchise that came out in the 80s that was very graphic in its portrayal of violence. But you've never seen the movie itself, so you've never seen that level of violence. You've never played the game at Dave & Buster's. I haven't even played the game at Dave & Buster's. So it's a reference that I'm aware of that you're vaguely aware of based on that limited exposure.
Yeah.
So you are exposed to screen violence, at least as far as that game is concerned. And I'm pretty sure you're exposed to it via television and movies too, because you just can't get away from it these days.
Yeah.
Now, having that exposure, do you feel that it causes violent tendencies in you? Are you violent?
Not unless I have my mood swings. Then I kind of get a little more. Whenever I get angry, I sort of get violent. I remember whenever I would have my mood swings, I would sometimes just throw a squishy at the wall.
Okay, so describe what violent is to you.
Well, for me, violence is acting in a certain way that can cause harm to others, yourself, or any object.
Okay, so are you harming other people?
I mean, I don't harm other people. I definitely try not to harm other people.
Do you harm yourself?
No, I don't harm myself.
Do you harm animals?
Well, I don't harm animals, but I could definitely say I can harm the objects because I just continue just throwing it.
Do you consider yourself a violent person?
Not really. I mean, even when I get, angry now, I just try to, go away from society and just, calm myself.
Okay. So then the on-screen violence you're exposed to sounds like it's probably not a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been a violent person. I've never, been a type of person who says, we have to settle this after school, on a fight or something. I've never been that kind of person.
Now, besides the mediums that we've talked about so far, are there any other examples of screen violence that you can think of that you're exposed to?
Let's see. I guess in some of the TV shows I might watch.
Okay. And that's pretty typical. Like I said, it's hard not to have some level of violence on TV these days.
Yeah.
So.
I can't really give a specific example for which TV show, but I do know in, some TV shows there's always, explosives, or, in really old cartoons there's, explosions, and people can fall off cliffs as they look down, and...
It's amazing how violent some of the old classic cartoons are, yeah.
Yeah, and, they have pretty dark tones to them, too. Some of them are pretty dark tones to it, too.
All right, so I think we pretty much have a good idea of what we're talking about when we say screen violence, then.
Yeah.
So let's talk about, when we come back, the characteristics of screen violence that affect teens. So the research for this came from a website called MediaLit.org, and they talk about 6 types of screen violence and how children respond. And these are vague definitions of characteristics of these types of violence. So the first one they talk about is reward for violence. If a violent act is rewarded or left unpunished, it is more likely to foster attitudes supportive of aggression. The lack of punishment actually functions as a sanction or reward for violent behavior. What are your thoughts on that?
I couldn't fully understand it. Could you...
So, like in a video game, if you shoot a player, in order for you to win a game, you have to shoot so many players. That's a reward for violence.
Okay.
Do you find that type of reward system, that type of violence system, makes you more aggressive either in-game or in real life?
Well, I'm pretty sure in-game, it's definitely going to make me more prone to violence because that's the whole point of the game. But in real life, I've never really had that problem. I mean, I know it's not real, and I always have that in the back of my mind, and I only do it for fun, really, and I really just don't really have it for real life.
Okay. So the next example that we have is reality of violence. The more a violent act is realistically portrayed, the more likely it is to be imitated. Older children are more emotionally responsive to programs that depict realistic events and are influenced more by violent movies that feature events that are humanly possible. So the question here is, if what you see is more typical of the type of violence that happens in real life and less indicative of cartoonish style violence. Think Wile E. Coyote, okay? Wile E. Coyote going after the Roadrunner, he uses, explosions in this ridiculously sized rocket to try and get him. Are you more responsive to that, or are you more responsive to in-game video violence where you pull a trigger on a controller, it shoots a gun, you see someone get hit with a bullet, and there's blood, where it's kind of realistic?
I can definitely say, like, in cartoons, you don't really know that it's real. You know it can't be real because it's like this huge oversized rocket, and no one can really pull that off unless, like, you live in a cartoon. But in real life, and like seeing how that can actually be possible, even though Call of Duty is like the one we normally play is like totally in the future, and like some of the stuff doesn't even exist. I've not really been prone to thinking of violence and shooting a gun. I'm more like, if I'm thinking of movies and watching movies, like sometimes the Avengers have certain violence scenes, and I haven't been like responsive of wanting to do that violence. I've more been terrified of that.
Okay.
It's more fear than wanting to.
That's a very good point. So the next example that they give us is violent role models. Children are more likely to imitate and look up to characters whose use of violence is portrayed as necessary or attractive. Moreover, children who strongly identify with a violent media character are more likely to be aggressive themselves. Avengers is an excellent example here. So you look at things like Thor or Captain America, and these are hero figures in society that we are meant to look up to because of their heroic acts, but their heroic acts are by their nature violent. Does that tend to have an influence over how you look at violence when you see heroic figures using violence?
I mean, I've never really thought of it like that. I can definitely say it would not motivate me to be violent, because I've learned that not all superheroes wear capes. Like, you can be like, I learned how you can be a superhero without being violent or having superpowers or stuff like that. But I can definitely see like someone who's a huge fan of the Avengers could be like who didn't know what makes a real hero unless they saw the Avengers. And I think since they can't really have the superpowers, they would probably think like the violence part would be the best part to become that superhero if they're really obsessed with it or just completely insane.
Okay, I can see that. That kind of segues us into the next example they have, and that is justified violence. The more of an act of violence is presented as justified, the more likely it is to be copied. Young children are more apt to hurt than to help appear after watching our cartoon with scenes of justified violence. So when you see a situation in a cartoon, we'll say, where somebody does something and they get hit for it, and it's portrayed as a justified version of violence, what are your thoughts on that?
I can definitely see, like, if someone in real life was to do something like the cartoon and someone had watched the cartoon, they might react the same way. I definitely know I've never done that because I'm not that violent.
Okay. The next one they talk about here is violent connections. Viewers who find similarity between themselves and their actions and feelings in a violent act, a theme, or a character in a film are more likely to imitate or emulate that violence in real life. This is particularly true of children. So, for an example here, let's talk about you watch a movie and the movie portrays a child who is being picked on by a bully. Again, we can go to Captain America here. So in the first Captain America film, there's someone who's in a movie theater and he's being rude, obnoxious, and disrespectful. And Steve Rogers, before he becomes Captain America, decides that he's going to stick up for everyone else in the theater and he's going to call this guy out. So the guy takes him out in the alley and starts to beat him up at that point in time until Rogers' friend finally shows up and teaches the guy a lesson through violence. So that could, a lot of kids can identify with the fact that they get picked on as kids and, they're waiting for someone to step in or even for themselves to muster the courage to finally fight back. Do you find that type of violent connection to have any kind of weight with you or any kind of justification with you where you could see yourself being violent in a situation like that?
I mean, I've never wanted to take a violent turn, but I can definitely see some other kids would, take a violent turn and try to, teach bullies a lesson. No one likes bullies. Absolutely no one. And there are different ways to deal with them. As we talked about in our One Bullying podcast, there are different ways to deal with bullies. The worst way, I'm pretty sure, is with violence. But unfortunately, with on-screen violence and all that, and online violence, it can probably have an impact on how people how other people would like to treat bullies. I can definitely say, instead of wanting to fight back, I would instead use words like I'd step in and try to stop it, but I'm pretty sure the kid would try to beat me up as well. And I would just use self-defense techniques. I'll try to block their fists. That's the only kind of violence I'm really going to get. I'm not going to try to cause the other person harm unless they're trying to cause me harm. I'll just try to block them as best I can. And I'm pretty sure other kids probably won't do that. They'll basically beat up the bully. And to be honest, in school, if you actually do that, both of you could actually end up in punishment even though you tried to help the other kid.
Right.
That's why I don't really take to violence, because in real life you can actually be punished. In the first time, like we said earlier, you actually get rewarded in video games, and that can actually lead to you thinking you might get rewarded for beating up a bully. You can imagine if you beat up a bully, you could get rewarded as a hero or something. That in real life is not true, because
that's not how things work.
Yeah, that's not how things work in real life. And I think that's the major problem. Kids mix up fantasy with reality, and and that just ends up with problems and conflicts.
That's a very good point. And that brings us to the last example that they have here. And I think this one tends to be the one that a lot of people tend to focus on, and that is the amount of violence. So excessive exposure to media violence may produce a psychological blunting of normal emotional responses to violent events. It may also lead to a lack of responsiveness to real-life aggression. So what they're saying here is the more violence you're exposed to, the less egregious violence seems to you. Almost like you build a tolerance to it. Like if you see violence, people watch the news all the time, and there's constantly negative news. There's violence. There's attacks. There's all kinds of different things. And people tend to get desensitized when they watch that level of violence. So you turn on the next day, you're like, oh, okay, well, let's see, who was attacked today. And you're not as outraged by it when you're exposed to it. And the concern that people have here is that you'll see it on the street and you'll just walk past it and you'll just think it's regular part of life. How do you think the amount of violence has an effect on us?
I can definitely say the effect of violence can definitely have a big impact on what we think. Like, people who are exposed to it a lot, I can definitely say, will eventually become numb to it. Like, if you keep eating the same food over and over and over again, or you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you get used to seeing it. Your body adapts to it and just knows it's regular. Knowing that there's so much on-screen violence, you just get prone to it and you don't really fear it.
Right.
And the thing is, if you fear it, it's less likely to happen. If you lose that fear over time, it just shows that you really don't care about the negative effects on violence.
That's a very good point. And I think that's what a lot of people's concern is on that topic. So we'll come back and we'll talk about the effects of screen violence. I'm sorry, we'll talk about the statistics when we come back.
Don't skip over the statistics.
I don't want to skip the statistics. I know we love statistics.
Yep.
So this study comes from the National Institutes of Health, .gov, and it's sponsored by the National Library of Medicine and National Institutes of Health, and it comes from June of 2009. So it's kind of old, but I think it's still relative. The numbers may be a little bit different. So a couple of interesting things that came out of this study was children in the United States spend an average of between 3 and 4 hours per day viewing television. And they didn't get into details about the type of television other than to talk about the fact that there's a lot of violence on there. So 3 or 4 hours a day. How much time do you spend watching television today?
I mean, honestly, I'm not really on television that much. I'm more on YouTube and like mobile games, but I do watch TV when I go to during the night to help me fall asleep.
Okay, good point.
But even when I don't watch, like when I play certain games, like that can have a certain level of violence in it.
Right. We'll get into that in a minute, but the study goes on to say that over 60% of programs contain some form of violence, and about 40% of those on television contain heavy violence. So the concern that they have, that where they're kind of drawing the parallel here, is that 3 or 4 hours a day viewing television, with the assumption that 60% of that time, or more than 2 hours a day, you're seeing violent things on television. So they're kind of pointing out that we've got a problem with violence. They also go on to say that children are spending an increasingly large amount of time playing video games, most of which contain violence. So tell me about the video games that you play. Are they violent video games? What's the nature? What type of video game are they? What medium do you play them on? Give us some background.
Alrighty, so right now I can think of at least 3 examples. So the first one is one of the ones I play most often, and it's less of a video game, more of a mobile app called Gacha Life. It's basically where you can create your own characters and have different scenes. Now, some people I've watched on YouTube, you can make, people make YouTube videos on them and post them on the internet, and sometimes they include a bit of violence, like if the main character is being bullied, and the main character is getting black eyes because of it, or
So even in something that's relatively innocent and creative, like Gacha Life, there can be violence interjected into it.
Yeah, I actually know some of the they actually have you can hold items, and some of the items are guns, knives, and that kind of stuff. Even in something that seems so innocent where you can just create your own character, it can also include some type of violence.
Okay. Well, continuing the video game theme, they say that video game units are now present in 83% of homes with children. And they don't go into specifics, but we're talking consoles, handheld, mobile games, and so forth.
Yeah, and on that note, the second one I know about, the second one I play is Minecraft. And even though Minecraft is Minecraft is also seems like an innocent game. It's you just build houses, but there are certain elements where they include violence. There are mobs you can kill. There are weapons you use. There's weapons you use to kill mobs, and there's also player versus player where you kill other players.
Well, and I know Minecraft itself is inherently violent because there are objectives that are violence-based objectives in the game.
Yeah.
Even if you go into survival mode, it's survival mode. So there's an element of violence just associated with that type of mode.
Yeah, and even in creative mode, most people in creative mode like to go to the end and defeat the Ender Dragon, and that's also a version of violence. Most people don't think that. It's just they think it's just a way of playing the game, and yes, it is, but that's also a version of violence. You're literally trying to kill a dragon.
Right.
And though it might not seem that bad, and honestly, it doesn't have that bad of violence. There's no blood, and every time you hit them, it's more they just turn red for a minute and jump, and then when they die,
violence
they turn
is
into
violence,
dust.
and
I know,
and I think that kind of violence probably is more dangerous because it
seems so innocent.
Right, it's watering down the violence. So you can go up to someone and hit them with a sword. They turn red and say, ow. Well, if you do that in real life, that's not the effect that you're going to get.
I know, people, and, you basically are going to chop them up.
Right, and it's that sort of desensitization, I think, that a lot of people are concerned about.
Yeah, I can actually see that.
So, in 2004, children spent roughly 49 minutes per day playing video games, and on any given day, 52% of children ages 8 to 18 were playing video games. Now, that's 15 years ago, so I have to imagine those numbers are significantly higher now. There's a lot more video game play going on now.
Yeah, there's huge matches with video games now, and there's so many Let's Plays, you can't even count them.
Right. Video game use peaks during middle childhood with an average of 65 minutes per day for 8 to 10-year-olds and declines to 33 minutes per day for 15 to 18-year-olds. How much time per day do you think you spend playing video games now?
Honestly, most of my time is used up by YouTube now, but I do play video games, and to be honest, I really don't know how long I really play video games. I know you and me play Call of Duty, and we normally play that for 40 minutes to an hour at least.
Right.
I think. And for Gacha Life, I don't even know how long I spend on it. I switch from Gacha Life to YouTube occasionally, and I'm on YouTube more than I am with Gacha Life, but still.
They go on to say that 94% of games rated by the video game industry as appropriate for teens are described as containing violence, and ratings by independent researchers suggest that the real percentage may be even higher. I don't know how you get much higher than 94%.
Yeah.
How many games are you exposed to that are not violent? Let me ask that question. That might be easier to list.
It's a little weird because, like, there are other mobile games I play. Like, remember our one Apple game, What the Golf?
Right.
Even though it's like doesn't really involve too much violence, there's still like in some of them you move a guy or an animal, and that's I don't know if that's really violent though. Is it?
I guess if you're hitting someone or something or causing pain.
I mean, no one's really hitting it.
Well, then that's probably not too violent.
Yeah, so that's one of the games that's not really that violent. There's also, like, those word game puzzles. Like, those are, I think, the primary ones that don't include violence.
I would agree with that. So I think, the general idea here is that most entertainment that we get from video games tends to contain some kind of violence.
I know, like, there's actually this one app I like to play called Talking Tom, and, like, even though it seems innocent, it still includes violence. Like, can hit his stomach, hit his head, knock him down, pull his tail.
Right, and the kind of violence you're doing there really is, that's animal cruelty is what it's promoting there. So there's all different kinds of violence that we have to be aware of.
Yeah.
So we'll come back and we'll talk about the effects of screen violence on adolescents. So the National Institutes of Mental Health have identified the following major effects of seeing violence on television. Children may become less sensitive to the pain and suffering of others. Have you had any effect on the violence that you've been exposed to on your empathy towards other people?
No, not really. I mean, if I see someone's hurt, I always try to go and help them. I can definitely say, like, in video games, I definitely really don't care if the guy dies, but, like, in real life, it's, like, a major thing for me.
Okay. They also say that children may be more fearful of the world around them. Do you find yourself living in fear and having that fear promoted by violence on screen?
In some ways, yes. I mean, like, in Call of Duty, like, imagine if there's just a guy that comes out and just shoots. Like, that in real life is terrifying, and knowing that that can actually happen, because Call of Duty is a sort of realistic game, like, knowing that can actually happen is terrifying, and I can
knowing that actually happens in
real life
with mass shootings is terrifying, too.
Yeah.
But again, seeing that in a news broadcast is still considered on-screen violence.
Yeah.
They say children may be more likely to behave in aggressive or harmful ways towards others. Do you find yourself feeling more aggressive after seeing on-screen violence?
No, I really don't have too much of an aggressive tone. I'm a quite calm person, but I'm pretty sure others probably say different.
Okay. This next one we've already touched on. They say children become immune or numb to the horror of violence.
I can definitely say I've not done that because I'm still afraid of violence. And I definitely don't resort to violence if I'm able to.
Okay. They say children begin to accept violence as a way to solve problems. Have you ever felt that way?
No, I'm pretty sure other kids who are like bullies can definitely say that. For me, I've definitely not resorted to violence. Even during my moody phase, I've never really resorted to violence as solving problems. I just resorted to screaming. Now I just go to a corner and just think about it, calm myself down. And if someone's annoying me, I just resort to ignoring them.
Okay. Children imitate the violence they observe on television.
Not really.
Not so much?
I don't really do violence.
And the last one that they talk about here is children identify with certain characters victims and or victimizers when they see violence on screen?
I can, like, if I'm ever seeing like a kid being bullied on when I watch things, I definitely sometimes feel like them, because the kids are sometimes the last people to get picked for a sports game, and that's me. I don't really relate in the violent ways. I just relate in the fact that I remember in 6th grade, I can definitely concur that I felt like I was being one of those kids because I felt completely invisible. And
so let me ask you, knowing all these effects and what we've learned so far on screen violence, do you feel as though the violence that you're exposed to through video games, television, movies, or whatever, you feel it has any kind of lasting effect on you and your actions or your attitude?
I just know that, like, I don't really think there's too many effects that it's had on me. I definitely know I don't resort to violence whenever there's a problem. And I think the fact that I see how violence can affect others when I'm exposed to on-screen violence, I definitely think that's how I sort of help to avoid it. And I think it's had the complete opposite effect that most people think it has on kids.
How about your friends at school or the kids that you see at school? Do you see them affected at all? Do you see them being violent at all? And do you think that that violence might come from on-screen violence?
I honestly don't see too much violence at school, which is a good thing. I mean, actually at my old school, I remember there was actually this one big event at the very end of the year where it's like there were these two kids who had a huge fight. And, like, I didn't really know too much about it, but I don't think it was from on-screen violence. It could have been, but, like, it could have been the fact that the two kids just didn't like each other, and I don't know the whole story about it, but I just know they got into a pretty big fight.
Well, how about, let's think of it in terms of aggressiveness. Like, you've mentioned a number of times how kids in gym class tend to be very competitive and aggressive. Yeah. Do you think that might stem from, the effect that on-screen violence has on society?
I mean, it could be, like, I know they don't resort to, like, fist fights, but,
okay.
Like, what's that beeping?
I don't know. You want to let the cat out?
Sure. I'll be right back. Sounds like a bomb.
It's not. It's fine. Don't worry. So it sounds like from everything that we've talked about here that you're really not that affected by on-screen violence, which is a good thing. And I mean, the last thing that we want is for you to try to engage in recreational activity and have it have a negative effect on you. But it's also good to hear that you're really not exposed to a lot of violence at school either. So there's not a lot of problems that we have to worry about.
Yeah, there. I mean, the only real type of violence that I can think of is just like, I mean, it's like joking violence. It's like kids like push against others or like, and like the kids are laughing about it. Like they're joking around, like they push others around, and that's like the only real violence I can think of. I'm pretty sure it's some type of violence. I don't really know what type it is.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back and we'll talk about briefly how we can protect our children from screen violence.
Alrighty.
So this came from a couple of different sources. So it's just sort of a combined list of suggestions on how to help kids out.
Okay.
So the first one they talk about is pay attention to the programs your children are watching and watch some of them with them. And this is one of those things where I think mommy and daddy kind of need to be a little bit better at seeing some of the things that you're watching on YouTube. You watch stuff up in your room and we're not always there. When you would watch stuff down in the kitchen when we had the TV down there, we were, it was a lot easier for us to sort of monitor that type of thing. But a lot of times, especially when you're talking about YouTube, where YouTube is the type of thing where they kind of suck you in when you watch one. You may go look something up on YouTube and then you get 50 suggestions and you start clicking through and watching different things.
Yeah, I'm a victim of that.
And you can very quickly move from what you were looking for to something completely different, and some of that can be violent content.
I mean, the most I really do on YouTube is listen to music, watch certain Gosh Life videos, and just watch funny things that people do. Like I watch Vines and stuff like that. That's the main content I actually watch.
And I don't think you're really. I'm not overly concerned about you, but for parents in general, just sort of be aware of what your kids are watching and watch stuff with them.
Yeah.
The other thing they say is set limits on the amount of time they spend with the television, and we'll say video games and internet and everything. Consider removing the TV set from the child's bedroom. We've talked about that, but for other reasons, where you were having trouble sleeping.
Yeah.
I don't think we're to that point now.
Yeah.
But again, it's a matter of regulating the exposure and monitoring it.
Mm-hmm.
Point out that although the actor has not actually been hurt or killed, such violence in real life results in pain and death. So when you walk up to someone and you whack them with a sword, it may not hurt them in Minecraft, but that's going to leave a mark in the real life, right? So it's important to be able to distinguish between real and fake violence.
Yeah.
Refuse to let children see shows known to be violent, and change the channel or turn off the TV set when offensive material comes on with an explanation of what is wrong with the program.
Honestly, I don't like watching zombies with you guys. I definitely don't watch any of the TV shows you guys watch. I mainly just watch kids' TV shows. My favorite one is SpongeBob, and honestly, there's not much violence in there.
Right. Well, and I wouldn't want you watching Walking Dead anyway, because it is a very violent show.
And to be honest, I really don't like the thing is, I have a problem with blood and gore, and I definitely think that stopped me from watching most violent things. I mean, yeah, I watch the Avengers, but that's the only real.
Well, and that's cartoon violence that they depict in there. Like, nobody's shooting lightning out of a hammer in real life.
Yeah.
So you kind of, no one's shooting repulsor beams out of their hands. No one's throwing a magic shield that defies physics in real life. So that's, to me, cartoon violence.
Yeah.
They go on to say, disapprove of the violent episodes in front of the children, stressing the belief that such behavior is not the best way to handle a problem. Now, I'll be the first one to say, as a youth, I'll say, I was very violent. And that was because the upbringing I had, my father tended to solve things with his fists. And when that's your role model, you kind of follow that lead. And I wound up getting in trouble a lot. I used to get into fights a lot when I was in high school. In grade school, I was the type of person who, my father was a bully and I tried to be the exact opposite. So as a result, I would stick up for the kids who the bullies would bully. I would bully the bullies, is what I used to say. And that's not the way to do it. There's a better way to do it.
And to be honest, in a way, you actually turned into your father.
Well, yeah, just by acting through violence. You're right. So it's important for parents to show disapproval of such acts.
Honestly, I think I show the disapproval myself. Like, as I talked about earlier, I really know solving problems with your fists is not a good thing to do.
Right.
I mean, I mainly do it. I've learned how to do it through just words. I've never really thought of actually doing violence, because that can cause more problems than solve.
Well, and you're absolutely right. And, over the years, that's what I learned how to do, was to take that passion and that desire for justice, we'll say, and turn it from a physical act to an outpouring of words through emails or pamphlets or whatever, and that's been far more effective than raising, a fist at someone.
I know, and like what I learned, instead of showing my anger on others, even though I never really got violent, I just screamed at others, I learned to take my violence on objects. Well, my anger, not violence. And eventually I stopped even doing that and just going somewhere away from society or away from others and just calming myself.
And that's a therapeutic approach. And the last hint that they have here is help with peer pressure among friends and classmates by contacting other parents and agreeing to enforce similar rules about the length of time and type of program the children may watch. And this is sort of an outreach to other children's parents. They say it takes a village to raise a child, and to a large extent it does, because your kids interact with so many other kids during their life. And if the parents themselves can communicate and keep other parents aware of where these problems are, you're going to find, even though you run into parents who are very defensive of their kids and think that their kids can do no wrong, you will find the vast majority of parents tend to be receptive to any kind of input like this that you would have. And it helps everyone in the long run to keep everybody informed. And that was all we had. We'll come back. We'll get your closing remarks and any shout outs you might have. And we'll go from there.
Okay.
Go for closing remarks.
Alrighty, so no matter who you are out in the audience, I'm pretty sure you've been exposed to online, internet, video games, TV shows, all that kind of stuff. And I'm pretty sure if you've been exposed to that, you've been exposed to on-screen violence. And it's important to note that on-screen violence is a totally different thing from real violence. As we said before, Minecraft and real life have a totally different view on violence. You can hit someone with a sword, they just turn around and say ow. You hit someone with a sword in real life, it's gonna end in way worse conditions. So it's important to know the fake violence and the real violence. And I think that's the best way to stop you from having violence in thinking of violence in any other way in real life. And it's also important to note that solving problems with violence will cause more problems than solve problems. And I think with those two notes, you'll be perfectly fine, and it'll help you from thinking of taking violence into your life more often.
Okay, well said. Any shout-outs?
I don't really think so.
No, not this week. Not feeling it.
I just don't really know who to give a shout-out to. Do you have anyone?
No, I don't have anyone either. I'm not feeling it either. So that's it for this week. Just a reminder, you can reach out to us via email at comments@insightsintothings.com. It's not listed on your lower third.
I know.
It's, the lower third's the generic one here.
Okay, sheesh.
If I did this, then they would get your email address on your lower third there. Anyway, so you can reach us on our website at insightsintothings.com. You can get us on YouTube at
Insights into Things.
You're really not very good at this, are you?
I know. I'm not. I
at
don't have the lyrics.
youtube.com/insights into things. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insights into things podcast. You get us on audio podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. And on Twitch, we're streaming live on Twitch tonight. You can get us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And I think that's everything.
Oh, yeah, and don't forget to check out our other two podcasts.
And what are they?
Insights and Entertainment, where it's featuring you and Mommy, and our newest podcast, our monthly podcast called Insights into Tomorrow, featuring my father and my brother.
Very good. And that's it. We are done. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 41. May the flight be with you. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my charismatic and entertaining co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
Congratulations, sweetheart. I was able to come up with new adjectives this week for you.
Yay! So proud of you.
So this week in Disney Detective, we've got some information on a new Star Wars airliner. We have some information about Disney giving stuff for free. They kind of changed their mind on it.
Right.
Then we'll get some input from Carrie Fisher's daughter, Billie Lourd, on becoming the keeper of the legacy of Princess Leia. And in our entertainment news, we have some casting information on the new Batman, some box office updates on Joker and a new distinction that it has earned. And then we hear from Tina Turner regarding a new Broadway play and some news around that. I think we got a active show. Ready to get into it?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Go for Disney Detective.
So, United Airlines actually unveiled a Star Wars themed plane that'll make passengers feel like the Jedi, or I guess Sith in your case, that they are. So, in conjunction with the new movie coming out, the airline is adding on an out-of-the-galaxy airplane to its fleet for fans who only dreamed about boarding a Millennium Falcon. So the plane, which will be a Boeing 737-800, will be unveiled in November, and it's complete with a themed exterior painting, where the tail actually will have a lightsaber on it, a safety video that'll actually feature favorites like Yoda and Chewbacca in it. Passengers will also be welcomed on the plane with the movie's iconic soundtrack playing as you're loading onto the plane, and you'll be given a little amenities kit that'll have tissues, earplugs, toothbrush, and products by skincare company Sunday Riley. So the interior of the plane will also have, the embossed emblems from the film's dueling factions, the Resistance and the First Order, and basically it's to help obviously promote the movie. Not that they really need any help.
They're hard
up on it.
Press on it.
But I think it would just be kind of cool. When we did Star Wars Celebration a couple of years ago, there was one of the companies that actually had an R2-D2 plane,
right.
And I think a C-3PO,
there was a C-3PO as well,
plane too. So it's not the first time that Star Wars and an airline has gone together. So this was kind of cool. So in the wake of the announcement, the airline's Mileage Plus members now can actually have the opportunity to bid on Star Wars themes experiences, including the opportunity to attend the premiere of Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker in Los Angeles and London, or a travel package for 4 to visit Star Wars filming locations in Jordan. So that was kind of cool. Another little,
neat.
bonus. United Airlines also recently announced that they partnered with a sleep management app called Time Shifter, which helps passengers kick jet lag while flying to new time zones.
Yeah, I don't travel
enough to.
Well, I don't travel horizontally enough across
Right.
time zones for it to be an effect. Like when we travel north-south.
Right, we usually
typically.
travel north-south, and even then, we don't.
We tend to stay in the same time
Right.
zone, and usually, if I'm hopping time zones, it's because I'm heading out to California and it's only 3 hours.
Right. So this video that you're seeing in the background, this isn't the safety. It's part of the safety video, but it's kind of neat because they highlight different areas around the world.
Now, that's where the flights are going to be traveling to?
No,
or?
in this video, it was basically, like there's a Star Wars street in I don't remember what the country was, so they actually show you, and there's mosaics of stuff. So kind of different, kind of cool. So London with the background, and so
Right.
it's an interesting little video to watch, but it's not the full safety video that they're talking about in the article that's going to have the characters and everything in it.
So kind of cool.
Yeah, kind of cool.
Is this promotional short term, or are they going to keep this
I'm
in
sure it's
circulation? Because I know
probably-
the R2D2 and C3PO ones didn't really stay in
Yeah,
service
I'm
very
sure they're
long.
probably only going to be, for a little while. It didn't say in the article for how long, but they did say it would be, the planes would be going throughout the U.S., Canada, Central America, and the Caribbean.
Okay. It's kind of a shame that it's the new Star Wars.
And not the old Star Wars.
I'm not going to see Imperial symbols
Right,
or Darth
right.
Vader or anything like that. You kind of have to be force-fed Disney's new vision of Star Wars.
But look on eBay because everybody that
I
boards
can buy
the
the thing on eBay?
No, everybody that's on the plane will also get a commemorative pin up until the film's release.
Nice.
So I'm guessing the planes are probably, or at least the specialty planes will only be around,
Right.
for a couple of months. So
It's kind of like the monorails, how they theme the monorails.
right,
So,
right,
all right,
exactly.
that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
something
cool.
different.
So what is Disney giving away for free?
So this was something we actually didn't bring this up last week when the story kind of broke. Or so if you've ever gone to Disney, one of the things that they started doing, it was actually back in 2016, was they had the fuel rods where you could get the little battery banks for your phones, and when you bought it, you were allowed unlimited free refills on it. So the idea was, definitely if it was something where you were a multiple trip kind of person, it made sense. It cost $30, and then you could recharge it, for free. You basically would go and swap out, an empty one for a full one. And again, the idea was it was going to be, a free charge, free refill, so to speak. Well, it's
Kind of like popcorn used to be a free refill. And it's
right,
not anymore.
right. So then what started happening was towards the end of October, new signage was going up onto these dispensers saying that as of November 1st, a $3 fee was going to go into place. Right. So people actually got pissed off by it because when they, spent the $30, it had said, there wasn't anything that said after so many years, this is, now we're going to start charging. And there actually was a class action suit that was filed. And because of the class action suit, Disney basically came out and said, oops, yep, that's right, we were wrong, and basically decided to, so Disney made the statement on November 1st saying a decision had been made not to implement the $3 portable charger swap fee until further notice. Guests can continue to swap their fuel rods, portable chargers using the fuel rods owned and operated kiosks at Walt Disney World with no additional cost at this time.
Yeah.
So at this time
until being the key.
Right, until something happens and well,
until Disney realizes a way to get around the lawsuit, and then they can start charging you
right,
for it.
Exactly. So as of now,
or you could just run to like Five Below
and spend
buy
$30,
get 6 of the things, and you're fine for
right.
the entire trip.
And that was the other thing too, that a lot of different people were saying that, not that many people really use them anymore because most of the newer phones, their batteries, are lasting longer, or they have their own,
But this is another example.
Didn't have to spend $30 on.
That nasty 4-letter word coming up in Disney, and Disney not liking it. Nothing in Disney is free.
Nothing in Disney is free. No.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, well, at least they backed this off for a little bit for now, and I can almost guarantee you that it's probably because of the people that already bought it.
Right.
And I'm sure there's a warranty period, and once that warranty period is up,
it's
they're
probably
not
something like
it.
5 years or something.
So, and I'm sure that if you buy them now, the warranty stated completely different.
Right.
So Disney's probably going to get around that.
Yeah, so we'll see.
So tell us about keeping the legacy of Princess Leia.
So Time magazine actually published an essay that was written by Billie Lourd, Carrie Fisher's daughter, and it was basically talking about what it was growing up with Princess Leia as her mom. And it was a very, very sweet article. So I would suggest, anybody that's, a Star Wars fan, to just take the time and go and read it. She talks about, just the dynamic of it, and that, she never really understood it as a kid. She never watched the movies until she was about 6. And then even then, she really never finished watching the movies until she was like 9 or 10. Like every time they would turn it on, she would be like, "Mommy, it's too loud, turn it off," or whatever, and she couldn't understand that the person that was on the screen was the same person that was reading her bedtime stories.
Right.
And then she says that it wasn't until middle school that when boys would come up to her and say, "Wow, I had a crush on your mom," that she was like, "Ew," like, what?
That's not the way to start a conversation.
Right, exactly. And she said, here's a quote. She says, "I grew up with 3 parents, a mom, a dad, and Princess Leia. I knew Princess Leia was kind of like my stepmom, technically family, but deep down I really didn't like her. She literally and metaphorically lived on a planet that I had never been to. When Leia was around, there wasn't much room for my mom, for Carrie. As a child, I couldn't understand why people loved Leia so much as they did. I didn't want to watch her movie. I didn't want to dress up like her. I didn't even want to talk about her. I just wanted my mom, the one who lived on Earth and not Tatooine." So then she talks about...
She never lived on Tatooine.
I
so
understand.
Clearly she hasn't seen the movies.
Well, she didn't see all the movies. So then, she goes on to talk about how, she later on, she watched the movies and she went to a Comic-Con with her mom. And she said it was the first time that she realized how widespread and deep the love was for Leia and for her mom. And she said it was just surreal seeing people of all ages from all over the world that were dressed up like her mom. The lady who had sang her to sleep and held her when she, was scared, and just the amount of joy that her mom was able to bring to people. Just like that was when the aha moment was, for her. She said, seeing people, wait in line for hours, or that had tattoos or had named their children after her, she said it was basically just magical. And then she talks about how, she really never wanted to be an actor. She had gone off to college, and when she was done, she kind of thought she was, going to kind of do something different. And then, excuse me, they were starting to do the newer trilogies, and her mom was like, why don't you go and audition? She's like, oh, I'm never going to get it. And she got this small, cute little part in it. And what was cute was they talk about how, going into hair and makeup the first day, and it was like, like her mom was making more fuss over her getting her hair and makeup right than, for herself, this is General, Leia. This isn't, just Princess Leia anymore. And that, if you, remember from the movie, she had the buns.
Yeah.
And she said it was kind of like, some families have, names that they pass down. We have a hairstyle, so
That's
she
funny.
felt very honored. Again, it's such a sweet, article. It had me tearing up, and then it even talks about how with the new movie, after the second one was done, I guess when they had already started talking about the third one was really supposed to be the Leia movie,
Right.
And that, J.J. Abrams actually had her come into the office after her mom had already passed and said, listen, this is where we want to go with the story. Are you okay with this? We have enough footage from all of the other movies to kind of put something together. We think we can actually make it a Leia movie. And she's like, so now, yeah, she has 3 parents, her mom, her dad, and Princess Leia. And now she feels she is the guardian of,
Nice.
Princess Leia.
Very nice.
So again,
very, very
a really
respectful.
Yeah, it was a great article, and definitely take the time to read it. It was on Time Magazine. I'm sure if you do a search for Billy Lord, Time Magazine, on becoming the keeper of Princess Leia.
Very nice. Very nice. And that's all we had for Disney Detective today.
Yeah, that was it.
Let's move on to our entertainment news.
Okay.
So casting news for the new Batman movie.
Yeah, so every couple of days you hear a little bit something, and we've been talking about, the new Batman movie for a while now. So it seems that the cast of Matt Reeves' Batman movie is kind of rounding out, as Colin Farrell has reportedly been cast to portray the Penguin. Andy Serkis is in negotiations to play Bruce Wayne's loyal butler, Alfred Pennyworth. So Farrell and Serkis joined the all-star cast that has already included Pattinson as obviously the Dark Knight, Jeffrey Wright as Commissioner Gordon, Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman, and Paul Dano as the Riddler. Now, previously, they had been various sources saying that Jonah Hill was actually in talks to be the Penguin or even the Riddler, but those actually, fell through. So the production on the movie is scheduled to begin at the top of 2020 with a theatrical release set for June 25th of 2021. And obviously, which, we'll talk about actually in our next article, obviously DC is kind of riding pretty high on, some of their latest movies, I should say.
Which is a pleasant change for DC.
Right. So obviously seeing how well, Joker has been doing, that's kind of giving them hope, for the new Batman movie to come about. So
see, I don't know. I can't see Colin Farrell as playing Penguin.
See, and that's the thing, is because again, this time frame, it's there. He's not the older. He's not. It's a little bit beyond Gotham, I guess. So
Right.
I don't know. I guess I could kind of see.
I can't. He can't play the Joker like Danny DeVito did. No way anyone can.
You
do
mean
that.
Penguin?
Penguin. I'm sorry,
Right.
Penguin. And I can't see him picking up from the Joker or the Penguin that we saw in Gotham.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's going to fit in. Like he's going to have to make it his own.
Right. But I could see him because I've seen him do like the gritty, type, he's kind of I think he's going to be that in between, like not the likable Penguin from Gotham, because Gotham, he was kind of
and
likable. But the other thing too is Danny DeVito's Penguin was also more...
It was a very cartoonish depiction.
Right, exactly. Like Tim Burton's...
not to take anything away from Colin Farrell. He's a fantastic actor, and just on talent alone could pull this off. I'm interested to see the direction he goes with it.
Right.
Because the Penguins that we've seen...
Right.
He's not the first person that springs to mind when you think of Penguin.
Right. And that's the thing is, and I'm guessing maybe because of Gotham's, Penguin as not being as cartoonish as the other ones have been, you're gonna see that other side.
Yeah,
so it'll be interesting. We'll see.
Burgess Meredith has always been Penguin to me.
Well, I was gonna say, come on, Rocky. Yeah. See, again, comic book. That's who we.
I can see that. I can see that. So our next DC related story.
So in box office news, Joker has become the most profitable comic book movie ever. Not the highest grossing yet, because obviously...
So you confused me with that when I read it.
Right, because you totally were like, what? So it's the most profitable. So here, I shall explain for all of you. I shall explain. Everybody sit down, take your notes out. Okay. So in North America, after 5 weeks in the theaters, Joker has made $304.2 million just in the North America. Globally, it's $953 million. Okay, so again, not highest grossing movie, but, sorry, the movie only cost $62.5 million to produce. So that was their budget. So right now, they have made 15.3 times their budget. Okay. So that's where it's the highest, the most profitable comic book movie. So it's
amazing that it only cost 62.5 to make, given the people that were in the movie.
Well, and that's the thing is you figure, again, we haven't seen it yet. It's more of a psychological thriller type. You don't have, if you compare it to Endgame, the amount of special effects and things like that, the budget, it completely, throws the budget, out of whack. So in terms of a budget versus global gross, here's just some figures. So Jim Carrey's The Mask made $351 million to a budget of $23 million in 1984.
Okay.
Then the most profitable big comic book movie was Venom, which you actually were kind of surprised when we were talking about it. Like, Venom actually made a lot of money. So Venom had made $854 million to a budget of $90 million. And then Batman made $411 million to a budget of $35 million. Deadpool, $783 million to a budget of $58. So it's, so now Joker is kind of, building its way up. And honestly, once it hits like the 1 billion, it'll actually be the cheapest movie that had broken, that had been the most profitable in that respect.
I think that's a lesson for Disney to learn, that they don't have to spend $600 million
basically
to produce a movie.
The article talks about how it's a studio's dream. It was mid-level budget, a 2D film, that's pulling in all this business. It's an R-rated psychological drama, with kind of a bonus. Right now it's the third cheapest $1 million grosser of all time. You have Bohemian Rhapsody, that isn't too far, beyond that. So it's kind of
That's
makes
a
sense.
Profit margin I'd take any day.
Right. So now you kind of look at, Batman, maybe.
Well, see, and now with all these stars that are showing up in Batman,
that's the other thing too. That's going to skew it because even though
cost is going to creep
Joker
up.
has, some big stars in it too, they're not as big. So I'm sure their their salary is a little skewed with that too. But it'll be interesting to see. And then the other thing too is they're already talking Oscar nominations for it. Especially for Joaquin Phoenix. People are saying he's if he's not going to win the best actor, he's definitely going to be up for it. But again, between now and the end of the year, it all depends on what else comes out.
And it's funny because they said the same thing about Heath Ledger when he played Joker. And he maybe that's just such a good character that whoever like Jack Nicholson too.
Anybody who plays it's such an effed up, character and stuff.
But it's also such an iconic. I mean, look at the people who played it.
Right.
Even if you go back to the 1960s, you had Cesar Romero play it. Then you had Jack Nicholson play it. Then you had Heath Ledger play it. Now you've got Joaquin Phoenix.
And actually, we were just at the mall, not that, earlier today, and one of the T-shirt places actually had a T-shirt that had Joker, and it had all of them, on it with their names.
And they're all,
and they're all
incredible
iconic.
actors. Yeah,
absolutely. So it's definitely...
Is it the actor that made the character or the character that made the actors?
Yeah. And it's funny to think back, if you remember, years ago, I don't even remember how many years ago, Joaquin Phoenix had actually sweared off of acting. He was like, I'm done. Never doing it again.
He's gone a little crazy a few times.
He went a little crazy, and sometimes you need to have a little crazy, it kind of makes you wonder.
Especially if you're playing the Joker.
Yeah, and that's where you kind of wonder, does it really mess with you? And unfortunately, Heath Ledger, passed away,
unrelated to the part.
To the part, but again, was there,
maybe you just get into that zone as an actor,
right? And you just kind
it's hard to step out of it.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see.
It definitely takes a special kind of person to play the role and make it successful.
Yeah.
Cool. So tell us about Tina Turner.
So Tina Turner had the crowd of Broadway's Lintfort Fontaine Theater on their feet this past Thursday night in more ways than one. The music icon and rock and roll Hall of Famer, who is 79, stopped by the opening night of Tina, the Tina Turner musical, with electrifying and heart-stopping new stage show, which is based on her life, and she actually surprised the audience there with an emotional post-show speech. She was joined on stage by all the members of the musical creative team and its hardworking cast. She said, "The musical is my life, but it's like poison that turned into medicine." She said, "I can never be as happy as I am now." So cheering on Turner from the audience was a star-studded crowd, from Oprah to Gayle King to Tiffany Haddish, Spike Lee, Martha Stewart, just a ton of people were there to support her. So after the show, she posed for pictures with the cast who attended and guests who attended the opening night after party. Turner has long supported Tina, the Tina Turner musical, because it actually had opened in London in April of 2018, and this past March in Germany, actually. So the musical traces her turbulent moments of her life from her 50 years singing career. Basically, it starts out with the poverty-stricken town of Nutbush, Tennessee, and basically follows her life as she moves to St. Louis and enters into her abusive relationship with her ex-husband, Ike, and basically before she ultimately finds the strength to set out on her own and claim the global superstardom as the queen of rock and roll. Her marriage to her current husband is also featured in the show, as well as her relationships with her two sons, Ronnie, who is 59, and Raymond Craig, who actually died at the age of 60 by suicide in 2018. She said, "I've been blessed with a wonderful career, and after more than 50 years of performing, I don't need a musical. I don't need another show, but I get so many cards and letters. I still can't believe how people feel about me on stage after the legacy they said that I've left." So again, it goes through, a lot of her music, and basically the way that the show ends is Tina coming out on stage in front of a concert that she did in Rio de Janeiro, where she belts out her tune, "The Best." So sounds, if you're a Tina Turner fan, definitely sounds like, something that, would be something to try and get tickets for. And, good that she's still,
Well, I gotta say,
out there.
For 79, she looks incredible.
Yeah, and she looked incredible, at 60, and in her 50s, she was still out there, dancing away and stuff. So, God bless her. She's definitely,
be a good show, though.
Oh, I'm sure. Just the music alone, and thinking about, What's Love Got to Do with It, the movie about her life and everything. So now you get to kind of see, a little bit, beyond that. But, good for her.
Very cool. Very cool. And that was all we had for entertainment news this week.
That is it.
So we will be back with our insightful picks of the week. And as always, my dear, I bow to you.
I want to say that.
Okay, after the show.
So my insightful pick for the week is the new Addams Family movie that actually came out earlier last month. It's actually been out a month now. October 11th it came out. So it's members of the mysterious and spooky Addams Family: Gomez, Morticia, Pugsley, Wednesday, Uncle Fester, and Grandma. And obviously, the rest of the family is coming to visit as well. So it's a cute take on the comics and the other movies. Basically, the movie starts out with Gomez and Morticia getting married, and you kind of find out why they moved to where they are now. Of course, the butt of the joke is the fact that they left Europe and ended up in New Jersey. So all the parents in the audience...
I don't get the joke.
You don't get
I don't get it.
Because they talk about, let's go to the worst place that no one will ever find us and nobody ever wants to go to, and it's Jersey.
That's funny.
I know. Well,
I've lived in Jersey all my life. I don't think it's funny.
I understand that, but anyway. So it's a cute movie. There's a lot of different little Easter eggs for parents, that are fans of horror movies or any movie, really. There's a scene where Wednesday comes home with a red balloon, and, Morticia's like, "Where did you find that? Usually it's attached to a scary clown." So obviously if you know about it, you know that was a reference, to that and everything. What was really funny was Cousin It is voiced by Snoop Dogg. And when you hear it, you're kind of like...
I didn't think Cousin It had a voice.
Well, he has a... But you can tell that it's Snoop Dogg doing it. So it's cute. And we went, it was our daughter and I that went to go see it the other day. And she laughed. She thought it was hysterical. So that was good, because she's 13. So... you kind of wonder, when she's going to not want to see a cartoon or whatever. So, if you're a fan of, the live action movies or the original series, which was my insightful pick a couple of weeks ago, this is a cute little movie to go and see. So
very nice. Nice pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is not really much of a pick. In fact, I didn't even write anything down on it.
No, you didn't. You usually have a whole big...
Yeah, usually I'll have a little write-up for it and stuff. So I had started watching with you last year,
Mm-hmm.
The Walking Dead.
Yep.
And you would watch it, and I would sort of listen in, and I'd get bored with what I'm doing and come sit down and watch part of the show.
And you'd be like,
And
what's going
I
on?
was
What's going on?
Thoroughly confused as to who the hell these people are, what happened, why are there zombies? And I decided that I wanted to go back and watch all the previous seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So my insightful pick is Walking Dead seasons 1 through 9, which over the course of the last month and a half,
Right.
I have binge watched all of them.
Yes, you have.
First of all, if you're looking to get them, they are available on Netflix.
Yeah.
All seasons, because that
Right.
was the first challenge, was to find
Right,
them.
to find them without having to pay additional,
Right.
knowing we had all these different services.
Your standard Netflix subscription will net you all 9 seasons of The Walking
Mm-hmm.
Dead. And I've watched them all, so I know where we are now.
You're probably better equipped to answer questions about it
Probably
than I
because
am
it's so
because
fresh.
it's so fresh. Where like you would mention something to me and I'd be like, I don't remember, that was like
Right.
2-3 years ago.
So-
where for you it was like,
But it's
3 days ago.
It's such a cult thing that everyone who watches it has watched it. Basically,
right?
I'm like the last person to watch these. It seems.
Nah, I don't think you are.
So this isn't a review,
Right.
Okay, this isn't a review. It's just a pick. And my pick, I wanted to go about by asking some of the very simple questions that seem to come up. Like the first one is, why the hell did anyone ever follow Rick Grimes? He literally is the single worst decision maker in the history of fictional television. And yet people kept following him and letting him make decisions. Stuff like that. Like, why does the grass never grow? There's no one cutting the grass. The zombies don't graze on it. They're not sheep. Yet you walk through neighborhoods and the grass is cut and trimmed and nice.
Yep.
Like they'll go through the effort of covering roads that are not traveled with leaves, but the sides of the roads are all trimmed and there's no grass growing. I don't get that. What were some of the other ones that I had?
Well, the toilet paper.
Yeah, everyone goes out and scavenge. We need bullets. We need food.
We need medicine.
Nobody ever gets toilet paper.
Right, or feminine
hygiene products.
hygiene products.
And how is it that all the women who live in the zombie apocalypse manage to shave their armpits?
Right, or their legs even.
Because the guys all have beards.
Right,
They don't
right,
shave.
Right.
I don't get how you can still maintain your hygiene like that.
Right.
So it's just, it's worth watching, I think.
And you have to mention what you do now also.
Oh,
what
yeah.
we're doing on our way
so
home.
now I drive around and I
This is
look at
funny.
neighborhoods and I think, well, we could really fortify this for the zombie apocalypse. Yeah, we could sink a well over there and we could put walls up here. Oh, in this building here, the windows are high enough that the zombies won't be able to get it. So this is the point. This is what happens when you binge watch 9 seasons. So the first season.
And watching season 10 at the same time because you're
Yes.
still watching that.
So the
on a
first season
replay.
was 6 episodes.
Right.
Then the rest were 16, and I think one was 13 episodes.
Right.
So that's a lot of episodes of zombies.
Mm-hmm.
And why does zombies have such nice teeth? I don't get that. Their entire body's decaying and falling apart, but they always manage to have a perfect set of teeth when they bite people.
Right. Better to...
I bite into a piece of candy and my teeth break, and I'm still alive. I don't know how the
Maybe
zombies
it's the
get
special diet.
I don't know how they get a better dental plan than I do.
I don't know. Yeah.
Although, on the subject of the toilet paper, there is a scene in episode 9 where Michonne does take toilet paper finally. It took them 9 seasons to finally have to go get toilet paper because apparently somebody was stocking it somewhere.
Those were all of the coupon people that have their stockpile.
Right.
See, and that has to be the house that they end up finding is somebody that was a coupon hoarder.
A toilet paper hoarder.
And has, the whole basement of,
And how
toothpaste and...
How did Abraham go through so many episodes, never see any hair product whatsoever, but his hair stands 3 inches high and flat the entire time?
I don't know.
Other people are killing zombies, they're getting splashed with blood, and his hair is perfect the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that.
No.
But anyway, Walking Dead seasons 1 through 9
on Netflix.
Season 4, I think it was. Was it 4?
Maybe.
After the prison?
I don't know.
I think it was season 4 after the prison. That was kind of hard to get through because everyone goes their separate way and they all get their own.
Right.
Because that was when they wind up at the train thing, the
Terminus.
Terminus.
Right.
Which that season was just agonizingly long. Once you get through that, they pick up and they're not too bad after that.
Right.
So, anyway, seasons 1 through 9, Walking Dead, streaming now on Netflix.
And season 10 currently on AMC.
Season 10 on AMC. And I think that was all that we had.
Yep, that is it.
Did we have any afterthoughts or anything?
Nope, nothing today.
Comic-Con?
Comic-Con.
27th? Greater Allentown?
The Greater Allen 22nd and 23rd?
22nd, 23rd.
The weekend
23rd,
before
24th.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, weekend before Thanksgiving.
Somewhere in Allentown. We're not even sure.
Greater Allentown Comic-Con. Just saw it yesterday in an email.
Right, and we believe it is the same producers that do the Greater Philadelphia Comic-Con that's done in media.
Yes.
In Oaks. So it's the same production company. I think it was only like $12.
Yes, very affordable to get in. We
affordable.
haven't been there yet. We're planning on going this time. We'll give you a
Right.
review, but I did want to throw it out there.
Right.
So, anyway, you can reach us. We'd love to get your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
Or on Twitter at @insights_things.
On YouTube, you can catch our videos at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
On the web at www.insightsintothings.com.
You can get our audio at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
Or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
And that's it.
That is it.
Another one in the books, and we're out of here.
And we're out. Peace out. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, Episode 8, Voter Suppression. My name, as your temporary host for today, is Sam Whalen. I'm joined by my co-host, Joseph Whalen.
Thank you, Sam. And if you do a good enough job, it might not be temporary.
We will see what happens. Before we get to today's topic, just a couple of things I want to mention. Make sure to subscribe to us on all your podcast services. That includes Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and anywhere else you get your podcasts around the globe. Most importantly, if you are watching on Twitch or watching the rebroadcast and you have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime. So you can give us the Twitch Prime subs, and they do help us out a lot. Contact information. If you want to email us, you can email us at comments at I'll just try that again. Comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. We can find the video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Like I said, we are streaming 6 days a week on Twitch, twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Audio is going to be on podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, Facebook, Insights Into Things podcast. And finally, links to all these, if you missed any of them, are on www.insightsintothings.com. Thank you so much for watching.
Let me correct one thing there. It's actually the audio's podcast.insights into tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Insights in Entertainment is our other show.
Oh, oops. Well, support all the shows. But for this one, Insights into Tomorrow.
There we go.
It's a mistake on my notes there. So getting into today's topic, we are talking about voter suppression. It is a big topic in the news, so we thought it would be pertinent to cover it. So going over to my co-host, what do you think when you think of voter suppression? What comes to mind for you?
Well, I mean, if I just rip it right out of the headlines at this point in time, it seems to be today interference with the U.S. Postal Service, since we're going to be depending on mail-in voting during the pandemic. But it's a sadly, much richer, deeper history than just what we're seeing today. Even going back to the technology-related stuff from the 2016 election with the emails and the hacking and everything else. So it's much more complicated than what we're seeing today. And what we're seeing today is some pretty sophisticated voter suppression technique.
Yep. Like you mentioned what we're going through today, what's going on in the past, and that's what we're going to do here today. We're going to break things down from the past, the present, and then go ahead and look at the future. So starting off, according to Wikipedia, which I know professors out there are going to get me for citing that, but I think it's a pretty good definition. It says voter suppression in the United States concerns allegations about various efforts, legal and illegal, used to prevent eligible voters from exercising their right to vote. So these things can vary depending on the place, the state, or the method. A lot of the voter suppression is tied directly to voting rights, which started at the beginning of democracy itself. Initially, we'll actually touch on that later. I got mixed up there, so that's just a tease for the past. The current state of voter suppression, we'll look at what President Trump is doing, how he's dealing with the Postal Service, like you mentioned, and how he's using tactics of fear during this pandemic to sort of encourage people how to use their votes and what might happen, and how he's using that to his advantage. And finally, we'll look at the future of things. The 2020 election, what that effect might have on voter apathy, which has been a problem for many years, and how voting laws might be able to change, or how we can hope they can change to allow more people to be able to vote. And so we'll get with the past in just a minute when we come right back. So like I mentioned when I accidentally started to go into the history of things, the history of voting rights goes all the way back to the beginning of American democracy. According to the people over at howstuffworks.com, quote, the U.S. Constitution does not explicitly include a right to vote, which is true. Only the House of Representatives were to be elected by the people, according to the Constitution. So that was where we, the people, could express their right to vote. However, these people were not all people, as you may be imagining. At first, only white, male property owners were able to vote. And that included some free black men later on when slavery was abolished. But even still, which we'll get into later, there were restrictions in place to discourage free black men from voting. Quote, all women, non-African American minorities, and many non-Christian religious groups were denied the franchise. So as you can see here, right from the beginning of the history of voting in America, immediately people were excluded and their votes were suppressed. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's kind of a unfortunate statement that we legislated voter suppression from the day that this company was started. So there's always been this underlying idea that only certain people should have a say in who is elected and how our government is formed. Now that's changed significantly over years, but what we've seen is a evolution of the legal disenfranchisement of people. And I don't know, maybe I'm idealistic by thinking that over 200 years later, we might finally have it right, but it seems like we still aren't doing what we need to do in order to get people the ability to vote.
Yeah, so following the Civil War, there was the era of Reconstruction, which was basically the country trying to put itself back together. You had a lot more free blacks in the South gaining sources of power for a little while until a lot of that was done away with the Dixiecrats in 1877. with the imposing of Jim Crow laws, which were designed to specifically restrict the black vote in the South and in other places. In addition to that, the 15th Amendment allowed voting regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Ideally, unfortunately, as we see with these Jim Crow laws, things like literacy test, poll taxes, and straight violence or intimidation were employed to discourage African Americans to vote. And those literacy tests, a lot of free blacks did not know how to read because they were never taught. And poll taxes, a lot of them were economically disenfranchised as well. So that also excluded them from the right to vote. According to, again, the people at How Things Work, quote, only 3% of voting age African American Southerners were registered to vote in 1940. So this is well after, almost 100 years after the Civil War ended. Excuse me. And still only 3% of voting age African American Southerners were registered to vote. Now, in 1965, jumping ahead in the timeline, we had the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which did do away with a lot of the Jim Crow laws and allowed women and minority votes to open up, which did help to make voting more equal and allow more of the people to expand that definition. However, this story doesn't end there. As anyone that studied history knows, racism and oppression did not just simply disappear with the civil rights movement of the 1960s. New voter suppression methods are still in use today. Common modern voter suppression techniques, there are voter registration problems. So if you can't register to vote, you can't vote at all. So not all states require registration. There's also confusion on where and when to register and confusion over what you need to register. So different documents and qualifications can change state to state, which if people don't have access to something like a birth certificate or a passport, either by financial reasons or just a lack of it, then that's going to stop them from being able to vote. Voter purges. These laws vary state by state. States can purge voters from registration if they haven't voted in as few as 2 years. Purge is done selectively to disenfranchise minority groups. So we'll touch more on later voter apathy, and this plays directly into that. Basically, if you haven't voted in 2 years, they can nullify your vote, which presidential elections are every 4 years. And there's a case to be made there that that 2-year limit might be intentional because the biggest election is the presidential election. That's what most people vote in, ideally. So by doing it every 2 years, you're going to be able to wipe out a lot of voters that would then need to re-register, which we just touched on could be difficult for different people. What are your thoughts on just these early, more subtle ways of getting people to taking away the ability to vote?
Well, and I think a lot of it is the convenience factor, what we're talking about here. The need, there's a certain requirement that you have to have because everyone's always very worried about voter fraud. That's what's getting thrown out now. So you come up with laws that on the face of them are intended to combat voter fraud, but really the underlying purpose is to make it inconvenient and difficult for people to register or to get to the polls and vote. And the one thing that your typical politicians don't want is an educated, energetic, and enthusiastic voting population. The fewer votes they have to worry about is the less effort they have to make in order to influence those votes. So by cutting back that number, and all of these laws really are designed to do that, is to cut back that number of voters, it makes it easier for them. If they can control certain segments of the population, like if they can get 50% of the population in Louisiana to not vote, well, then they don't need to spend money campaigning down there. All they have to do is get them to not vote. Because if they're not voting for me, then they're not voting for my opponent either. Then, just as an economic equation, they can go spend that money someplace else. And as a result, the citizens of the country lose out as a result.
Yep, absolutely. And as we often end up to the conclusion on the show, always follow the money. That's typically where you'll go. So yeah, definitely moving those funds around can help their campaigns. Going back to the more the modern ways of voter suppression, strict voter ID and ballot requirements. So these laws, again, vary state by state. Some states require government-issued IDs to vote, and this was a big thing in the news a while back, voter ID laws, and it's still a very important issue, especially with the upcoming election. But basically, these impede low-income, disabled, and immigrant residents who may not be able to get a government-issued ID, whether it be because of a physical disability, a lack of money, or immigration status in general. In addition to that, voter confusion, misinformation from political parties to confuse voters, messaging from official and unofficial polling can be confusing and inconsistent, incorrect ballots invalidate voters' choices. We had a little bit of that with Bush and Gore in the 2000 election, I think. Somewhere around there?
Sure.
Earlier than that, maybe. But yeah, the hanging Chad with the miscounted ballots.
Yep.
So even if you get your vote in, it might just be counted wrong, you know? And we don't really have that as much of an issue today because that incident did make different methods of voting that were more secure, more popular. There is still instances of voter intimidation and harassment. Racially motivated scare tactics are employed to prevent citizens from voting. Fake robocalls from hate groups pretending to be candidates, and inappropriate questioning at polling locations to intimidate voters. I mean, there's incidents of this up into the 2012 election with Barack Obama, groups going around trying to intimidate people of color from voting to help sway the vote in the other side. Poll closures and long lines. This one pretty much speaks for itself. If the polls are closed, then nobody can go there to vote. And again, it goes back to what you said about inconvenience, right? I mean, if you have to walk, if you've got no way to transport yourself and you have to walk 5 miles to the polling station and you get there and it's closed, you're not going to walk 25 miles to the next one. And that's kind of a common theme here. You'll see a lot of these laws and tactics are specifically targeting people less fortunate in life, whether that be minorities or people financially less well off. Malfunctioning voting equipment, so sometimes things will be tampered with, whether that be the voting machines or the external attacks of computerized voting, now that most things are electronic, those can be targeted as well. So disenfranchisement of justice-involved individuals. So felons, approximately 6 million Americans, are barred from voting due to felony convictions that disenfranchise them. So if you're convicted of a felony, any felony, you cannot vote in this country. And that excludes 6 million Americans from being able to vote. And again, the laws vary state by state. And I'm sure that we could probably make a whole show about the ethics of whether felons should be able to vote. I personally think they should, because even if you are a terrible felon of some degree, I don't think it should be a clear-cut line of no matter what you did, as long as you're marked felon, you cannot vote. I think it's not as black and white as that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think I have kind of a fundamentalist view on this, in that in order to have a civilized society in which citizens vote for the type of government that they want, there are laws, and you have to abide by those laws. And once you choose to no longer abide by those laws, you have to sacrifice a certain amount of protection that you would get under a society like that. And one of those protections, I think, really should be your voting. You know, if you are a convicted felon, you've chosen to not abide by society's laws, so you shouldn't be able to take part in shaping those laws at that point. Now, that's not to say that if you're a convicted felon, do your time, come out and you're reformed, you shouldn't be able to vote. I think you should. But I don't think we should be rolling voting machines into a prison where people have chosen to not abide by their civic duty by being law-abiding citizens, because they're not the kind of people that I want voting people into office, because they're going to vote people into the office that are going to be most advantageous to them, which by definition is least advantageous to a civilized society. But that's just my personal opinion.
No, that's understandable. I mean, if, like you said, if they're the felons that are still serving their time and have committed horrible crimes, and no, they shouldn't be able to vote. But then it's when you run into the people that have served their time but are still marked as felon, that those people also being excluded, it makes you wonder where that line is drawn.
And I agree with you 100%. Yeah. Like the purpose of our penal system is to punish but reform. And if you're reformed to the point that we can put you back into everyday society, then you should be reformed to the point that you should be able to vote and be a participating member of society again. It's a fundamental right.
Absolutely.
So we do have one more tactic here. We've got gerrymandering, which is politicians manipulate voting redistricting in ridiculous ways to shape the voting pools. This is a pretty blatant attempt to manipulate the voting population and has direct and lasting impact on election results. So you can look up pictures of this where districts are, I mean, they're literally maps of locations, and they're drawn in such a way that a certain politician will be able to get more votes because of the way the district is drawn. And it's changing and moving these lines around, which is done constantly, that allows for votes to be moved around and pulled in certain areas. And it's like we have here, a blatant attempt to manipulate the voting population, and an all too popular one. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get into the current conditions and the source and symptoms of how voter suppression is used today.
Before we jump out, though, I did want to mention, a different view on gerrymandering. While it's definitely something that's used to manipulate voter bases, I think it really epitomizes what most of our problems are with voter suppression right now. And that is, one, your ability to elect people into office, the legal rights of that vary so much from state to state, especially when you're electing someone of a federal office, a senator, a congressman, or a president. The laws in your local area can vary significantly from across the country, which is one of the problems. There's no consistency in the law. The other is that gerrymandering highlights probably the biggest problem we have, and that is the people that are making the laws for how we vote and how we elect politicians are the very politicians that are affected by them. So as a result, you have to assume, quite rightly, that the lawmaking, when it comes to this type of event, is going to be advantageous first and foremost to the politicians and not the citizens. So to me, that's why it was perfect having gerrymandering last, because it really rolls up all the problems that we have and symbolizes it in one single thing there, even though that itself is its own problem.
Yeah, definitely. And it really, I mean, obviously we're pretty cynical on this show, but all these tactics made by the people in power, specifically designed to keep them in power and to prevent voting, is so contrary to what you'd think the typical American view of democracy is, where everybody gets a say, everybody gets an equal say, and your vote matters. And clearly, as we're seeing here, your vote is manipulated and controlled in a variety of ways, not the least of which is moving maps and changing maps to get more power to either prevent or to corral your vote. And it's anti-American in a way, really.
Everyone is equal, but there are those who are more equal than others.
Exactly. And as we'll see coming up, we have some specific examples of some of the methods we just mentioned that we will highlight that are more concrete examples of voter suppression.
All right, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, we are talking about voter suppression today. We just got through the history and some of the more modern techniques used to do it, and we're going to get into some more real-world examples of how it worked. So, in one of the most important tactics used for voter suppression is the use of disinformation, and that is a very broad umbrella thing that is used to manipulate everybody in a variety of ways nowadays. But with voter suppression, it comes down to the highly popular and effective modern methods used. So in 2008, the 2008 elections, Democrats in Nevada received robocalls informing them that they could vote on November 5th. This was a day after the election, to avoid the long lines. So basically, all these people in Nevada got fake calls telling them a fake date for the real election. And this did impact the amount of votes that came in Nevada, because a bunch of people showed up the next day to vote for an election that was already over and already won. So what are your thoughts on this example? Have you experienced any kind of robocalls for voting?
I have not. Somehow I've managed to get off of all the calling lists for robocalls. And I think it's probably because a couple that I had in the past did not end well for the caller. I don't take political ads very well when people bother me with them, although I'm getting hammered with spam. I will say that, because it's so much easier to get through to people. But this is exactly the tactics that I was referring to earlier, where if they can get those numbers down, then it's so much easier for them to control the people that they know they can get their votes from. And a lot of times the people that they target are the lower income, lesser privileged individuals, because those are an unknown quantity to politicians. Politicians like guarantees. And the people that are willing to commit to funding their campaign and contributing to their campaign or showing up to their rallies, they're the ones that they know they don't have to convince them. But the people that are lower income people can't afford to contribute to campaigns, so they don't have a list of, these people as known good people. So let's just make sure they don't vote at all. We'll grab the smaller group that we know we have, and we'll run with that. So this is a very typical technique I'd expect to see.
Yeah, and again, like you just mentioned, we're seeing more of that targeting of people that are less financially well off or minority groups, and it goes hand in hand with the voter suppression we're seeing today. Speaking of today, it's difficult to talk about this without mentioning President Trump. And if you've been reading the news or staying current with the news, most recently, President Trump went on Fox Business Network and explicitly noted two funding provisions that Democrats are seeking in a relief package that has stalled on Capitol Hill. Trump said without the additional money, the Postal Service won't have the resources to handle a flood of ballots from voters who are seeking to avoid polling places during the coronavirus pandemic. This is courtesy of ABC7.com. So this is the big reason we wanted to talk about this topic today. President Trump has been very vocal about his distrust in mail-in ballots and his efforts to dismantle the Postal Service and discredit them have been enormous, to say the least. So now, in this most recent interview, Trump, his quote is, "If we don't make a deal, that means they don't get the money," he told host Maria Bartiromo. Sorry if I mispronounced that name. He goes on to say, quote, "That means they can't have universal mail-in voting, they just can't have it," end quote. So Trump is essentially admitting there that he is intentionally withholding funds from the Postal Service to prevent the ability for people to mail in their votes, which is going to be a critical way of collecting votes during the coronavirus pandemic coming up in the November election. What are your thoughts on his comments here?
Well, I actually, and you mentioned earlier that we're cynical here, and we probably are, but I think the actions of our politicians warrant it at this point. I can't help but think that this goes much deeper than just the U.S. Postal Service, because these threats against the U.S. Postal Service wouldn't work if we weren't in the middle of a pandemic where people were afraid to go to public polling places. So if you step back and take a look at it from a 30,000-foot standpoint, you have to wonder, was the whole COVID-19 pandemic manufactured to set up this ability to suppress voters now? Because the voting suppression technique, because the first thing he did was come out and tell us over and over without a single piece of evidence that mail-in voting was ripe for fraud. There's no evidence because it's never been done before. What we do have evidence of is absentee ballots, and the fraud percentage of absentee ballots is minuscule.
Yeah, I actually have a number here. Just really quick. In the past 20 years, 0.00006% of all mail-in ballots cast were fraudulent. Quote, there is no support for the argument that mail-in voting is a problem. This comes from Lorraine Midnight, a political science professor at Rutgers University. So there's your statistic right there.
Right.
It's a negligible number in the past 20 years of mail-in ballots that were fraudulent.
Right. So his first claim that it's fraud didn't pan out. Right. You tell a lie big enough and often enough, people start to believe it. Well, no one believed this one because there was so much supporting evidence to shoot it down. So now he knows that he can't set this up as a legal challenge to say, oh, it's fraud. So instead, he switches to his next tactic of, well, let's just make sure people can't do it. I can't legally do it. He can't legally stop people from doing the mail-in voting, especially when you have governors who are already sending the ballots out. So he declares a state of emergency so that he can defund the post office. Now, just to put things into perspective right now, he declares a state of emergency so he can sign a executive order that allows him to basically shut the Postal Service down to a certain extent to impede people's ability to mail in ballot. We have over 165,000 people dead in this country now as a result of the COVID-19 virus, and we still haven't gotten a state of emergency declared on that. So to me, it's painfully obvious that our current administration is employing tactics that we would expect to see from third world petty dictators to try to hold on to power. And right now, to a large extent, his opponents, the Democrats, are powerless to stop him because they only control part of the Senate and Congress. I think it's important to note that should Donald Trump get reelected, even to another 4 years, after those 4 years, or even after this election, Donald Trump is out of the political spotlight. He has no political ties. He has no political backers. He has no political control. He has only what he has right now. So as a result, all of these Republicans that are hitching their wagons to Donald Trump and defending him and supporting him through all these clearly illegal actions are going to be left high and dry. Whether it's after this election or the next, they still need to get reelected. And when you choose the wrong side of history and you do it in such a spectacularly public way, it's going to come back. There's going to be a toll that has to be paid for that. And that's going to be in the number of seats that the Republicans will see in the Senate moving forward when Donald Trump isn't around anymore. Now, I don't want to turn into a political consultant here or anything like that, but the point I'm trying to make here is that we have a president here who really is employing tactics that they've gone beyond questionable. I mean, they were questionable 4 years ago. Now they're downright illegal. And you have Congress feels like it's powerless to do anything about it. And if Congress feels that way, how do you think the average voting American feels? And that in and of itself is a form of voter suppression.
Yeah, exactly. And it's definitely, I think that's one of the biggest things we're dealing with today. And voter apathy comes right with that. We see a president doing whatever he wants with basically no repercussions or limits, blatantly making moves to ensure his power for whoever knows how long, suppressing votes, and then telling reporters, yeah, I'm doing this on purpose and it's working. And voter apathy was already a big issue in this country. I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that in the past couple presidential elections, voter numbers have been going down because people feel like their votes don't matter. And especially in 2016 with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, when it was Trump got the Electoral College to declare him the winner. And I think that was a really harsh blow to the voting fervor in America, because people Hillary Clinton got the popular vote and lost.
Well,
So-
and that's not the first time that's
Yeah.
happened in history. That happened in 2000 as well when Bush, took office and Al Gore had the popular vote, and it's happened in the past.
Yeah.
But every time it has happened, people feel disenfranchised. People start to question whether we really need the Electoral College because, yeah, we needed it 150, 200 years ago because of the limitations that we had. Do we really need it now? But, it's going to take an act of Congress and a constitutional amendment to do away with it. So that's not going to happen. But you still have people that are left wondering, why should I vote?
Yep. Yeah, and that's, as you said, another form of voter suppression. So moving on, there's this documentary on, I believe it's on Netflix, right?
Netflix, yeah.
Called The Great Hack, and it deals with Facebook, Cambridge analytical data scandal. It's a good watch. If it's a little leaning to one side, but I think it's still very informative. It came out end of last year, I think, November, October. Yeah. So essentially, it details how the Trump campaign engaged with Cambridge Analytica, which is a tech company, a data analyst company, to micro-target and influence the 2016 election. Cambridge Analytica was employed to influence elections in over 30 countries prior to the 2016 election. These countries include the United States, the United Kingdom, Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, sorry about that, and Uruguay. Right? Uruguay?
Sure, close enough.
I was never very good at geography. Sorry to those people if you are listening from those countries. So if you do watch this documentary, it pretty blatantly shows, it details what Cambridge Analytica does and how they composite user profiles based on data that people use in any aspect of life, mostly on social media or what they buy online shopping. And they compile all this data and they make it so that people can be targeted more effectively to vote on either side of a political party. So if you like a lot of posts that are left-leaning, then Cambridge takes that data and targets you with more left-leaning ads to further you down that line of thinking. And the same thing with the right. So I think using all that data to further influence people on a larger level is extremely dangerous, and in itself is a form of suppression, because you're being closed-minded. You're being sealed off from other ways of thinking because you're just being further down this rabbit hole to think a certain way. And I think with the rise of how important social media is, especially with President Trump having such an active Twitter account and such a wide social media following, I think these things go hand in hand. And the Cambridge Analytica Facebook scandal is a clear example of that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, and I give Cambridge Analytica total props because what they did really was brilliant. They managed to convince Facebook to give them access to all this user information. And it wasn't just a matter of figuring out how to convince someone to vote for a candidate that they wouldn't usually do, which is difficult in and of itself. But they have a storied history in appealing to certain populations with this micro-targeting that they do. And there was one campaign, I believe it was Bolivia. I don't remember entirely, but I think it was Bolivia. It was a Central American, South American country. And the opponent employed Cambridge Analytica to come in to reduce the number of votes for their opponent. They weren't even trying to win votes because they knew that they had a guaranteed percentage of the population. And they knew all they had to do was to convince a certain portion of the population to not vote. Just don't show up. So Cambridge Analytica used this data from Facebook to bombard a certain young voting population in this country to basically think, oh, well, it's the cool thing not to vote. Only the old people vote. Only the privileged vote. We're not going to vote. And it convinced enough people to just not show up and vote. Whether they were going to vote for one candidate or the other, the risk that they could have voted for their opponent was all that they needed to stop them from voting. And when this percentage of the population didn't vote, they didn't feel like they were being suppressed. They didn't feel like they were being taken advantage of. They thought they were doing what the cool thing was to do. And that's the psychological advantage that companies like Cambridge Analytica have when they have this data. We make references to comic book references in scenarios a lot of times. And this makes me think of what was it? Captain America.
Oh, Winter Soldier?
Winter Soldier.
Yeah, where they have the shield helicarriers that have all the data and they look at potential targets.
Right.
It's like Minority Report, too.
But
Yeah.
you have Zola's algorithm.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what they had, was they had this magical algorithm that churned all this data and told them who they had to go after and what they had to do. And it worked. The candidate that hired Cambridge Analytica won the election.
Yep.
And it's really something as simple as that, the psychological warfare that they employ, that makes them so dangerous.
Yeah, I think, and you can still see that today, really. I mean, if you get into any kind of social media, like I said before, rabbit hole, where you're exploring, and I'll do that from time to time. Like I'm definitely more left-leaning, so I'll try to go to more right-leaning Twitter accounts, and I follow and I go further and further, and I try to see their point of view and I try to look at those ideas. And you see this kind of manipulation there, whether it be from what I think are real people or just Twitter bots. And Twitter's very particularly bad with it, where there's just bots that just tweet things that are, taking this data and just spitting out words. But this informational suppression and closing off is still apparent today, and it's still unfortunately effective. And I think we're going to see it. We are seeing it again with the 2020 election. Yeah. So going back to some of the things we mentioned earlier in terms of modern voter suppression, we touched on it a little bit, but the voter ID legislation, is still very important. This is courtesy of the American Civil Liberties Union. According to them, millions of Americans lack ID. 11% of U.S. citizens, or more than 21 million Americans, do not have government-issued photo identification. So right out of the gate, you have 11% of the population, 21 million people that do not have government-issued photo IDs for whatever reason. And when it comes to voter ID laws, from the get-go, if you don't have a government-issued ID, you can't vote. So that's 21 million people that are simply excluded for one reason or another for not having an ID. Obtaining ID costs money. Even if ID is offered for free, voters must incur numerous costs, such as paying for birth certificates to apply for a government-issued ID. And these costs, while they may seem small to some people, for someone living paycheck to paycheck or that has to support a family, these costs can add up. And when you speak about that voter apathy, those things can sometimes go hand in hand. Well, I need to get a government ID. Well, that's going to cost me $150. That's food for my kids for a week,
Yeah.
So that's stopping some people right there. Underlying documents required to obtain ID cost money, like I just said, a significant expense for lower-income Americans. The combined cost of document fees, travel expenses, and waiting time can be anywhere from $75 to $175. So that can be a significant sum of money to a lot of people. The travel required is also a major burden. This can be with people with disabilities, the elderly, or those in rural areas that don't have access to public transportation. Specifically in Texas, some people in rural areas must travel approximately 170 miles to reach the nearest ID office, which if you don't have a car, that's highly unlikely you're going to travel 170 miles on foot.
But those numbers aren't really unusual for Texas. I mean, Texas is a geographic anomaly. You're a half hour from everything in Texas at least.
Definitely. So what are your thoughts on these restrictions and how they can impact the elderly or people without the financial backing?
They're definitely legitimate concerns. My mother was one who never drove, so she never needed a government ID. So when she was told she needed one to register to vote, voting wasn't important to her at that point in time. The only time she wound up getting ID was when she had to open a bank account at one of the local banks, and they required her to have a voter ID or a photo ID. And she had to jump through hoops because you don't have a lot of the same documentation you would normally need in order to obtain those IDs. You look at in New Jersey itself, we need I don't know what the point system is now, but you have to generate documents that are equal to a certain number of points. Well, some of those documents are things that immigrants wouldn't have. You know, if you immigrated here legally from another country, you might not have your birth certificates or your baptismal records or any of the stuff from a country you may have been fleeing from because you're trying to avoid the oppression. You might not have bills in your name. If you live with family, one of the series of documents you could get in New Jersey were any bills that were billed, utility bills, phone bills, gas bills, water bills, that type of thing. Well, if you're a recent immigrant to the country and you can't afford your own home, you may be living with someone and all the bills are in their name, so you can't use those as a form of ID. So this is one of those ones where they use the whole idea of, oh, well, let's throw out voter fraud. Okay, well, if you can't prove you are who you are, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote because it's going to cause fraud. When statistically speaking, the fraud numbers are insignificantly low. But that's the impetus for using voter ID is to one, scare people from voting. Because if you don't have a voter ID and you walk into a hall, it terrifies people because you're going to be asked for something you don't have. And the reaction that you get, especially in today's volatile law enforcement police environment, that could lead to significant issues that you run into. So that scares people away in and of itself. Not even the fact that I can't even get one of these because I don't have the documentation that's needed, but because we could throw out we can link through some theoretical justification voter fraud with voter ID, then we can justify segmenting that portion of the population off and denying them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you kind of made me think of something. I think on this show before I mentioned the concept of how there always has to be an other, right? There always has to be some kind of enemy or some kind of idea to rally people against, whether that be for good or evil. And I think that voter fraud is that other for this, because as you said, the numbers on actual voter fraud are insignificant almost. But the concept of voter fraud, that the worst thing you can do as an American is vote and lie about it, or not vote at all and pretend you're somebody else. When in reality, by using the concept of voter fraud to deter people from voting is the really anti-democracy thing. And it's these levels of mental chess, of manipulation of an entire population of people and getting it in their head that either your vote doesn't matter or the biggest threat to your democracy is this other. And it's dangerous, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's hard to dig through the vines of all these manipulations. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and look at the future of voter suppression.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to get into the future and potential solutions for how to combat voter suppression. So this article comes from Rolling Stone, and it's just some of the comments that President Trump has made, again, regarding voter suppression and his thoughts on his lawsuits at the time. So in the 2020 election, which is the big thing we have coming up, the RNC has filed over $20 million worth of lawsuits dealing with voting. This is a quote from Rolling Stone. Some attempt to block litigation brought by Democratic groups to expand mail-in voting in response to the coronavirus pandemic. Others seek to invalidate state-level policies by saying that expanding access to mail-in ballots invites fraud. So this is kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, how there's this wide effort to discredit mail-in voting. And right here you have the number of $20 million worth of lawsuits dealing with voting. And again, it's the blatant evidence of what President Trump and the administration and the Republican Party in general are doing to discredit mail-in voting. So what are your thoughts on the $20 million worth of lawsuits against this?
I can't help but think how many mailboxes that would pay for to keep on the street.
Yeah.
$20 million.
Yep.
But you're right. I mean, we have not only do we have blatant attempts to impede voters from voting, this is the first administration who's ever come out publicly on national television and invited foreign powers to interfere in an American election. How that itself is not treasonous and treated as such, it blows my mind. But when that was not effective enough for him to maintain the numbers that he thought he needed in the polls, which he's still 12 points down, by the way, in the recent Reuters poll, he stepped up the game. So now we're literally pulling mailboxes off the street 3 months in advance of the election. We have sorting machines that are being broken down. We have instructions being given to the Postmaster General that would deliberately make it difficult to count and handle the volume required for mail-in voting. How this is not a criminal offense is beyond me. It really is. And I hope and I pray, and I'm not a very religious individual, but I pray that should the Democrats come out on top in this election, that we don't do something really bad like grant immunity or a pardon to Trump for what he's doing to this country, because this is destroying the country more than anything any outside force has ever done. I've lived through, you've lived through 9/11. We lived through riots. We've lived through, the country has lived through a civil war. And I think what's happening today with how we're treating our democracy and our government is far more dangerous than even the Civil War was. And it's frightening. It really is.
Yeah.
It makes me feel very apprehensive for you and tomorrow's generation and the rest of the younger generation in this country right now. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect, and hopefully, and maybe everything we've covered today might say to the contrary, but hopefully our vote will still matter and our voices will still matter, and that won't go away. And we'll probably touch more on that when we get to our closing statements in just a little bit. But going back to this Rolling Stone article, Rick Hasen, a University of California Irvine law professor and author of Election Meltdown, says the goal of these lawsuits is to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the election, raising spurious fraud claims. So just like we just talked about, the goal is to discredit and disenfranchise and spread disinformation. And speaking of that disinformation, a big common theme has been the use of COVID-19 to stir up fear of the election being in danger, when in reality, these precautions are being taken to save lives, not to harm them. So things like social distancing, the use of mail-in voting, and we've touched on this mostly for the most part already. But basically, there's things being done for COVID-19 are being spun by members of the Trump administration as harming democracy, when in reality, it is, the administration that is the one doing that. Specifically, the group has run ads that warn against risky new methods like mail-in ballots and accuse Wisconsin Democrats of sowing election, quote, chaos after the state's Republicans refused to send every voter an absentee ballot or delay its primary election because of COVID-19. Again, this is from that Rolling Stone article. So in Wisconsin, you're seeing direct targeting of the Wisconsin Democrats because of how they had to handle things because of COVID-19. And in reality, it's not about, it seemed like it was meant to save lives, to prevent the disease from spreading, but it was taken and spun for political gain, which is horrible. And unfortunately, it might have worked for some people.
Well, and I think a lot of what we're seeing out of the current administration is for political gain. The Trump administration still doesn't want to admit we have an issue. You know, every time Donald Trump addresses any media organization regarding COVID-19, we're told, oh, it's getting better. We're doing great. We're doing fine. The numbers are coming down. And being cynical again, I've come to expect lies from all politicians, more so from Donald Trump. I think he's statistically told more lies and misinformation in office than any other president in the time he's been in office, which is provable. But this series of lies are so blatant and so easily proven wrong that it's almost like he's daring people to challenge him on this. His own administration is having difficulty combating some of the misinformation that he's putting out. It changes. The administration policy statements change multiple times over a 24-hour period because the administration officials come up with a policy. They put Trump in front of the camera, and Trump, it's like short attention span theater. He can't stay on point for more than 5 seconds before he goes off on one of his tirades and one of his rants, and it's counter to what the administration is. So, and he's popular. He very frequently throws out the term of fake news. And it's ironic that he's generating more fake news about everything than is being generated about him. So the messaging itself, the obvious attempts at disinformation, the fact that if something controversial comes up, he's very quick to generate another manufactured controversy over here. You know, everyone pay attention to the new controversy over here and we'll all ignore what was going on. He's a master manipulator when it comes to that. Like it's almost like sleight of hand in a magician, you know, and he's constantly misdirecting people. And the press and America, and I'm sad to say this, are so stupid that they continuously fall for it. And that's why we're in the position that we're in now. Because we're all falling for this misinformation. And until people have the wherewithal to step back and to objectively look at the statements and the claims and do their own research, we're sheep. And that's where one of the biggest problems is today.
Yeah, definitely. And as we kind of come to the end of the show for today, just to wrap things up, just like you said, it's about misinformation and misdirection, just like it has been pretty much any other time we've talked about this administration, regardless of what they're handling. But just a couple things. There is the upcoming 2020 election, so make sure to inform yourself as best you can. And part of informing yourself means looking at what other people that don't think like you think. And it's important to do that and to expose yourself to other ideas. I know just in today, we've only scraped the surface, especially when it comes to the Postal Service, not scandal, but the Postal Service situation. So that's definitely worth looking into because it's been going on for longer than just the media has been covering it now. And it's bigger than just Trump on Twitter. These things are systematic and designed to control and to manipulate. I mean, we covered the past going all the way back to the founding of the country and how these things were designed from the get-go to corral people's votes. And most importantly, make sure you do your own research and make your conclusions and keep your mind open but suspicious. What are your closing thoughts?
Well, I agree with you 100%. I think the one thing that terrifies politicians the most is an educated voter base. So the more educated you get, the better off we are as a country. It's good to have politicians scared of the voters because when they lose that fear of being able to get reelected, because you remember, that's all politicians want. Most politicians start out with all of the zeal and vigor and noble causes that most American citizens tend to feel. And they think that getting into politics is what's going to get them to that. And there have been people like Jesse Ventura, who was the former governor of Minnesota. He thought, well, you know what? If I run for office, I can change it. I can make a difference. And what he realized is that when he got into office, the system is not designed to be changed, certainly not for the disadvantage of the politicians. And he spent 2 terms as governor and hated it. He got blocked at every possible corner, and he was just beaten down and frustrated when he left office. And that's not the typical reaction. The typical reaction is a politician goes in there, they learn how to play the game, and then they slowly get corrupted over time. And then they lose that fear of the voter, because at that point, the only thing that they want is to get reelected. And as long as they get reelected, they'll say and do anything. They don't care about you, the voter. They don't care about the district, the constituents, the county, the state, the country. They don't care. All they care about is getting reelected. And when there's a danger of that, because you as a voter are educated and you know what their position is and what their voting history is and what their philosophy is, then there's a chance that you're not going to vote for that. And that's what scares them. So let's scare the politicians. And I'm not just talking Trump. I'm talking every politician out there. Let's scare the hell out of them and educate ourselves and learn what the topics are and what the controversies are and what their positions are, and then make an educated decision when we go to the polls.
Absolutely. And I think that's not easy. That's not an easy thing to do, but it's important. And as Americans and as humans, and I think that's one of the most important things we can do. It's not going to be easy and it's going to be difficult, but it's something that we all have to do, especially with this upcoming election.
I agree 100%.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, well, thank you for having me on today as your potentially temporary, maybe permanent host. We'll see how things go. But this has been Insights into Tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic day. Stay safe.